Is it this? Oh, there we go. Cool, thank you. I'm too low. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Will County Board meeting for July 17th, 2025. We'll call this meeting to order. Member Brooks will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and introduce the clergy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to present to you an old friend with emphasis on old. Kurt Paddock is the pastoral leader at the St. Edward's and Christ Episcopal Church on Midland Avenue, Joliet. His parish has been part of Will County history for over 185 years. You look good for your age, Kurt. In his leadership capacity, Kurt has served the congregation by focusing on provision of spiritual direction, new community outreach efforts, and building a strong relationship of the faith communities in this region, like mine. Thank you, Kurt. For over 12 years, some of you all might remember him as the director of the Will County Land Use Department. Under his leadership, the Land Use Department and its personnel were awarded dozens of citations for quality, innovation, and their program administration. Most notable among the recognition was the department's selection by the American Society of Public Administration for that prestigious Organization Public Integrity Award. Kurt is married to Susan Paddock, a former dean of the Joliet Junior College, and they're blessed to have one daughter who's a public school teacher and 3 grandsons, and I try to stick to your script. Kurt Paddock.
Thank you, Reverend Brooks. Thank you, Madam Executive and members of the County Board. Let us pray together. Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our county with honorable industry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties and fashion us into one united people, the multitudes brought forth out of many kindreds and tongues. Endue with the spirit of wisdom those to whom thy name we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to thy law, we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. In the time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail. Amen.
All right. Ready to get going, Madam Clerk? Will you please call the roll?
Richmond, Williams, Dean Schlottman. Here. Ogala. Pretzel. Here. Butler. Here. Ogala. Here. Newquist. Here. Balich. Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Present.
Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne. Balich.
With 22 members being present, we have a quorum. I need a motion to place on file the certificate of publication. Motion by Mitchell, seconded by Revis. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogala. Yes. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Newquist. Yes. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley, Brooks,
Yeah.
Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Mitchell, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier,
Rainier.
Trainier, Van Dyne.
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries. I now need a motion to approve the June 18th board meeting minutes. Motion by Dean Schlotman, seconded by Mitchell. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. I need a motion to approve the minutes from the June 18th executive session. Motion by Newquist, seconded by Dean Schlotman, seconded by, previous roll call by Berkowitz, seconded by Hickey. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Madam Clerk, will you please acknowledge the elected officials and media present today?
This morning, we have County Executive Jennifer Bertino Tarrant, County Clerk Annette Parker, Coroner Lori Summers, Recorder of Deeds Karen Stucco. And media, we have Michelle Mullins with the Daily Southtown.
We have no honorary resolutions or proclamations, so we will move to public comment. We'll begin with public comment for agenda items. Is there anyone here who would like to speak regarding any agenda items? If you are here for a land use hearing, you can wait until the land use hearing, but this is for public comment for any of the agenda items. Going once, going twice. All right, very good. Moving on, I'm sorry.
Believe there's somebody that has public comment for agenda items.
Okay, yeah, you can just come down.
You need to stand up and come forward.
Yeah. I did. This is, if you have public comments for any agenda item today, you can come forward and speak now. If you're here for a land use hearing, you'll have time during the hearing. Hello. State your name for the record.
Christina Knightsky Troiki. Okay. I'm here to talk about the 143rd Street expansion. You guys have it in a plan today. When this project was originated over 20 years ago, times were telling a different story than it does today. The county, the housing market, the economy were all booming back then. But this board, along with staff, were making predictions 20 to 30 years out. Even as, even as your last study, you were making predictions up to the year 2050. Sometimes predictions come true, and we all know that times can change and we can be way off. I have to say, I'm rather disappointed on how far off we are. I mean, someone should have stepped up and noticed the earlier on predictions were getting further and further from reality. Someone should have made adjustments and stepped up to say something, especially if, yes, I'm sorry. Oh,
People know that she's speaking.
sorry. So yes, I am the mayor of Homer Glen as well. So someone should have stepped up, especially after the bottom fell out in 2010. But there's no reason to point fingers, and there's no reason to continue to make decisions off of predictions when we can nowadays make decisions based off facts, information, and testimony. When the previous boards voted to move forward along with this expansion, they based their decisions on information that they were provided. They voted to expand 143rd when 159th Street was not fully in play like it is now. In 2005, the county predicted an 85% population increase by 2030. 85%, which means by 2030, your population would be 1,120,702 residents. As of 23, you were sitting at 702,728. You're roughly 419,000 residents shy of that prediction. That's a lot of residents to pack in the next 4.5 years. For the record, the county's population has grown by 94,000 residents, mainly in Plainfield, as they have doubled in public population and in Joliet. While Homer Glen is still sitting comfortably at 24,000 residents, we were also predicted to be around 45,000 residents. That's not happening anytime soon. 143rd Street was said to be a commercial corridor. It's not. It's purely residential. The commercial portion of 143rd Street will already be a part of the Bell Road expansion. There are 12 businesses on 143rd, 10 which will be addressed with the Bell Road expansion, one which was already addressed with the Lamont expansion, leaving one commercial business, which is a real estate agency. Just a few fun facts for you guys. In 2010, your ADT, which is the average daily traffic, in 2010 was 14,400. As your own study performed on December 6, 2023, it showed that your average daily traffic was at 14,261, roughly 140 cars less than 2010. The board members were told 143rd Street would not legally allow trucks. However, your 2019 plan, page 4 of 18, says different. I'd like to take a minute and just address the board. If this project was presented to you today, this very moment, as if it was never presented to you before, would you be willing to spend $70 million on 3.5 miles of road, knowing that an overwhelming majority of residents in Homer Glen time and time again ask you to please deny this expansion, that over 100 homes are directly impacted, that 143rd is a residential area and not commercial, that IDOT's recommendation is to move to a 4-lane option when your average daily traffic gets to 15,300. And as I already pointed out, your December 23 study shows we are roughly 1,100 average daily traffic below the recommendation. It is a proven fact that highways attract crime and speeding. The village of Homer Glen is voted the 7th safest community in Illinois. We do not want that to change. If I stood in front of you and asked you to assist the village in Homer Glen in promoting our 159th commercial corridor and asked you to redirect traffic from 143rd Street, which is a residential area, wouldn't you guys help us out? Why are we pushing cars through residential and avoiding our commercial corridor? Help us promote our commercial businesses.
Mayor, I'm going to have you wrap up. Even with this, you're at 4 minutes, so yeah. Motion by Mr. Butler to suspend the rules. Does a lot. Seconded by Logan.
Thank you.
Madam, no, we have to take a vote. Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman?
Yes.
O'Gala? Yes. Pretzel?
Yes.
Butler?
Yes.
Newquist?
No.
Balich?
Yes.
Oxley?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yeah.
Winfrey?
No, it's not.
Bullock? Logan?
Yes.
Freeman? Revis?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Ortiz? Berkowitz?
Yes.
Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
No.
Okay, so let's stop with the side comments. Please, folks, people have a right to vote yes or no. We have rules that you folks voted on. We need 14 to, what are we at? 12:10, so can you please wrap up, Mayor?
If I have to, I assume I will.
Okay, just, you have to, yes, your public comment, it failed, so you have to just please wrap up. You have to have 14. When you change your rules that you folks vote on, you have to have 14. So please wrap up, Mayor. Thank
So
you.
since I have to wrap up, I will email each and every single one of you all the information that I have, and I strongly encourage you guys to deny this transportation plan as it is, or at least make an amendment to remove 143rd Street to help the residents of Homer Glen. It's a true disappointment to those who voted no, as you guys are not provided all of the facts. You're giving predictions that are not true and not coming true. You're not hearing all of the residents of Will County. You're only basing your opinion based on what you want to hear and what you're told by predictions that are not correct. I ask you all and I encourage you all to please hear us out. We're
Thank you,
tired
Mayor.
of not being heard.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Supervisor Ryan, do you have 3 minutes? Thank you.
Thank you. As she said, I'm the supervisor for Homer Township, Sue Stylen. I've been here before and been at the Transportation Committee meetings. And again, we're disappointed. The mayor has spent a lot of time researching this issue, fighting for this issue because it is so important to the residents of Homer Glen and Homer Township. And again, we are feeling like we're not being heard. And we oppose this so strongly. I just drove down 143rd Street. Every time I drive down there, I think about what this is going to look like. And it is going to devastate our community. It's going to hurt the economic development of 159th Street. It's a safety issue. I mean, you're fighting for safety on one side, but it's going to cause a lot more traffic, speeding through residential areas. And I'm just pleading again to not pass this portion of the transportation plan and to remove the section of 143rd Street and reevaluate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment for any agenda item? Try again. All right. Thank you. We're going to move on to all old business. All resolutions and ordinances from the June 18th board meeting have been signed and returned. Moving on to new business, we have land use and development. Chair Pretzel.
Madam Executive, I'd like to make a motion to open public hearing for all land use cases.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Yes. O'Gala. Yes. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Revis.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
We are now in public hearing. Please be advised, absolutely no new evidence or information will be allowed once this land use public hearing is closed. Are there any individuals who wish to provide testimony or speak during the public hearing? You can come forward now. Come forward. Please state your name and if you could help out by giving the case number.
Morning. My name is Kevin Human. I'm the applicant for case ZC 25041 and 043, known as Black Road Solar 1 and Black Road Solar 2. I'm with New Leaf Energy, formerly Borrego Solar, and I wanted to just touch on a couple things about the 2 projects that we have in front of you today. One of the things that I don't think was transpired on the previous hearings was our native pollinator mix that we're calling out. The areas around the panels within the site will be planted with a native pollinator seed mix. These native plantings will provide water quality benefits, pollinator friendly habitat, soil stabilization, and watershed benefits. A professional landscape contractor will be chosen for the establishment and management of these seeding areas. We are also working alongside Will Southern Cook Soil and Water Conservation District for specific species that they would like to see. The Will County Farm Bureau has been consulted and we've had discussions with them and they seem to think that everything that we've done so far is in their approval. The Troy Fire Protection District, I know that they've had some issues, but we wanted to address a couple things. That we definitely are going to have an emergency response plan in place during construction and operation. Project company will also offer to provide on-site training to the fire district. And we will also seek to make sure we get final approval at building permit. We also are willing to waive our appeal for a variance to request a 25-foot setback on the southern property line of site number 1. We can simply reduce our footprint of the system to accommodate the increase in setback without a variance, and we'll utilize the current 50-foot setback. That is all. Thank you.
They're gonna. I heard someone say they have a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Trinier.
Will the installation of this solar array increase the number of students attending local schools and thereby increasing the cost of the local schools to provide an education? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Oxley?
Yes. Who will be paying for the additional training for the fire department?
We would, the project company.
So you're going to reimburse the fire department for the training hours the men and women in the fire district
Oh,
put
I
in?
I see what you're saying. That is something we would need to talk to them about. We would definitely provide the training, but yeah, I understand what you're saying.
And who would pay for the additional equipment to put out the fires on a solar farm?
That I'm not sure. I do not know.
Because how do you put out a fire at a solar farm?
Typically,
what do you use?
it's foam is most commonly used.
Foam or cement?
Foam is what
Okay.
I've read.
You've read.
It also is pretty rare. We don't have a whole heck of a lot of case studies on the panels catching fire. So we would definitely have some training that we can review with the fire department and
Well, so, I mean, a foam truck is a whole different animal to the normal trucks that they have at the fire district. So who's going to pay for a foam truck for the fire district? Are you guys willing to do that?
I'm not sure. That I do not know.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I think you're good. Thank you, sir. For this gentleman? All right, I'm sorry, sir. Sorry. It's a little. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Executive. It triggered a thought with me, what Member Oxley asked about the foam and you responding, you were pretty sure it was foam. I have solar panels on my home. I own them. We had the unfortunate experience of a squirrel. And it caused the panel to catch on fire and my roof.
Wow.
The fire department did come, but I don't believe they used any foam to put the fire out. Now granted, this is a roof fire,
Yeah.
not a huge fire.
Right.
But the key, as I understood it, and again, I could be wrong, was taking the power down. And so when a neighbor saw this fire on the roof, they alerted my husband. He ran outside. He went to the breaker box and turned it off. I don't know how that works on a solar array. I'm not sure that you do.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, do you have the ability to turn them off remotely?
Yes. Remotely, no, we can shut them off at the street side and that's part of the operations plan.
So that would be part of what you trained like the
Yes.
fire department on is how to
Yes.
turn it off?
Yep.
Which is the same thing my husband did, only untrained. And I'll have to talk with him because he's a retired Navy cook. And every person on a naval ship has to know how to respond to fire. And there are different ways in different circumstances. And now I'm curious to ask him, what do you do about electrical fire?
Yeah.
I know it's probably not water.
Right.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But he mentioned cement and I'd never heard of that. And
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they don't have cement available on a Navy
You have
ship.
a question?
Yeah, do you know if the cement is really the way?
I've never heard that before. I also know that there's some recommendations if depending on how the fire is that you can let it burn out, which I don't necessarily think that's a great idea either. But I know that foam is probably the number one recommended method, but he is correct that's different apparatus and stuff like that's required. So
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
thanks.
All right, anyone else? No, yep. Now we're going.
It started. Thank you, Madam Executive. Yeah, I just wondered how common is a fire at a solar field?
There's data that you can read and some of it's obviously pro-solar, some of it's anti-solar. I do not know of a fire that has happened in our area in Northern Illinois personally. So, but I don't know like what the exact statistics are on
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for this gentleman? Oh, Mr. Butler.
So does this specific facility only have solar? Does it have batteries as well or just solar panels?
This will only be solar, no battery storage. Thank you.
But this, okay, no, you're coming back. Okay, folks, you gotta let's get our act together here, folks. Get you, all right, thank you. Mr. Ballage.
Is the solar company gave you the MSDS reports
From the panels themselves?
from everything on it? So the equipment that's under it, the panels, all of it, because a lot of cases they're going to contaminate the ground. So we need to know that everything is in order.
Yeah.
And did they give that to you?
Our spec sheets, I would need to go back and look and see what they call out, but I'm pretty sure the spec sheets for the panels and the equipment list all of the materials used to manufacture them.
And then the last question is, assuming that within the next 10 years, those solar panels no longer have any value because of hydrogen engines being created, which they're already in existence, they're going to get rid of them, right? And now when the solar company goes bankrupt and leaves, does the fire department responsible to take them panels out and dispose of them? Or if not, then who does?
So we have a decommissioning plan that is part of our submittal, and we will post a bond for the dollar amount up to, I believe, 25 years from the start of construction. We include inflation in that bond, and it is enough money to decommission the entire site. So the county, I believe, holds the bond, and then they would then pay somebody to take it
But
down.
my question is more of the concept that no matter what the bond is, if no landfills accept it, what, are you responsible to dig a hole and bury them and put cement around them? Or
No.
what is
So-
the fire department's responsibility to the citizens to protect them if the solar panels are just left there?
So there are certain places now that are becoming more and more popular to recycle some of the material. Solar panels have glass, plastic, silicone, other things in it. The racking is all made out of steel. There is very, very little concrete used in putting these sites in. Most of them are driven piles, so they can be removed with very little imprint or footprint. There's transformers, couple concrete pads that are not very large, and then a gravel driveway and fence. So those are like the major components. Our decommissioning plan specifically lays out all the costs associated with removing all of these items. Recycling is hopefully going to get better as the years progress. But as of right now, we would assume that the panels would have to go into a landfill.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just going by the
decommission.
premise that there's no more subsidies going out for these companies. So a lot of them are going to go out of business because they depend on our tax dollars to be making a profit. And
Exactly.
everybody in the room pays on their electric bill every month for these subsidies. So it's just not like it's tax dollars, it's coming off your electric bill. So, I got a problem altogether with these solar panels, with anything, because when they are gone, someone's got to take care of it, take care of the problem. So you got bond money, and so that's going to help. But what if there's no place to get rid of some of the, you said not all the material, there's some material that's still hazardous that there's nowhere to dump.
That is what's in the actual panels themselves is up for debate on if it's hazardous or not. There are new manufacturers that are coming out that have less and less, I think, lead in the circuitry. So, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's 100% biodegradable. It's not. But as the years go by, things are going to get more and more being able to be recycled. And so our estimates that we come up with take most of that into consideration, and it should be plenty to decommission the entire project.
Yeah, I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
I know.
I'm just, trying to point out
Right.
that these solar facilities, they're not farms, they're facilities or generation hubs. We're not going to, energy hubs, we use the wrong word. It's definitely not a farm. It ruins farmland. So, I got a problem with that too. But, I just want to point out that there's an issue for the fire department because you guys put out fires, but you also seem to be the forefront of saving the community when they got a problem. And that would be a big problem. And that's why I'm asking those questions of you.
Mhm.
So I'm not trying to give you a hard
Oh, I
time,
get it.
okay? But God bless you.
Thank you.
Member, Ogalla, sorry.
It's worse than the Judy Julie scenario. What county board district is your solar facility proposed for? Do you know? One?
Yes, one.
Okay. As far as your connection poles to ComEd, how many of your poles are planned to not be buried? Do you know?
I'm not sure what you mean. The utility poles themselves?
So ComEd has so many poles that they install, but then there's poles for you.
Yes.
And what is the plan there? I like to see all of them buried.
It's 3 for them and then 3 for us.
Okay.
So it'd be at least 6.
And do you know if you have the ability, what the voltage is and if the ability to bury those?
The 3 beyond ComEd's, so which would be ours, I can get back to you on that. I think we can do underground installation. It's a way more expensive and a little bit of a different process, but I'm pretty sure we can accommodate that if that's a condition that you guys would like to see.
Yeah, so I live on a farm, and so for me, when we are bringing an unlike industry to the country, okay, and you have all these poles standing willy-nilly in the middle of nowhere, it's really like changes the landscape. We live in the country. We don't want to see poles everywhere. I understand ComEd can only bury, they cannot do theirs, but definitely where it's able to be done, the solar facility company should definitely bury every pole that they have. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Axley.
You mentioned bonds. Is the bond going to be renewable every year? Or how do you plan on the bonding companies staying in business for 25 years? Because they come and go like insurance companies do.
That's a good question. I know that, I do not know the financial portions of the bond, but I know that I thought that the bond gets posted with the county. And then the county holds it. But I don't know the financial,
Who pays the maintenance fees on the bond every year? The upgrade.
I don't know.
A lot of unknowns here. Thank you.
I don't see any other lights here. Are we good? Going once? We good? All right. Thank you. Please state your name for the record, sir, and if you can, the case that we are addressing. Thank you.
My name's Clarence DeBold, Mayor for the Village of Shorewood. I'm referring to cases ZC 25041 and ZC 25043. These are both the Black Road Solar 2 and Black Road Solar 1. With that, I appreciate your time, Madam Chair, members of the county board, for letting us come to these. My comments are going to reflect both cases. First and foremost, project of this size has already garnered 10 objections, and I think they are worth noting. You have objections for these projects from the Village of Shorewood, City of Joliet, Troy Township, Troy Fire, Manuka Community High School, Troy Grade School, Joliet Township High School, Grand Prairie Water Commission, State Representative Harry Benton, and Rosalio's, the Rosalio family who's out there at County Line Road and Balch Road. The underlying concern on these two cases is siting. The Village of Shorewood supports solar in appropriately zoned locations. We've already annexed a solar facility. We worked with the gentleman, we worked with the company and made it work in an appropriately zoned location. So we're not anti-solar, but we are following our comprehensive plan. No different than when the county follows its plan where you put up a new courthouse. You weren't going to put a trucking facility in the middle of downtown, but the county board followed its plan. It put forth effort to put a plan together and move forward and follow through, just as the Village of Shorewood has done with stakeholders that we updated that through. Again, the Village of Shorewood is following its 1.5 miles of extraterritorial, pardon my language, zoning jurisdiction based on county standards. And again, this initial property, which would be Solar Project 2, is right across from the Village of Shorewood. Saddlebrook subdivision is annexed into the village. And again, it is immediately next to corporate limits. Again, we're not talking about a development that's 2, 3, 4 miles away, anything of that nature. As the Grand Prairie Water Commission project moves forward, the Village of Shorewood and 5 additional municipalities are part of this. This has a significant impact to our ratepayers. The Village of Shorewood, the City of Joliet, Village of Romeoville, Village of Minooka, Shanahan, and the City of Crest Hill join together for the Water Commission, which brings lake water to serve over 250,000 residents in 2030. So each of these communities is making certain our ratepayers are not impacted. Again, each of these communities, the Village of Shorewood, had to make a plan. We had to establish a plan for lake water. No different than we may establish a plan for how we develop. No different than how the county makes a plan for how its land uses and how it's going to develop as well. The other comments, valuation, schools, there's a reason the schools got on board with this. The schools may understand, and the schools do understand, that's why they objected to these projects. Yes, there may be some money going into the schools with no student impact, but it's nowhere near the valuation if it's any type of single-family homes, townhomes, apartments. All of that increases the land value and helps the schools. There is a minimal impact. The schools have recognized that. They are not going to have an ongoing impact for the next 30 years of a student burden. Route 52, County Line Road's already been deemed a dangerous intersection. That project's already in the works with IDOT to be a roundabout. This project, the Black Road Solar North, is right there along those edges. So again, why add another burden? These solar panels aren't buried in the middle of nowhere, folks. These are right and smack off of 52, Balch Road, County Line Road, Black Road. These are in plain sight. This isn't just a community solar project that's a 5 megawatt facility. That's not just a community solar project. They're looking to do 10, that's 2 projects. That's 10 megawatts. We're no longer talking community solar. We're talking about a commercial energy facility now. And then what stops them from coming back and applying again? Let's not forget, green energy currently only occupies about 2% of our energy grid. Data centers, hot topic. Everybody wants a data center. Data centers require energy and water. An average data center requires 350 megawatts of power. To do that on a 200-acre project for a 350 megawatt data center, you need 2,000 acres of solar. We have to put this in context. There's over 500 acres of commercial industrial rooftops that are available. We need to continue to work with our legislators to find better incentives to utilize that space, not our farm space. Again, the bottom line is these projects impact our health and welfare of our communities. They do have a significant impact. When you want to talk about what the solar panels do, that's great. Residential folks are doing it. They can feel that benefit themselves. But when you get into a commercial or a community solar project, there's no guarantee that the residents are going to receive that benefit. You'll hear some of these folks talk about up to 10%. And again, you have to sign up for it. How is that supporting the region as a whole? The other bigger concern for you would be is your contaminants. Your contaminants aren't so much for fire. It is an underlying concern. I'm never going to take that away from fire department. Your bigger concern needs to be hail damage, vandalism from that product leaking, and then it's leaching into your soils. That's your underlying concern. Solar panels are made out of lead, other components that I don't have the proper chemical names in front of me. But again, folks, the Village of Shorewood supports solar in an appropriately zoned locations. I urge a no vote for both of these cases, which are on your agenda, items 4 and 5.
Member Ballage.
Yeah, you cited a lot of different things of why the solar panel shouldn't go in. would you consider them a severe hardship to everybody? I would, but would you?
I want to be very cautious on how I respond to that, simply being, we've approved in the village, we have approved a solar facility. We have one, but again, it's the siting. Each municipality needs to be able to find appropriately zoned locations. And we have identified over 1,100 acres of industrial space that fits, and it doesn't impact the residential growth. We know there's a housing shortage in Will County. We want to be part of the solution. The Village of Shorewood just approved 2 different developments with Lennar that's bringing over 400 plus single family homes. We've got a couple of other builders that are looking at other options and where we can go. The Village of Shorewood itself is investing over $2 million in running sewer and water lines under the Route 52 corridor. As any of us know, and as you folks know, working on a county board, working with a public utility is not the easiest, and it's not a fast-paced process. It takes time. You can't just say, I'm going to put a 24-inch sewer line through ComEd's easement nor under a railroad at the snap of your fingers. It takes time. It will result in progress, but it does take some time.
Yeah, I
So
wasn't
Blake-
asking
as a Blake,
you
it's-
about the, the solar cell, the solar place you already got. That's fine. That's already there. This new one, it seems to me that it creates a big hardship. And that's the thing that we're supposed to be, the word hardship is what we need to hear. So that's why I'm trying to get you to say the word hardship.
The word hardship, the location of these 2 projects, in the Village of Shorewood's opinion, and within 9 other objectors, do have significant impact on the health and welfare of our communities. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Balish, for leading the witness. Member Berkowitz. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I'd like to ask that we treat all our speakers equally. We didn't allow the elected
This is a public
official.
hearing. This is a public hearing. They run differently. That was public comment. These are public hearings. We're in an official public hearing. So again,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, nothing new here. All right, Member Hickey.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Thank you for being here today, Mayor. I know you were talking about the financial interests of the Village of Shorewood, and I appreciate that, and that is obviously your job. We suspect as a county board, from some recent history, that if we deny this project, we will probably go into a lawsuit, and we'll have to defend the decisions.
The Village of Shorewood would join in any lawsuit that would be brought forth.
Okay, so, but it's still the county that's going to fit the bill.
I believe that's probably a discussion to be had, not in a public setting at this time.
Okay, okay, I appreciate that. And I don't love the way this is set out, but it sounds like you're talking about respecting the Village of Shorewood's plan, which I appreciate, and I agree, this is not where I would choose for this project to go in. And we talked about respecting the county's plan, which I appreciate. That's very nice. But the legislation that surrounds solar is kind of the state of Illinois setting out their intentions and their plan. And I'm just wondering, do you think that the Will County Board should respect the state's plan?
The state of Illinois has clean energy initiatives, and I have had numerous conversations with legislators through the state in addressing these exact concerns of what these different implications are. Matter of fact, members of this county board have sat through some of those different meetings, and I know everybody has. The law is written, and I, of course, will defer to my counsel, but there's a reason it still comes to a county board for a vote. This is not a mandate. The way that law is wrote, it is not a mandate. If it was a mandate, you would not have a planning and zoning hearing, a land use hearing, nor would it even be coming to the county board. It's not a mandate, it's initiative.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Member Newquist.
Thank you. My question is, what is your message then to the property owner that wants to, I'm not sure if this is a sell or a lease situation? Like, should they just wait until a developer's ready to get this income from their land? Or I'm just not sure how you reconcile that.
Without a doubt, anybody having land plans is a finite balance. Each municipality has to walk that line from the village of Bolingbrook to Coal City. Every municipality is just as the county does. When you approach and you're trying to expand any type of public utility or taxpayer-funded entity or to support development as a whole, you have to try to find that balance of working with different landowners as to what's the most appropriate. And again, we use that plan as our guide. We have done that. We have brought in different stakeholders. The individual that owns, or the group that owns this particular piece may not have been involved, but we did have a group of farmers when we talked about establishing our comprehensive plan. We did work with them. And they supported the approval of the comprehensive plan that the Village of Shorewood has established.
Are there and you might not know this, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, I'm just curious. Are there developers actually interested in these parcels?
Without giving a specific developer's name, but there's a piece directly across the street that is, and obviously the current petitioner having a solar project in place, we knew that was in place, and we haven't steered anybody towards them because unfortunately, a lot of times when you engage into the solar deals, you're locked into some sort of a contract until that's at least exhausted. There was a concern a little while back on a Sile Road piece. Matter of fact, Lennar's building 300 homes right across the street to that. We have another builder looking at that parcel right there. It happens. There are builders, and out there on these projects, water is already readily available. And to get into sewer, there's options as to how any further development out there on that west end can happen.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Member Bullock, then Revis.
Hi. So you did kind of allude to this a little, and I'm just curious, and again, I don't know how this works. When you do your village plan, okay, and you say, we see houses in this area and that kind of thing. Do you engage with those landowners to say, hey, as part of our, 10-year plan, this is what we're thinking, and, we would offer you the whatever going rate or whatever you would say when you are ready to no longer own this property or something? Like, is there a conversation like that? Because I will say, I know that a solar farmer is going to walk in and say, hey, we're going to give you 150 grand a year, happy retirement. And that's a hard thing to turn down. So does that conversation happen?
Yeah. So when the village and any municipality generally will create focus groups, you obviously with a focus group, the vast amount of landowners, it becomes impractical to say we're going to invite 50 people into a focus group that kind of defeats the purpose. But we did have specifically a focus group of farmers. I don't have that list specifically in front of me, but there were. This group wasn't unfortunately one of those individuals that was part of that focus group, but the village did have a focus group with landowners to try to address those concerns about how different development will go forward, zoning, and what those expectations would be.
So, yeah, so it's kind of a no. You don't get anything in, there's no promissory or I don't know, nothing. It's just, it's all discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Member Revis, then O'Gallo.
Thank you, Mayor Diebold. How many years have you been the mayor of Shorewood?
Mayor since 2021. So this will be my 5th year.
Okay, and you have a pretty good beat on how people feel in the community. Obviously, you don't get elected mayor a couple times without understanding the thoughts and feelings of your residents.
I like to believe that's an accurate statement.
Okay, and then can you speak to those 10 objections that came in? Did you play a role in helping get those objections? Were they organic? How did those come about? I'm not a trick question, just genuine.
No, simply letting the different taxing bodies be aware. Some of them, let's be honest, they're busy. Others are part of the Water Commission. Others have direct financial impact. Others, school districts, for example. they rely on development. That's how they build their schools. That's how they support their staff. That's how they grow their facilities. So school districts as a whole also are anticipating growth.
Got it. And so is it fair to say you kind of spearheaded the opposition in terms of getting these together, or it may have been a little bit more organic than that?
I think it's a little more organic to that. As the Village of Short, as the mayor for the Village of Short, of course, it was a direct impact to us as we reached out to neighboring involved entities that may be of concern. They also joined in with the conversations.
Got it. So I guess my point is these entities were willing to follow the Village of Shorewood's lead in opposition to this. I think that makes it easy for us on the county board. I have no further questions at this time. I think I know I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Member Ogala.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today and also having the conversation down in Springfield, which members of the board, we do the same thing through our ISACO and UCCI groups. And one thing that needs to be identified, I know people say, well, what if the farmer wanted to sell and a developer bought it? What I want everyone to understand, the simple fact is, every piece of farmland that is proposed to have a solar facility on wouldn't at this point have the ability to have somebody else purchase it, possibly near a town, a developer. But we have to look at the overall picture as far as the agricultural community, because having solar companies come in and offer 10 times what a farmer would offer to lease that land limits the ability of our farmers to continue to farm in Will County. It limits the ability for them, because they lose that land, they may be leasing, so that cuts into their bottom line. In addition to that, it also prohibits our young farmers from growing and becoming a larger farm owner as well. So there's more to this agricultural thing with solar than just the simple facts that everyone talks about, speaking from the ag community. It's a detriment and will hit the bottom line, which eventually impacts the amount of grain that is produced, which eventually hits the bottom line for how much revenue is brought into the county. So there's more to this than simply, would somebody sell their land? They may, but they may not. If they didn't have the option, they would continue farming it and doing as they do now. So I wanted to just make that statement.
Member Hickey, and then Dean Schlattman.
Thanks. Again, with great respect, if this piece of property is that vital to the village's plan, can I ask with the process why there wasn't an outreach to the specific landowner?
This specific landowner, we had a conversation with probably a couple of years ago. There was a set price point. Early logistics were sewer and water prior to the village engaging into making those investments, moving sewer and water to the west.
Okay.
My understanding of that point would be is since then, the landowner was able to be engaged with a solar company. And at that point, that would nullify any further discussions from us.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. That explains a lot.
But the landowner having the interest to sell is what also initiated our conversations to pursue sewer and water west of the tracks on Route 52.
Member Dean Schlattman.
So I know there was some question to, the mayor was the only one who reached out to some of these other entities. I know I called because it's in my district, it's literally in my backyard. And so I have neighbors and friends of my children and, kids who attend the GoPro baseball over there, who some ride their bikes along there to get there. And I can just imagine a bunch of little boys running through a solar field to get there to their baseball game. They don't want it there. Nobody that I've talked to in our neighborhoods is asking for this and are hoping that we will all vote accordingly with the people of the area.
Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Okay, so thank you for being here today. This parcel, I did drive out there, drove around and looked around. So there are the high tension power lines right in that area, which is the reason why it makes it an ideal location for a solar facility. I don't know, is that an appropriate place to put a subdivision, or is that a place that people would choose to? As far as zoning goes, I don't know if a residential zoning is ideal right in that area.
Ma'am, you have the entire city of Joliet and properties of the Village Shore that are immediately adjacent to the high tension lines and the railroad tracks. So residential zoning is already in place from about the DuPage River south. I don't have, right along Theodore Street, Caton Farm Road, that is all residential zoning and immediately adjacent to railroad tracks and the power lines there. And on the south end for the Village of Shorewood, Westminster Gardens is the lines cross over the tracks somewhere right south of Stile Road. So at that point, you're no longer right up against the railroad, you're against the power lines. But yes, residential zoning is already well established for 20 plus years.
And you mentioned the Stormwater Commission, the property owner, the owners of that parcel, they did cooperate with you to sell land to accommodate the needs for the Stormwater Commission, didn't they?
For the Grand Prairie Water Commission?
Yes.
Correct. Water Commission was all based on engineers and cost-effective measures to minimize impacts to our residents and ratepayers.
And they were cooperative with you to provide the land that you needed?
I'll leave it as we negotiated a price. I won't go into further details about finances.
Okay, but they own the property and they sold it to accommodate your needs?
The Water Commission negotiated a price. That's about as far as
Of
I can
The
say.
Water Commission, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Van Dyne.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Just a reminder for the county board members, I do know on your desk, there is a sheet provided by the state's attorney's office. They are the LaSalle Sinclair factors to consider for land use cases. There's 9 of them listed. There's 9 of them listed. These are the factors that I consider when it comes to solar farms. I believe the mayor has demonstrated at least 5 out of the 9. I just wanted to remind the board members that these are the items that we should consider. So that will be my recommendation for the remaining solar farm projects. Thank you.
I don't see any more questions. Oh, and you have a follow-up for the mayor? Okay, well, hold on. Okay, any question? Yeah, thank you. Well, if it's why don't we wait till we get done, then you can ask your question regarding that. Okay.
Comment.
Do you have a
So,
clarification? Yeah.
well, I want to add to a comment to that. I'm a little confused about what Chair Van Dyne just shared, instructing us to use. So I'm directing this to council. I'm a little confused about those comments, that this should be our guideline on whether or not to approve a solar facility. Has she seen who provided this to us? The LaSalle
I'm going
guidelines.
to let the assistant state's attorney talk to you, but this is from the committee of the whole we had and some conversations too, but I'll make sure. It's in each of the packets. I don't think.
So we're in public hearing right now, so I just don't want to muddy the record. Okay. I'm more than happy to go through all of this once we come to the actual things, and I actually wanted to make a couple statements before we vote. Those are created by courts. They're recognized land use for all types of land use considerations, not just solar farms. So those were just put together by an assistant state attorney. And if you remember, we presented those factors to you guys in a training about a month ago.
Correct. So you provided these to us today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
With the recommendation that we follow these guidelines as to whether or not to approve a solar facility?
Not a recommendation.
That's your recommendation?
Yes, it's the law.
This is?
Yes.
Okay, what about our land use department? Should we consider their determination?
Member Berkowitz, because I agree.
Okay,
So we're
so
going
can
to
we
answer all
follow up?
these at the end before he was asked to talk about those anyway at the end. So let's get through our land
Thank
use
you.
and then we'll make sure we come back and address your questions. He had already asked to do that. So thank you.
And if there's no other
Yeah.
comments or questions, again, I urge a
think
no
we're good.
vote for items 4 and 5. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Executives, members of the County Board. My name is David Silverman. I'm an attorney with the law firm Mahoney Silverman and Cross, and I am the corporate counsel for the Village of Shorewood. I'm here to speak to you on the same two issues that the mayor spoke to you about, land use numbers 25-041 and 25-043. I know there's been a lot of talk about litigation in this matter, and I can tell you that our firm, on behalf of the Village of Shanahan, who is in litigation with a solar company that you denied, has been granted leave by the court to intervene. And we've stood side by side with your state's attorney's office, and I hope and I think offered a tremendous amount of hope and research capabilities to them. The mayor just committed that if either of these matters end up in litigation, that we will be there again, assuming that the judge would allow us to do that. I can also report that recently, just last week, in Winnebago County, where our law firm serves as special assistant state's attorneys and represents Winnebago County, that a judge ruled on a case involving a solar field that was two solar fields actually that were turned down there. He gave us the opinion on one. The second case is really the same, so we expect the same opinion. But the judge up in Winnebago County, in a very thoughtful and very insightful ruling and opinion that was, I think, 15 pages, single spaced, ruled a couple things that I think are important to this discussion. One, that counties do have discretion in whether or not they approve a solar field, that the legislation does not require the county to approve a solar application with regard to zoning issues. So we were very happy with that result. I know we have a number of cases pending in Will County where we'll hopefully have a decision, the judge predicts sometime in September. But I think I was here in front of you maybe a year ago and made these same arguments to you, that legislation does not restrict your discretion. It allows for your discretion, and you analyze this. The courts will analyze it, I think, as the state's attorneys will tell you, under LaSalle factors. You also have your special use factors in your Will County zoning ordinance. And our land planner testified in front of the PZC that in her opinion that these applications and one other one that's not before you today did not in fact meet the three of the special use criteria. That PZC hearing, I think, was very long. It was very thoughtful and very incisive, and they heard testimony for about 3 hours on these three land use cases. And they recommended denial, as did your land use committee, who also had a very thoughtful discussion on this. I know that many of the solar farms coming before you, or solar facilities coming before you, do not have recommendations from the PZC. So I think that this one is particularly unique. I think that the commissioner pointed out right. The question is this the right place for it? And you have to believe this is the right place for the solar. We're not here to fight solar on an institutional level. We're here to tell you that we think the Village of Shorewood's comprehensive plan should be respected, and that this is not the appropriate location for these solar facilities. So again, we ask you to respect the recommendation of the PZC and also the Land Use Committee. We think we're working through the litigation issues, and as we've felt and as we've told you for a long time, we believe there is that discretion, and that discretion can be exercised, and we appreciate if you would do that in the negative today. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, sir.
My name is Mark Feck. I'm the member manager of the landowner. We own the land. before I read a letter that we received that, and you should have received late yesterday, I'd like to kind of address some of the comments that the good mayor from Shorewood made.
He's referring to the same case that you're talking to right now. Yeah, thank you.
So first of all,
Did you state your name? I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry. My name is Mark Feck. I'm a resident of Will County. I've been a resident since 1993. And we're headquartered in Will County as well. And I'm not really sure where to start. One of the things the mayor said was the land across the streets in conversations with a developer. That strictly is just not true. I know whenever he addressed the lower meeting, that was his comment as well. We own the land. I would think we would know if people were in conversation. So that's how he started his testimony. And he kind of continued on for 10 minutes after he was asked the question, kind of what's going on and tell us about this development. Well, of course, he certainly told you about what they've recently approved, but I would just ask you to ask him, when was the last time dirt got moved on a subdivision in their jurisdiction? I'd ask you to ask him how many platted lots are developable to build on. I'd ask you to ask him what developers are really saying. I'd ask you to ask him about the recapture agreement that was filed against our property that cost money for a developer to even get started to settle. I will tell you with the building permits, an activity that they've had according to a FOIA that was filed. In 2024, they issued 16 building permits according to the FOIA that was filed and Mr. Silverman reviewed. In 2023, they issued 22 building permits. In 23, 73. In 2021, 87. I can go on. It was for the last 10 years. Basically, the 500 lots that he talked about, if we used it at the takedown, it would take 10 years just for that one subdivision. And they haven't moved any dirt. They still have the same problems getting across the railroad tracks and the utility easements and timing. So again, they can approve subdivisions, but until where the rubber meets the road is, when was dirt last moved for a new subdivision if you're thinking about residential development? And I would hasten to say, I don't think it's been since 2008, 2009, 2010, but it's certainly welcome to be corrected along those lines. He talked about us being right next to Saddlewood. We're not right next to Saddlewood. We couldn't annex into Shorewood if we wanted. We don't have contiguity, and I'm happy to explain what that means. Certainly, Mr. Silverman can explain better than what I can. As a side note, Mr. Silverman was talking about the Winnebago case. He didn't mention what happened in Grundy County. I assume you all know about that. People, these are busy roads. People don't want to build next to busy roads. I think it's fair to say he alluded to the question as to whether we work with them in the village. I can't speak to what exactly the solar company did, but they did work significantly. What the good mayor didn't tell you was we gave up a solar site as part of the negotiations. He said those negotiations took place 2 years ago. They closed on the purchase just a year ago. And again, the solar developer was very flexible in working with them. In fact, it hurt their project. So for him to say we can't, they don't make adjustments, just isn't fair. You know, there's some discussion about solar panels. Hey, people are putting them on roofs in schools. Why aren't we worried about that if that is indeed the case? The gentleman talked about bonding. We're a little hard to work with the solar companies. I grew up on a farm. We have farm ground. I appreciate Ms. Ogala's comments. On our agreement, and I'm not supposed to talk about it, but our agreement, we also are bonded. So we kind of think that if there's a problem, we're going to be more concerned about it than the good government of Will County. We don't want anybody losing a bond that can't be drawn on. So we will have the ability to draw on that bond. Also, I believe I'd stand to be corrected. I'd be happy to get back to you. I think that bond per AMA and per our agreement needs to be updated at least every 5 years for the amount due to inflation, those kinds of things, to cover the cleanup costs. We're more concerned about it than you. to be candid with you. Ms. Ogala talked about farm ground. The economics of farming today aren't great. We're building corn inventory. Our bean carryover is going to be high as well. We've got a record crop staring us in the face, bad prices. I would just share with the board, we export 10% of our corn crop. We already grind into energy about 5 billion to 6 billion we'll probably produce in 2025. Beans are going in biodiesel. Without these energy uses of our product, farmers would be sunk. There's plenty of farm ground to feed America and the world still out there. The other thing I would just talk about a little bit, Ms. Ogala, is with regards to the trend line yield. As you all know, farmers are growing a whole lot more grain on every acre of ground today versus 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago. So I'm less worried about that. We can talk about this. This is a temporary use of solar of the ground. We do have the ability to sell 6 parcels of 10 acres. You saw the conversations from the school, and I think the good mayor artfully kind of dodged the question of, hey, did you whip this up or not? If you listen to the PZZ, for instance, the township guy didn't even know where the property was at. He owned property across the street from it only a year ago. So to indicate anything different than that, in fact, he apologized to me afterwards. He even said I wasn't even a farmer. So, and later he recalled that. I can go on. I guess I might just read this letter that you all received late yesterday and also was sent to the thing. Is the letter from Representative Rohr and Elman in your package? Okay. So
you can't read a letter with somebody else, from somebody else, sir, here.
So I did talk to the legislators to understand what the real law was. And I'd be happy to welcome to share that with anybody. It was sent to the county board late yesterday. It seems a bit unfair not to be able to read it.
Yeah, sorry, sir, we hit. I'm asking right now because we are in hearing and I don't know if we can provide.
I'd be happy to email it to anybody who wants to see it. I got a copy of it with notes.
You can provide it to us.
So because it is not subject to cross-examination, no, it's the same thing as when public emails comments and we want to attach it to the public hearing. It can't be considered as part of the public hearing because there's no right to cross-examine that person. It's one legislator's understanding of the bill, and therefore it can't be included as part of the things you consider in public hearing.
If that's true, then why do we get copies of any public comments? I would just take this as a public comment. I would not be taking this as testimony, but I would like to see the letter, even if it's not today. But I would prefer to see it today if we can make it available.
You certainly can see it and treat it just like public comment.
Right.
But it can't be read into the record here.
Correct. Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Yeah. So you can see those things. You're just not
I
able to.
just wanted to
consider.
make sure we'd be able to get a copy of it. That
Correct.
was
You
all.
just can't consider it as part of your.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I'd be happy to provide a copy to you, obviously.
And do you have a question regarding this process or for him? Okay, then Member Ogala was first, so then you, Member Bergwitt.
Thank you. So Mr. Beck, I just wanted to say something because you said something about my response. You said
Yeah.
that farmers grow more land today on the property than they did years ago. That is true. I farm. I know that. My comment was not having anything to do with that, not saying we won't have enough farmland for future generations to grow enough food to feed us, but it inhibits an existing farmer who may be leasing that land today, zoned ag, solar company comes in, buys ag, they get to keep ag status and put a solar facility on, which is an energy plant. That to me is controversial. That farmer that was leasing that property no longer can lease that property because now you own it and you're putting solar on it. And I am very concerned for my young farmers who were currently possibly farming with their parents, and now they want to continue farming, but the land available is less and less every year because of the solar. So we're talking two different things, and I know you tried to rub it off on, well, farmers grow more. That's not my point, and that's not what should be considered. In addition to that, you also
I appreciate the
mentioned-
clarification. We do farm this ground ourselves, and part of our group is the younger generation, and it has been a way to bring in, this entity has been a way to bring in farmers and increase their knowledge.
still
as well.
decreases the land available to farm.
Agreed, just like a subdivision or the build out of Chicago.
Correct. But out where I live in the middle of the country, there's no subdivision being planned, yet we are losing farmland to these solar energy plants. So in addition to that, you made the comment that you're more concerned about protecting people than the county board would be. Or you're speaking to somebody over there, I don't know. I was on this board when we created the solar ordinance. I worked with the Farm Bureau to make sure that we were very protective of our residents. And we do have the bond looked at every 5 years to make sure that that cost keeps up with the cost. So you aren't doing more than what we've done. And I want you to know that as a board, we look at all these different things and we try and make our ordinances as tight as they can to protect our residents and our landowners. Thank you. And I don't need a comment back.
I don't know if we can stop him from coming back though. So if you have a reply, you can reply.
I certainly didn't mean to
Okay.
disrespect the board and their attention to detail on those things. I was trying to indicate that we're just as concerned about the issues that the gentleman raised up. And then like many of the solar contracts out there, we have, I think, more teeth in our contract than the typical applicant. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you.
We're going to go Member Berkowitz, then Dean Schlotman. Hold on, sorry, I didn't click you here. There you go.
Mr. Feck, thank you for being here this morning. You mentioned a letter from Senator Ellman and Janet Yang Rohr.
That's correct.
Was that letter sent to the board, the county board, or Will County government?
Yes, according to email I received last night.
And when was it sent
Uh,
to Will County government?
Probably around 7 o'clock last night.
7 o'clock last night.
It was,
So,
go ahead.
so if that's the case, has staff received it? And then we have not been provided a copy of it yet? I just would like, it's a question.
I have not received, so I don't know, and I know you're chief of staff. I do know that
Can someone answer that question?
he's out there talking right now, so I
Okay.
don't know.
So-
What's your question? Did you receive it?
Well, my question is if we received it, but we weren't provided it this morning, and we've got a ton of information, all this stuff was given to us this morning, I feel it should be read.
Well, the reason it can't be read is because it's not the actual person who is here reading it. And as this assistant state's attorney said.
Can the
we do
chief
not
of
have the-
staff read it then?
No, he's not the person, right, let me finish. As was said, it cannot be read by a third party because you do not have the right to cross-examine the person who wrote the letter. We already
It's
hear.
not to cross-examine it.
I
it's to
understand, but-
hear it.
But if they hear it, somebody could have a question of what they were understanding.
Okay.
So we've already said that they can't, whether or not you can get the letter after that, yes, we are being told. No one, I'm sure, was here at 7 PM to give the letter, but I can't even, can you acknowledge if it was received? I don't even know yet, so. Yes, okay. It has been received.
It was received, but it wasn't provided to the board this morning.
Again, yeah.
So again, if you remember from your training, in this public hearing, you're sitting here as a quasi judicial body. You're making decisions much like a judge would be. So the way to think about it is if somebody was testifying about what they saw on a certain day, Mr. Pelkey couldn't come up and say, this person told me this thing and this is what they saw that day. Because the logical question is then, okay, here's what's in the testimony. Well, What about this factor? I don't know. I'm just reading a prepared statement. There's a constitutional right of the landowner to cross-examine, as do you guys have the right to ask questions. That's why we don't read public comment into the record. That's why we don't read letters into the record, because you can say whatever you want. And there's no chance to question that person about what's being said. So that's why it cannot be considered.
My biggest concern is just if something came to the board prior to the meeting to be presented to the board and it
Duly
didn't
noted.
happen, we want to make sure that doesn't occur. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go, I had already called on Member Dean Schlottman to speak next. So you're up, ma'am.
Yeah, I know that, you're saying that Shorewood hasn't moved any dirt in quite a while, and we all spoke to the fact that it takes time for things to get approved and to be reorganized. And I do know that there is an approval for 400+ homes through, I think Lennar is the builder, that's coming. So it's not that Shorewood has not intended to do things. I think they're in the process of building a new YMCA that's close to my home. So they are moving dirt, if you will, to, incentivize people to come in and be there. So dirt is moving, will be moved.
My point was it's going to be a long, long time before they get out to our farm. There's several farms in between. There's a lot of undeveloped platted lots in Shorewood already. There's a lot of, I can't speak to the number of infill lots, but if you look at Saddlewood, there's quite a number, more than 10 of those lots still to be built on. That subdivision, I believe, was started prior to the year 2000 in the 90s, and that is the only subdivision today that's west of the subdivision in the Shorewood municipality, or west of the railroad tracks, excuse me.
But there's still being movement. They're still being built is the point. And some of those things take time. And Saddlewood, where it is, not everybody knew where that was. So, it's a lovely neighborhood. So I think if more people knew it was there, I think maybe it would move faster.
It's kind of the same problem with our land. I would say that our land's in 4 different school districts. 2 of the school districts didn't respond. I think Mr. Pretzel talked about what's going on in New Lenox and Plainfield in terms of activity. It's fair to say activity is picking up in those regions with good school districts. We're just a long ways out. And so when you think about 30 years, I mean, that's the issue. There's not the demand.
I don't know. I live over there and Troy's got trailers in front of one of the schools. So I think there is the demand.
For new construction.
100%. There are trailers in front of the school. So I believe that there probably is quite a bit of demand.
Like I testified, they issued 16 building permits last year, 22 the year before, 73 the year before. That it's ramping down. Interest rates are higher. If you listen to what's going on with the builders, national builders like Lennar, they're slowing their activity.
For now, the interest rates are high. I have a feeling that'll change.
Thank you.
Chair Van Duyn.
Thank you, Madam Executive. There was a comment made about an email, and I just want to respond to that. I want to defend our county board staff. Apparently, this email was received 2.5 hours after the close of day, and the county board staff started at 8:30 this morning, which our meeting starts an hour later. If they did not receive the email, I don't feel it's their responsibility to rush in and run through emails and try to provide them ASAP. I'm sure they have plenty of things to do to get prepared for the county board meeting. If the chief of staff and the county board staff receive this email, they would be more than happy to pass it along when time allows. They work extremely hard, and I don't think it's out of malice. And I'm sorry this gentleman had to hear this, but thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I did not mean at all to say it was out of malice whatsoever. I did not mean to indicate that. We agree. The county board works really hard. Your staff recommended this for approval, and we checked a lot of boxes on it. Thank you.
Just to be clear, sir, this was not directed towards you.
Okay. I wholeheartedly agree. We've talked to the land use department. They do a fantastic job.
All right, Member Mitchell, you're done? Okay, so we're going to go with Member Chair. Can you close it out, or do you have no, wait, hold on. Go ahead. Member Pretzel. I'm going based on order here, so.
Thank you.
Forgot we have a long time going.
There's been a lot of, back and forth on if these landowners were approached and are we really going to build a subdivision here? The reason that these comprehensive plans are so important is as soon as you put a solar field on the map, it changes the rest of the property as well, right? There's a really good chance that once you put these solar panels there, it's never going back to farmland. It really should be a map amendment because it's never going to be farmed again. The likelihood of a developer putting a subdivision on the properties adjacent to or across the street next to has just completely changed, right? Because what used to be attractive, what they used to think was a very marketable area, no longer is. If there's one thing we've all learned about solar over the last couple of years is that people don't want it near their home. We see it every time we have a new applicant. People are coming. We have a packet today with hundreds of signatures on it from people that don't even live that close to it. People don't want it. So it does change the whole plan for Shorewood when you put a solar field right in the middle of their comprehensive residential plan. So that's why I can't get behind this particular project. So, and I don't know if it necessarily matters if somebody's approached you specifically on this property. It's the comprehensive plan is for that to be residential, and putting a solar project there changes the likelihood of that happening all around it.
So just a couple other comments. If you've been out there, there's already a sports dome out there, bar, mini storage right around there. As Mayor Debo testified. We did have people send in letters of support as well. The neighbors, they want to be out in the country. Their comments generally were, we'd rather have a solar farm there than a subdivision. So your point's well taken. They're on busy roads. Our property has busy roads on it. Nobody wants to live next to a busy road. We work with the Water Commission, Joliet, and Shorewood to help them with their water treatment facility. It devalued the ground. Their own appraisal said it did. And just to comment too, I think I can speak to the negotiations that took place. Mayor Debo was quick to say that the commission had quick take rights to our property and threatened us with that. So you can call that negotiations or whatever. He was happy to announce that that was part of the state legislature. So imagine sitting on the other side of the table with that comment.
Leader Richmond.
So I just want clarification. I did talk to our chief of staff. He said he does not have an email.
Okay.
So I don't know where, and this is not accusatory of anybody. I just always want to make sure that as much information is on the table, whether it's from the residents, the landowner, our staff, whatever. So if something does come up, Chuck we will get a copy of it, but to his knowledge, there is nothing that exists right now. It may have been sent to the wrong email. I don't know. I'm not going to make excuses for anybody. I just want to make sure that as we go through this public hearing, we have all the facts that are, Kevin, I appreciate your guidance on this too. So thank you very much. And I just want to make sure that we all are on a level playing field when we make our decision. So thank you.
Member Berkowitz.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. I know it tends to feel a little personal. In respect to your relationship with the Water Commission and it was referenced that there was interaction between you and them to accommodate the requirements they need. Now, you just mentioned that had an impact on the value of your land. Can you clarify that?
Sure. They had an appraisal done, which is, again, Mr. Silverman can correct me, this state's attorney can correct me, but whenever you're doing condemnation on land, they have to prepare appraisal for values for their case. That appraisal did show that by putting us selling the ground to them, it would devalue the remaining value of our property.
And has that's also taken away the ability and the amount of land to develop in that area?
That's correct. Well, from a commercial standpoint, they bought our hard corner, which, is if you look at the development going on, and we talked about the YMCA gas stations, those kinds of things, there is commercial development going on in Shorewood, but we just don't see the residential new subdivisions.
Now,
Actually being made.
I did look at the parcel and the roads around it. And so this land is right up against the road, correct? Which road is it? It's the northern.
Sherman, they bought ground at the intersection of Black Road and County Line Road.
Okay. And then in between the road are the high tension wires.
So there's
Right.
there's a farm between us and the high tension lines that we actually farm.
Okay. You farm it for the
Yes,
property
yes,
owner?
yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for putting that into perspective. When I was out there, I didn't see any subdivisions being built or under construction right near the site, but thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you for your question.
All right, sir. I don't see any more. Oh, no, that's me. All right. No, you're good. Thank you, sir.
So the one
Yeah.
thing I just ask, if you're going to vote against it, if you would give the reasons why, help us understand it. It seems very logical for us. Again, the planning commission or the staff recommended it for approval. I'm just trying to understand why it wasn't, why you can't vote yes, when you vote, if you vote no. And thank you for all your time.
You, go ahead. You want to do it at the end?
Yeah.
Oh,
when we do
okay.
the-
All right. We'll address that at the end too. Come on up, sir. I'm sorry. Please state your name and the case.
Hi, my name is Hernando Torres, and my case number is ZC 25002. I'm here trying to get a special use permit to allow horses on my property. My property is zoned R1, where you're allowed to have 1 horse per acre, 1 animal unit per acre. And in this case, with that saying, if I was to get that permit, I would only be having 2 horses, a pony, 2 goats, and that puts me at 3.5 units. And I will be storing them. I'm in the process right now of getting a permit for a pole barn 30 by 30 by 16 feet high, where I'll be building 4 stalls, a tack room, and a spot to like shower them. And that's pretty much it. And the manure, I dispose of it, taking it to a friend of mine in Chicago where he makes it into compost. I take it around like every month, month and a half. And that's pretty much it.
I think you have a question, sir. Mr. Butler?
So just to be correct, you're only applying for 5 units, which is allowed.
Yeah.
The amount of land you have.
For the amount
It-
of land.
Using 3.5 units, that's how you're planning to use.
Yes.
So even though it may, on the paperwork there, it says more,
Yeah, it was a confusion when I was applying because I have 30 chickens as well, and I'm allowed to have 1 chicken per every 2,500 square feet. And with the acres I have, I can have up to 100. But in my case, I only have 30, so I was just confused. But in reality, I only want the 5 that I'm allowed to have. Neighbors next door, they were grandfathered. One doesn't have any horses. The second one does. She has 2, but she's grandfathered to have 6. Less than a quarter mile, there's a ranch. I believe they were approved in 2018 to allow horses, as well as what I'm applying.
do any of your neighbors approve of your plans?
To the right side, yes, they approve of what I'm doing, of having the horses. It's nothing new to the community. You see people riding down state line, trail riding. There's a cattle ranch on the end, and it's part of the community. Horses, cattle, livestock.
And does the barn that you're applying for a permit, does that fall within the code?
Yes.
So you're not asking for anything extra?
No, the barn that I'm building now falls in with the 1,800 square feet that I'm allowed to do.
And the barn will be strictly used for,
For only the horses. Like I said, it's only 4 stalls. Each stall is 10 by 10. Tack room is 10 by 10, and it's like a shower spot. I'm gonna put like a boiler so I can even shower them in the winter so they don't smell. And since it'd be 16 feet high on the top, it'd be like a second floor to store all my hay, alfalfa, whatever the case is, feed for the whole winter.
thank you.
Member Newquist?
Thank you. I just have a quick question. The goats are they a half a unit or a third?
Since I'm only having 2 goats, it's a unit because I think comes to a certain height. So it's, there's two of them, it becomes one unit. And the pony, I'm gonna have, that's half a unit.
So, but you want 8 goats?
No,
Oh.
just having 2 goats, a
Oh,
miniature
I'm
pony.
sorry, I misunderstood you. That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Member Berkowitz?
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. You just indicated that you were no longer planning on pursuing the variance, and you were keeping your accessory building at 1,800 square feet. Is that correct? Did
Yeah.
I hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see any withdrawal on our agenda. Okay, so that was, okay, great. Well, thank you for providing that.
Member Trenier?
I'm just a little confused about the number of animals. So 2 goats is 1, a pony is a half. So
And 2
that's
horses.
1 and a half.
Yeah,
You're allowed to have
5 units.
total. So you could basically have 3.5 horses. I don't know of anybody that sells a half a horse, but you're building 4 stalls.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of curious, why would you build 4 stalls if you can only have 3 horses?
Because let's say in the further future,
You
I
get
get,
rid of
I
the
get rid of the
pony?
2 goats and the pony, I can put 2 horses, so it wouldn't be inconvenient just to make that for the pony.
Gotcha.
Because the pony I have right now is for a niece with Down syndrome, so he's gonna stay there till, you know, who knows how long he lives.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't even think about the fact that you.
Yeah, I could get rid of them
out
and then I
the
could put
goats
horses in
and the
those
pony.
stalls.
Yeah, no, thank you. That, because you're allowed 5 total, and this is just a request to make sure that
I can allow
of
horses on
the
the
5, they
property.
can be horses.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Member Bullock?
Question through you, maybe to PZC, I don't know. Has PZC done anything with the new barn allotment? Because it was 4,000 feet before, so do we,
I'm going to ask the chair
Oh, they don't have-
if he's aware of,
He doesn't have to go back. He's well within his rights to build the smaller barn that he's building 30 by 30.
So
They
that
told-
happens anyway.
They told him no on
Gotcha.
the bigger one. He's pivoted.
Yeah.
He's
Thank you.
only here today to get permission to be able to have a horse on this property. Everything else is already settled.
Right, is there, thank you for the clarification. Any other questions for this gentleman? Once, all right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Welcome, sir, and if you can, a reminder of your name and which case. Thank you.
My name is Dave Wilkes. Case is ZC 25-052. I was here last year. Yous all voted it down. I don't understand why everybody this year is all gung ho going for it. He's changing from A1 to A3 zoning, like I told you before. They don't want it for outside storage. They want it for trucking. There's a ton of issues with this. Number one, I have a copy for you guys if you want to see it. The Will County sign that just put up on the property had the wrong date on it. That's issue number one. I mean, that should stop it right there and they should rezone it. I was told that they couldn't go for zoning again for a year. Lo and behold, it's not a year and they're going for A3 zoning, but they're still stating and swearing that they're going to do it for outside storage, but now they're pushing for RVs. They bow down because I shut them down because the spaces they have are 12 foot by 40 foot. There's 660 of them. There's no spots for motorcycles. There's no spots, shorter spots for cars. They haven't said what they're going to charge per spot. Now, there's outside storage all the way from 83 and Archer, all the way through Lamont, all the way past there and all the way to New Avenue. And all of them got signs out, open space, everything else. And they're charging $50 to $75 a month. This guy's going to be dumping over $6 million into the spot for outside storage for RVs. Not going to happen. Next thing is Lamont flat out told them last year, you might as well sell the property because they will not give them a curb cut. The lawyer come up with, well, there was a curb cut there. That was when it was DuPage Township. That's when Ed Pavlich owned that property 60 years ago. Things have changed. They applied for a green space thing is why they tore the house down. They tore the house down. They took out the well. They took out the septic. Now, they don't have any water or sewer on that property. They're not providing any bathrooms or anything else for these mobile homes or whatever else. There's no clean out. They can't wash them out. They can't flush them. So the people that have them, what are they going to do? The kids got diapers and whatever else. They're going to fling them on the side of the road. There's nothing provided for this thing. They want 24/7 access. They've changed everything that you people proposed, what Lamont proposed and what Romeoville proposed. They don't want to put the privacy fence around. They don't want to put paved in there. They want to put screenings in. Now, just so you know, they bought the 15 acres that circles my house, and they purchased the stuff behind me. They went to Romeoville trying to get annexed in. Romeoville told them no on the back property. Romeoville told them no trucking, no storage facilities. They went to Lamont. Lamont flat out told them the same thing. Lamont is not going to annex it in. Lamont has jurisdiction over the road. In their packet, they got in there, they're waiting for the curb cut from Romeoville. Romeoville's got nothing to do with that road down there. They got to get it from Lamont. Lamont flat out told them. Lamont has been due diligence with Citgo for the last 3 years. They took all the property, they call it the 135th Street corridor. You should know where that's out because you told me you know quite well where this property is and it'd be a good spot for it. It's not. They took and they purchased 4 homes on my side of the road, and Citgo knocked them down for a buffer zone. They also took and they spent $7 million. They bought Big Run Golf Course for a buffer zone. They stopped Sterling Bay, which across from the golf course wanted to put an 800 trucking terminal in. Citgo and Lamont technically stopped that because they wanted for a buffer zone. Lamont annexed in from Bambrick Park on 135th and Smith Road all the way to 127th, so they would have jurisdiction, being nice to Citgo and keeping it as open space and green space. They have this property for sale, and when you're looking at it, they say easy access, 2 easy accesses to the expressway. There's no easy access. All those roads have load limits on it. And the funny thing is they put the load or the zoning, let's say the street usage for all the area, but strangely, they forgot 127th Street. That's the only way they can get up to this property. My road has a 5-ton load limit on my end of the road. They can't drive nothing down that road. The other end has a 10-ton load limit. 127th Street has a 25-ton load limit. All the streets across all have 5, 7, and 10-ton load limits on it. There's no easy access to get in there and get in and out of there. They also put on that thing that it's a good spot for solar. Well, you people are all against solar, and it's right on this thing. The pictures are in there. They said it's a good spot to put solar in. Not a good spot for solar. The lawyer says, oh, the land is all nice and flat. From the road to the center of the property, it drops 11 feet. From there to the back, it raises 13 feet. That sure don't sound level to me. They want to put screenings and everything else. Are they going to raise all that? The pond that they're proposing to put in there for storage water is way too small. It'll never handle all the water that comes down there. Then they come up with this thing that orders an 8-inch pipe or 10-inch pipe on mobile side that they're going to tie to and bring that water to the retention pond. That pipe on that side goes the other way. All the water from mobile heads towards 127th Street. It goes across where the High Line is. That's at 13.3. They can't lower that road because there's 2 concrete vaults. Water, that's where all their water from Citgo Mobile, everything dumps across that road. That's why they can't lower that road. And Citgo is not going to take and raise that High Line up. Now, you can look on the thing, the first page in there, the Lamont Fire Department clearly states on their thing, they need a minimum height of 13.3 to get their trucks in and out of there. The High Line's at 13.3. I'm sorry, it's a 13.6 minimum is what Lamont Fire District, and it's right in their letter. and I highlighted it. So, I mean, they can't even get fire equipment into that property. They have no water to put the fires out. Lamont took last year and they got rid of their water tankers because they said that anywhere that they go, there's water where they can put the fires out. So they got rid of their water tankers. Mobile has hydrants there. Citgo has hydrants and everything else to provide water for fire protection. This property has no water for fire protection. Well, like I said, they got no clean outs for state for the motorhomes now. Lamont's not going to give them a curb cut. There's no bathrooms, there's no facilities, and they said that they're going to put porta johns out. So if there's 660 spots, let's cut it in half. That's 330 spots. Let's knock it to 300 spots. A porta john is good for one person for 10 days, technically, is what they state. So are they going to put 33 porta johns out there for these people? Come on. They ain't doing it for outside storage. They want trucking in that area. You all know it. Romeoville knows it. Lamont knows it. I don't understand why you people don't know it. But then what I did find out, the young lady that used to be on your committee is now a, I don't know what you want to call it, an advisor. And she walks up to the thing and she holds up the thing. Oh, you guys all know who I am. And here's the thing. And look what they're doing on the property. And clearly you can see where the pond is that they filled in and it's sunk. I showed you the pictures last year, me digging the pond out, my daughter fishing in that pond and everything else. They did all this before they applied for this permit. They cut 20 acres of trees down before they applied for a permit. I mean, that throws big red flags out. According to you people, you're supposed to have a silt fence in around before any work is done on the property. They never put a silt fence in. They are just circumventing around your stuff, claiming again that they want outside storage. It's not. And I'd like to know why, with the wrong sign and everything else, that this continued. And like I said, I was told from your board that they can't apply for a zoning change. It takes a year before they can apply again. It's not been a year. That throws a lot of red flags out here. And I really don't like the lady that's been here, and she's been in the hallway with the lawyer that's from Romeoville, talking to you people, everything else. The last two meetings, she's talking everybody up on a thing and everything else. And strangely, last year, you all voted it down. I go to meetings and everybody's for it. It doesn't make sense to me. So if you get people can answer my question, I really appreciate it. If he wants to stay for A1 and a special use for outside storage, that's fine with me. If you people turn this around and give him that I3, he can put anything he wants in there. He's got the property for sale. That makes him an instant $3 million if he sells the property to somebody else. And they're going to have to go through the same route to try to get in there. And Lamont flat out will not give him a curb cut. Lamont will make no money off that. Lamont has jurisdiction on the road. That's it. The property is unincorporated Will County. If people got any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer them.
I think you are good, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dan Gorman, Senior Developer for Enterprise Energy. I'm here to talk briefly about Agenda Item 3, which is ZC 25027. No one yet has talked about this project today. It is a different project than the other ones that were discussed. This is a community solar garden that's approximately 4.25 megawatts in the township of Lockport. This project has been particularly well sited. The whole parcel is oversized, so there'll be substantial setbacks from the neighboring residences. There's already robust existing screening around all four sides of this project, so there'll be no vantage points of the solar garden, either from public vantage points like the road or from the neighbors. There's a lot of economic benefits to the project, a lot of environmental benefits to the project. And we do have a signed pre-annexation agreement with the city of Lockport to ensure that both the city's needs are met as well as the interest from the county and, of course, us as the developer. At this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions about the project. I know that was kind of a 10,000-foot view, but
Member Balich?
Yeah, I don't have that in my district anymore. It used to be my district. Homer Glen objected to it because it's in their mile and a half. They didn't file a legal objection because I don't see it here. But I know that area, and it's right now, it's the members are Destiny and Raquel, but it creates a hardship for that area. And I'm just telling you, I mean, you can argue the point, but you know, when I look at it, and I know the area real well, because I used to have to walk in that neighborhood, and they already have warehouses all over the place by them. They have extreme amounts of truck traffic and all that stuff. So they got hardships already. This is only going to create another hardship for them. So, you know, I don't get why you're putting it over there, because if you look at it, it's right next to a big subdivision. It's an older subdivision, obviously, but it's right next to it. So, you know, the people don't want it over there. They're not here because the people over there probably don't even know what's happening yet, because they haven't been informed probably. If you did, you'd have another 200 people here. So, you know, that's the bottom line. So, you know, to me, you're trying to create another hardship for these people, and I don't like it.
And in particular, we have notified the neighbors of this property, but because of that robust screening, no one's going to be able to see the project from any vantage point. And most neighbors' concerns are focused on the visual impact, but there will be no visual impact off the property itself. Likewise, there are no noises or smells or sounds that are going to issue from this, as it's a fixed tilt solar, and all of the things that could make any noise would only make de minimis noise to begin with, and are so far inland from the neighbors that none of that sound will carry. So in that regard, once it's built, you mentioned, I think, access road and that you had a bunch of trucks. Once it's built, there'll be virtually no traffic that's generated by this. Any other type of development use is going to generate a substantially larger amount of traffic on that road than we will outside of the brief construction window when we're doing it. But I do certainly appreciate the comments. And if there is a way that, you know, we're still going to be in conversations with Yorkville once it is annexed. And if there are design changes that we made, we're certainly willing to accommodate those at every opportunity.
Thank you. I think we're good, sir. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see it. Sorry. That didn't show up.
It's bald head.
No.
This is right next to my district. I'm familiar with the property. There's signs been posted on it. The city has a pre-annexation agreement with the solar company and the owner of the property. They're looking for the revenue off of it. City of Lockport is. City of Lockport's also putting a solar farm in at the old Texaco property less than a mile away. So that's all.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, sir. Thank you very much. Speaker Van Dyne.
Madam Executive, thank you. With further research, the Chief of Staff did find the letter that was referred to earlier. It was in a general email and we understand that we cannot take that into consideration under this hearing, but with permission from the state's attorney, we'd like to pass out a copy to the members.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So I would ask that you not do that until the vote has gone through, because it does muddy the record as to what you're considering.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Richard Vogel. I'm an attorney for the Village of Romeoville, and I'm here to speak with respect to case number ZC 25 2025-052. This is a application to rezone a piece of property on High Road from A1 to I3. I believe in everybody's packets or in the county's files, there should be a legal objection resolution that the village has filed. And I just have a few brief points that I would like to make in support of our legal objection. The primary concern of the village of Romeoville is the fact that zoning this property as I1, while perhaps nominally necessary to approve the particular use that the applicant has described in its application, goes farther, in our opinion, than what's necessary to approve that particular use. It not only approves an outdoor storage facility, which the applicant states that it's proposing to develop, but it would also allow a number of far more intensive I3 industrial uses, including but not limited to a truck and bus terminal and similar types of heavy truck-oriented uses. The concern that the village has with respect to those types of uses is that the road to the south of the property, High Road, only a small portion of it is within Romeoville's jurisdiction. It is subject to a 5-ton weight limit, but it hasn't been designed to support the type of traffic that we would anticipate could potentially stem from a facility that would accommodate trucks and other heavy vehicles. I would also note that the application that was filed indicates that, among other things, recreational vehicles, farm equipment, and construction equipment could also be stored at this proposed outdoor storage facility. And I think we can all agree that some of the pieces of construction equipment, farm equipment, and some of the larger recreational vehicles would exceed a 5-ton weight limit. Thus, we're concerned about potential protection of the village's infrastructure in the future. While we understand that we do have the 5-ton weight limit there, we're not always convinced that that's going to be honored by the general public or by the users of any particular piece of property, and it creates something of an enforcement burden to the village to try to police this as closely as would be necessary in the event that the property becomes used in the future for an I3 use other than what's specifically being called out in the applicant's application. Beyond that, we also see that there's relatively minimal economic benefit to the village and, quite frankly, I think to the county from the project. It's going to be a gravel lot with, some trees around it, some type of security fencing. That's not going to generate a lot of tax revenue, for the county. It's not going to generate much in the way of, what we would call quality jobs that we'd like to see attracted to the county. The other thing, this was previously the subject of a special use permit approximately a year ago that would have allowed essentially the same use. That was voted down last year, and so we find it hard to figure out that if the special use was going to be declined a year ago, that the response is going to be to approve something that's more intensive for the purpose of permitting the same use. And we appreciate the opportunity to be heard this morning.
I don't see any questions. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Al Damascus on behalf of Aaron Holdings, and this is on that same matter. It's number 8 in your zoning package, ZC-25-052. First is, yes, this did come up before the board last year, and there is a limitation that if you ask for a special use, you cannot come back for a full year. At that time, we proceeded quite extensively in terms of putting together engineering, conditions, and all that for a outdoor storage. So as a result, and we have our engineer here as well, we are so far along that we would, if we're approved, we would like to be able to start putting it together and putting it to productive use and put it on the tax rolls, which there is an economic benefit. It will benefit because right now there is zero economic benefit. In terms of the I3, I3 is the only zoning classification where outdoor storage is permitted as a matter of right. With regard to this particular property, there are standards in terms of for a map amendment. And those are set forth in the staff report with the staff indicating that all of those are met. First is that the existing uses. The uses right around here, you have 2 of the 4 sides are ExxonMobil, including large oil tanks. You have 1.5, which is Citgo, with a large refinery, and along that same side, which is the west side, you have a railroad. And they also have an environmental monitoring station just to the south. And then the other 1/2 is in the A1 zone, but the person there is operating a landscaping business with outdoor storage of farm equipment, landscaping equipment, construction equipment, and everything else. The pictures that were referenced before, the reason they were referenced is to show that this is being done on something, actually, our understanding, not permitted, done on something that's basically not even gravel or anything else. And on top of it, there were issues raised about engineering, and our engineer here as well. And those are all issues we need to deal with if we are approved. And we will take care of the issues of curb cut. We'll take care of all of the issues of engineering, drainage, and otherwise. And in fact, at the last meeting with that particular neighbor, our engineer spent half an hour talking with that neighbor about how we can work together in terms of that drainage. And we do have Exxon has a discharge right onto this property right at this point. So in terms of the map amendment, you have the existing uses. This is clearly, if you wanted to pick something that fits in terms of an I3 category, this is it. The zoning classification within the general area of the property. I3 right next door. The Romeoville classification and the Lamont classification for Citgo are equivalent in terms of industrial. Suitability of the property in question. This is not a property that is taking away from any agricultural. It's never been agricultural. There was one residence on its 20 acres. One of the issues was raised is, oh, okay, there was a pond. It wasn't his pond, but there was a little pond on it. With the plans we have, which we've submitted, we've got 5 of those acres will be for a detention basin. In terms of issues about toilet facilities and everything else, those are all the issues that come up in terms of plan approval. You've got a good plan staff. We've worked with that staff, and we will do whatever is necessary. We're not looking at having hundreds of people there at any one time. There are people who come, if you have a RV, that you're not allowed to put it on your driveway in all these residential communities around you here in Will County. Where are you going to put it? And there is a tremendous demand, and that's why we've worked with Matt Garland from Lockport in terms of testing where the market is, and there's tremendous demand for outdoor storage of recreational vehicles and the like. In terms of the trended development, well, the staff professional opinion, and it's clearly true, that this is not an agricultural parcel. This is heavy industrial all the way around. In terms of conformance or non-conformance with the officially adopted plans of the county, 13 years ago, the plan referenced that this area is suburban communities development. This is not no one's going to build a residence next to these oil tanks. No one's going to build it next to Citgo right there. And the staff indicated that in there, the issues are, will it have impacts in terms of traffic, which the staff reported are minimal, stormwater, which we've deal with, lighting, which we've got a lighting plan, fiscal impact, which is positive for the county, noise, there should be minimal or no noise, odor issues. Again, this is not something with any kind of ongoing plans or anything else. The other is that the particular land use plan of the county is to avoid any negative land use impacts on residential areas to be mitigated. There are not residential areas right there. In fact, on that high road, which is 1 mile long, there are literally only 3 residences, one that's actually all 3 to the south. Then, the one thing that people have raised, Romeoville's raised, and the person who lives about half a mile down is raised, oh, this is just a disguise for trucking. we are so above the radar right now that how are you going to do trucking if we basically start parking hundreds of trucks on a parking lot and you basically tell people, okay, park here, but keep quiet that you got your truck here. You're going to be fined. You're going to be whatever. And there's going to be people down the street, the guy half a mile away is going to report you every single day. There are limitations, whether you put conditions or not conditions. And this is the same person who, the first hearing, the second hearing, he was opposed to it regardless of what it was. And we even raised the issue of conditions. Now, today, for the first time, he's telling us that, okay, I'll agree if you put conditions on it. Well, we were fine with conditions last year. We've got it. We want to have it as outdoor storage. How are you going to do trucking here where on the north side, you have Lamont, actually Citgo has a pipe at 13 feet 3 that doesn't allow most semi trucks or others to go under it. From the other direction, you've got a 5-ton limit. Those are not, it doesn't work. And so it does work for residential outdoor storage, RVs and the like. And I'm happy to respond to any questions. We ask for your approval, and we think this is an appropriate use, and this is the only zoning that's where it's a permitted use.
Thank you. Member Brooks?
Al, you mentioned, am I right, 5 acres for retention?
Correct.
Al, I live, and you came to committee, in Joliet Unincorporated Township. I live between Joliet and New Lenox. And I have my own water sewer system. But whenever industrial come into my area, their retention pond they build solves their problem, but it can cause problems to those that exist. 5 acres of retention sounds like more than enough. But answer for me, Al, is that enough to control your retention for this facility for storage, as well as solve the problems of the concerns of the neighbors around there?
The only neighbor that could potentially be downhill would be the neighbor to the south. And that's why our engineer from Morris Engineering spent half an hour after the last meeting speaking with that particular neighbor who is not here and who's had objected the last 2, but is not here today, that we can work together on it and that we can help solve any kind of drainage issues. Okay.
Member Costa?
Thank you. I live in a subdivision where our HOA doesn't allow for RVs or boats to be parked in our driveway. And I do see a need within our community to have outdoor storage for a place where neighbors can put their recreational vehicles. In hearing some of the other testimonies raised, I heard a speaker raise the concern about this company not being truthful about its intended future plans. And that this land might in fact be currently on sale right now. And I'd like to hear directly from you those intentions now and into the future and whether this land is for sale.
Okay, there is a sign, for sale, and that's also part of market analysis is to see what the demands are, with regard to the particular property. And so the issue came up in terms of why it keeps saying that this is a disguise for trucking is that the principals of Aaron Holdings do have a company called Venera, which is a trucking company located in Romeoville. But they also are investors in real estate. In fact, I've done work with them on zoning with regard to a condominium development. Also was mentioned by one objector that there is another property that they have, 135th, that's got nothing to do with this, but also is at this point an investment. In terms of potentially for sale, our client is proceeding with the plans to develop it, and that's why we've done the engineering, while we've done the plans, and it's all set forth there. But certainly, if there is an offer from a national company or someone that comes in that does outdoor storage, they'll certainly consider it. So it is up there and is done for both market analysis as well as to see if there's someone, willing to pay them more, for basically what they're put together.
Member Butler, sorry.
Okay, so I've got a lot of facts running around my head, but I need some clarification.
Sure.
So there's two entrances in.
There is the, on High Road, there is actually everything to the east. There's no entrance from that side. ExxonMobil controls that property. So there's 20 acres right there. And there will be, it's along High Road. So there's a good bit of, frontage there. And at this point,
One way there was a 5,000 pound limit and the other way there was height
in terms of that, I'm
restrictions.
sorry. There is, yes, in the road jurisdiction is split between Lamont and Romeoville. And so to the south, Romeoville has a 5-ton limit. Going to the north, there is a 10-ton limit. But the problem you have is that Citgo has a major oil pipe going across at the level of 13 feet 3, which is too low for a lot of any
So would it-
semi-trucks or
Would
trucks.
it be fair to say there's two separate routes to get in there?
Separate routes you've got, if you took the 127th route, you would come off of the interchange expressway and you go over about 3/4 of a mile to a mile and then half a mile down, or you would go from 135th and then to the north.
So is there any problem with the entrance from 127th? Where does the curb cut problem come in or?
I don't, he's raised that and there is an existing, if you drive out to the property, there is a space there where there was actually a curb cut because there was a home there, for years. And that's, I don't foresee an issue with that. And I've talked with the engineer about who's here as well today, that that's an issue we will address in terms of appropriate entrances, but it is not something that Lamont has said. In fact, Lamont submitted documentation here as well as the Fire Protection District. And none of it says anything saying, oh, by the way, you can't have a curb cut.
So it seems to me unrealistic that the other route that has the 5-ton limit
Right.
is really a route for this thing. It seems like realistically, all the traffic would have to come from the other side and they would be restricted as far as truck heights that you couldn't have semis go through there.
Well, but at the same time, recreational vehicles, other kind of outdoor storage is under 5 tons. So it could come off of 135th, there, but certainly the closer and the better route is probably off 127th. Correct.
So a recreational vehicle such as a minivan and a pop-up trailer.
Okay, I don't fully know the weights, but I do know they're, as best I know, they're under 5 tons.
Yeah. Well, I would like to see some sort of, writing that says that all traffic comes from the other side, because I don't think it's feasible to drive trucks down that road that's 5,000 feet. I mean, I drive a pickup truck and it's 6,000 pounds. So,
But that's 4,000 pounds under the 5 tons then.
oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, and the thing is that,
But I mean,
we have to.
with the trailer too and stuff, you're really getting close, is what I'm saying.
And that's something that, was raised at the Land Use and Committee meeting, whether, you could place restrictions on a map amendment, and the question wasn't answered, but at the same time, we're open to that. And in fact, we accepted that when it was presented with a special use before. But I would certainly, I would do not think it'd be appropriate to say you can't come from the 135th side, because there are people who come there, including a lot of people from Will County, and who would be under 5 tons. Thanks.
Member Oxley?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, it feels like we're getting off the subject. We're talking about semi-truck parking, which is not the case. This is in for RV and outside storage. And we keep bringing up semis and semis and semis. It's RV storage and outdoor storage. Thank you.
All right, I do not see any other lights on, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Ben Jacoby. I'm here on the 10th item on the list. So the one solar project that has not been discussed yet, which is ZC 25050. This is a solar project at Beams in Stony Island, clear on the other side of Will County from the Shorewood project that was discussed earlier. And I want to make sure that we distinguish the projects today. We've actually worked with Shorewood in the past, and where the mayor referenced the annexed solar project, that was one of ours. So proud to work with the village of Shorewood when we could. This project's a good one. It has no neighboring objectors, so no neighbors to our project objected at any level. In fact, one neighbor was even willing to write a letter saying that they would not object. And we have a letter of support from the Sunshine Garden Center, so good support for this project. The one objection that was received by the county was from the Township of Crete. Township of Crete emailed the county and said that it objected to this project because it objects to all solar within the Township of Crete. It provided no specific objection to this project, just a general blanket objection, which I have to say is the definition of arbitrary, and governments are not allowed to make arbitrary decisions. And the PZC recognized that and discounted Crete's Township's objection for that reason and provided a unanimous recommendation of approval for the project. We were proud to receive that unanimous recommendation of approval from the PZC. We also received a recommendation of approval from the Land Use Development Committee and from staff. And staff found that we had met all the criteria and the factors in your ordinance. We hope to also earn your board's vote today. I feel compelled as the attorney to address the elephant in the room, which is the siding law. A number of attorneys have talked about it. We do have the opinion from Winnebago County. We also have an opinion from Grundy County that found that counties do not have discretion. Will County Circuit Court has not weighed in on the issue yet. There are some cases pending in Will County, but the Will County Circuit Court has not weighed in on that yet. I also, but I really don't want to get into that discussion with this project because I think this one very clearly meets all of your factors. Were you to consider them, the LaSalle factors that I know have been proposed to you. This project fits the standards of your ordinance, of your solar ordinance, of the LaSalle factors, of your special use ordinance. So we don't want to get into a debate on the appropriateness of the laws. We think this is a good project to cite. And talking about citing, I know that was the concern raised before. What's a good place to cite? This is a good one to cite. Again, no residential objectors. It's next to a horse stable. Everybody seems to be in agreement with this one. So we are here. I'm the attorney again. The lead developer, Jeremy Price, is here with me. We can answer questions about the project if you have them. So thank you for your time.
Member Ogalla.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend a land use committee meeting. So I have a question. As far as the poles connecting from your project to ComEd, do you guys have prepared to bury those poles versus have them above ground?
Sure. Jeremy Price, project developer. At this time, I think we need to look at that request. I'm not prepared to make a statement or definitive answer.
Okay, because I mean, I would be in support if that were the case. I know this area very well. This was my old county board district, very close to where I go to the grocery store at Waltz and Crete. And it is largely agricultural out there. So having those poles buried would help with the aesthetics of the site, looking at it when you're looking across. You can see out there, you can see for quite a distance. And I think that would be very beneficial. So it would be great if you could find out if you could do that, because that is something that I'm going to be requesting.
Okay, thank you for your comment. The site will be fully enclosed by a vegetative landscaping on all four sides, just from a visual aesthetics perspective.
Right. And, you know, I've seen many solar facilities throughout the county, especially in East Royal County, which is where I live. And I have not seen one vegetative siting surrounding the front, the back, the side, wherever. It's not one has ever been sufficient. They die, they're not well kept up, there's weeds, bushes get buried in the weeds. I've not seen that. I've also not seen any good vegetation on any, we talk about all these pollinator plants and such. I've not seen any particular, not one particular solar facility that meets the standard of what I would think it should for ground coverage. So that's what I've seen from what we have today already.
We will be, just a brief comment, we will be qualifying this project through the Department of Illinois Natural Resources agrivoltaics program. So we have to meet certain criteria on that seeding mixture, which is what we would follow.
And I'm aware of one solar facility in Moni who has agrivoltaics as well, because they have put little sheep out there. These poor little things had nothing to eat. So while you do that, I've not seen it come to fruition yet. I've heard a lot of talk from a lot of people, but I've not seen it. So if you guys can meet that standard, that'd be great.
We sure hope to
Thank
be
you.
the first.
Thank you. Member Berkowitz?
Thank you, Madam Executive. So I noted on here that we received a letter from the Will County Forest Preserve. And there has been some issue when these projects move forward and they're going to plant perennials and it's going to be beneficial species and it winds up, they don't survive, and it winds up being weeds. And then there's no mowing and it is very unsightly in addition with other issues. So given that the Forest Preserve has actually commented on your project, have you reached out to them or had any contact with them?
We've been in touch with them several times during the development. I mean, they own the parcel to the north, or parcels rather. My memory of their correspondence was just selecting a different tree species. I'd have to reread it on the other aspects.
Okay. So as far as the planting goes, would you be willing to work with the Forest Preserve to find out exactly what types of native perennials would succeed there and work with them and make it a project that will complement our forest preserves and something we know that will survive? Because again, you will have no water source. And if we have a prairie right next door, that makes it even more important that we have the right plantings in that project. So would you be willing to work with the Forest Preserve to make sure that you're planting the right species?
We'd be happy to review with the Forest Preserve District.
Okay.
And my understanding of the abutting preserve is that it is currently farmed and it is planned on being farmed for the next 20 years. Just as a
Yeah,
as a note.
we want to build that continuity because at some point in time, we may return that to native plantings. So it is important. I guess I'll have to make a motion to add that as a variance then.
Yeah, you can't do that here, ma'am. No.
Okay, thank you.
Member Trinier?
Thank you. I don't believe it's in our ordinance for how these solar arrays should be set up that we're asking you to bury pipes. And it's been brought up, bury poles. It's been brought up a couple of times today. I live in a fully incorporated community in Bolingbrook, and we have all kinds of electric poles everywhere. Occasionally, when there's a new development, we get them to bury it. I would say in the homes that have been built since maybe the 70s, those poles are buried behind the residences. They're not in the backyard, but we have a good chunk of our community where they are in the backyard. I assume, and I'm going to guess you guys might know, so I'd like to get an answer, that in these rural communities that their electricity is not buried, that there are electrical poles, big wooden electric poles all over in this farmland, because I don't know how else a farmer would get electricity. I don't believe they bury them. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, your description was accurate. It's mainly above ground, mainly underground in urban settings where appropriate.
Okay, so we'd be asking you to do something that no one else in that community does if we were to ask you to bury those poles. Would that be a fair statement?
That would be accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Member Newquist and then Ogalla.
Yes, thank you. That's my district and I know that area fairly well. And yeah, I believe everything is above ground there. But refresh my memory, there's only the one neighbor, correct?
So in terms of the property to the west
Yes.
is the horse stable. And so that is the letter of no objection that we received. To the south, it's a vacant parcel, but they are constructing a home, which we proactively addressed with the setbacks.
Okay.
To the southeast, there is a house who, did not provide any formal objection or letter of support, but I had contacted. And then the eastern parcel is farmed, and then the northern parcels are farmed.
Okay, so they are constructing a home, and are they aware of it?
They are. We've
Okay.
had several conversations over the span
Okay.
of months, as we did with Creek Township.
I thought I saw construction over there, that's why. Well, Creek Township is against all solar
Sure.
developments at this point regardless. So,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And before I go on to member, I know we're getting it long and we will have a break after we go through all of land use. If people are aware, we're going to have the county board members they should be in their seats and not having outside discussion, just a reminder. Member O'Gallo.
That's okay. Thank you. So I just want to clarify several things. One, we were not aware of the fact that we could require or request, I suppose require, the solar facility companies to bury the ComEd poles. So ComEd does not bury their poles. That's true throughout the countryside. But if you come to my house where I live on a farm and not in a municipality, my electricity to my house is buried. It goes under the ground. So that isn't necessarily true. ComEd lines are above ground, but my connectivity to the ComEd lines is below ground. We were not aware of this until the Manhattan Township came and said that they would support a solar facility in their area if they buried these ComEd poles, their connectivity poles to ComEd. ComEd will not be burying their poles, but the connection to ComEd can be buried, and we can request that. I think it makes sense that we do that because instead of just having 3 poles, you have 6, 7, 8, however many poles standing out in the middle of this farm country. So that is why we're making this request now. We didn't know before. Marguerite did research with ComEd and found this out for us. So this is to help people who are not fond of ComEd, which is not ComEd, of solar energy plants in the middle of agricultural areas because it's a different use than what the use is, granted to all of Illinois by the state legislature. So we're trying to make what we do approve more aesthetically pleasing, which is why we currently go with agricultural fencing versus chain link fencing. Those are things we've learned throughout the entire time that we've been working with the solar and the things that we've learned. So what we did in the beginning, we've changed and asked for other things because we've learned that 1, we can, and 2, it makes the solar facility project better. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. I think you gentlemen are good. Thank you very much. Unless
Thank
have
you for your
anything else.
time.
All right. I think we are all set here. Chair Pretzel, anyone else have any land use cases? All right. Before I go back, well, we're going to have you close the hearing and then the Assistant State's Attorney would like to make a comment. Thank you.
Close public hearing?
Motion by Pretzel, second by Revis. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. O'Gala. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist.
Yes.
Balich. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Okay. 21 in the affirmative. The public hearing is now closed. Assistant State Attorney Meyer.
So I did say, we wanted to keep some of these comments out of the public hearing, just to keep the record. So I did write down a lot of the things that was asked. First, I'd just like to say disregard any information that you gathered outside of the public hearing. That's the only source of information you can get. So any personal discussions you had, site visits, all those sort of things, they were not part of the public hearing. They should not be part of your zoning decision in this case. Also, you can't consider information that's not in those LaSalle factors that were distributed to you. that we did training on a month ago. You should know that the LaSalle factors apply to all land use cases, not just the solar farms. So regardless, you should be considering those for all these projects. They're mandatory, they're not suggestive, they're established by the courts. And there's been a number of talk about the hardship factor. I look at that hardship factor very close because it talks about the hardship of the landowner, not the hardship of the surrounding property owners. And there were some comments about the hardship for the communities. That's not what the factor says. And then just finally, I repeat this again, like I did in the training. You should be considering yourselves like a court. A judge would not get up in the middle of a trial and start asking questions of people that are not on the witness stand. They wouldn't go conduct their own analysis. They wouldn't go conduct their own things. You should think of yourself like you've seen Law and Order. You've seen all these things. You're sitting up at the judge with the gavel, and that's how you're considering the information. So I think that was everything that everyone had asked about during the public hearing comment or period. But if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Hey, we're asking questions regarding what the Assistant State's Attorney.
Yeah, and maybe I should be directing this to the land use staff, but it does pertain to the LaSalle factors. Maybe I missed a finer point when we were having our committee of the whole, but I always thought the LaSalle factors were just the 1 through 6 that are in the staff report. And I noted today, Speaker Van Dyne brought it to my attention by asking the question that there are 9 on here. And I just wonder, is there a reason the staff doesn't report on number 7, 8, and 9?
That is a question for land use, why that doesn't include in their reports. But those are the things that courts will look at. And there may be some crossover on some of those things. Land use may be combining them a little bit, but they could certainly answer why they format it that way.
Yeah, it does make me curious. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, Chair Pretzel.
Thank you, Madam Executive. First up on today's agenda, zoning case ZC 25002, special use permit for the keeping of a farm animal. Variance for maximum accessory building area from 1,800 square feet to 4,253 square feet. Variance for animal units from 5 to 13. Variance for lot frontage from 165 feet to 101.53 feet. Crete Township, commonly known as 24948 South State Line Road, Crete, Illinois County Board District Number 3. I do want to remind everybody, we're just voting on the special use permit for keeping of a farm animal. PZC voted 3-2, recommending to approve the special use permit, and Land Use and Development voted 0-7, therefore denying the special use permit for the keeping of a farm animal. And I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Is there any discussion? Member, hold on a second.
Yes.
Yep, I'm fine there. Oh, no. You were not. Member Butler.
So I just want to remind everyone that all that this gentleman is asking for is what he's entitled to. He's asking to a special use permit for horses. He is well underneath the amount of horses that he could have. And he just wants to have his animals. He's got a animal for comfort for his niece, for the pony. This is a good man, a good family. They have plenty of land. They're building a barn that will be adequate for this. There should be no reason why this gentleman should be denied this special use permit.
Member Mitchell.
As a member of the Land Use Committee, this gentleman has come before us a number of times to advocate for various things. And I think this one might be the most agreeable of them. And he's committed to cleaning up his property and being a good neighbor. And I'd say, yes, I'll vote for this.
Seeing no other discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Repeat the motion, please.
So it's special use permit for the keeping of a farm animal.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? O'Gala? Pretzel,
Yes.
Butler, Newquist, Balich,
Yes.
Oxley,
Yes.
Brooks, Winfrey, Bullock, Logan, Freeman, Revis, Mitchell,
Yes.
Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
21 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, next on the agenda, zoning case ZC 25051, requesting a map amendment from E1 to E2, Manhattan Township, commonly known as the vacant property of South Kankakee Street, Manhattan, Illinois, County Board District Number 2. PZC and land use were unanimous, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by O'Gala. Any discussion? No, we got to take, unless member Freeman. Okay, so a previous roll call by Revis, seconded by Costa, with member Freeman being a yes. Motion carries.
Next on the agenda, zoning case ZC 25027, requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility in Lockport Township, commonly known as 14910 and 14750 South Archer Avenue, Lockport, Illinois, County Board District Number 9. PZC voted 6-0, recommending approval. Land Use and Development was 4-1 with 4 conditions to approve the special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Trinier. There is discussion. Okay, yep, we have discussion. All right, member Balich.
Yeah, Homer Glenn did object to this. They didn't find a legal one, but they did object. And that's my district. I used to have this district and I know the people that live there and I feel it's a hardship for them people. So I'm going to be voting no to it. And I think everybody should recognize that there is a hardship for those people.
Thank you. Member O'Gala?
Thank you. As I did get up and go and talk to Marjorie from Land Use, I was going to ask her to come up to discuss the changes that I'll make motions to amend the cases regarding the polls, ComEd, the polls, connectivity polls to ComEd. So here she comes. That way everyone knows what I discussed with her. Well, I have to know before I can say it.
Marguerite Kenny, Will County Land Use. So the county board, in approving these solar regulations under the zoning ordinance, the intent behind utility connections was to have everything underground. What has become practice is a lot of the solar companies have come forward requesting conditions, which then have been adopted as part of these special use permits for solar facilities to allow them to interconnect above ground. Initially, we did not have conversation with ComEd, but we were told by the developers that ComEd required them to basically mirror what their infrastructure would be for the property. So if they needed 4 riser poles that ComEd would bring to the property, the developer would have to bring 4 poles to interconnect. And we have recently learned from ComEd that that is not the case. ComEd may be bringing in, however many poles they need. If they need 4 poles, they'll put 4 poles to the property, but the developer could bury and interconnect that way. It just costs more on the developer's side. So with that, the cases before you today, we're actually in the process of going through reviews and being scheduled for public hearing. So we did not remove that condition. So they are before you. You would just have to strike that condition, which I believe on this particular case, it's condition number 3 that states on-site power utility lines would allow to be above ground if the utility provider required it.
Okay, so there's confusion, right? I can see. Okay, so as Marguerite said, in the beginning, the intent was to have everything underground, okay? But what happened was they were told that the developer said, well, we can't do that. Several months ago, I said, Marguerite, can you look into this? Because we never really looked into it. She called ComEd. She had a whole detailed report of everything regarding the situation and learned that ComEd doesn't have a problem. ComEd's poles will be above ground, as she stated. They need 3, 4, whatever. But the connectivity poles of the developer to ComEd do not have to be above ground. The developer didn't want to do it because it cost them more money. This is 30, 40 years that we're looking at. So asking them to bury their connectivity lines to the ComEd poles, to me, is the right thing to do for the community. Go
So I'm
ahead.
going to ask a clarify. So are you asking to add a condition?
So what we need to do is just remove under staff recommendations, number 3, which says on-site power lines, utility connections will be allowed above ground if required by the electrical utility provider. As she stated, ComEd does not require them to do it. Therefore, I will be removing condition number 3 or staff recommendation.
Just going to
number
have
3.
them check to make sure it's doing exactly what you want by removing instead of adding the condition. Is that? Can you so move? Whatever.
I'll second that.
Number 3.
So as Mary and I just discussed, I think if you just strike it,
Mm-hmm.
it then gives the developer the ability to do whatever they'd like. So we would suggest that you amend it to require them to bury it. And that makes it clearer that you intend for them to bury it rather than just striking it. Otherwise, I think it leaves it open to whatever they want to do. Of course, they're going
okay.
to do the cheaper option, most likely.
Okay, then the on-site power lines and utility connections shall be buried, because that's what we should make a motion to change number 3 to that. Oh,
Your
yes.
motion by Ogala, second by Revis. Any
Maybe the
discuss?
wording isn't perfect. I don't know.
Yeah. Any discussion on the additional condition? Member Butler?
Yeah, I just want to say that every home that is built has the option of underground or above. It's that common. So either way is feasible.
But you know you're voting on that we're asking specifically for it to be under. Okay, just so you know. Member Richmond?
I agree wholeheartedly on that. And I think for the overall, I mean, it's aesthetically pleasing, but also I think from an overall safety perspective, if it's buried underground, it's not above ground and is, so I think going forward, I think that'd be a good thing for this board to always consider.
All right, so we are now, no more, I think I see anyone else. I can't. We have previous roll by Newquist, seconded by Winfrey, all in favor.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now, Mr. Butler, you need to re-enter that as amended.
Mr. Pretzel?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Bretzel. I'm looking right at you too. And
zoning case ZC 25027, requesting special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility in Lockport Township, 14910 and 14750 South Archer Avenue in Lockport, County Board District Number 9, with the amendment, and I so move.
motion by Pretzel, seconded by Winfrey. Previous roll call. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Richmond, you were no? Okay. Williams? Dean Schlottman? Ogala? Pretzel?
No.
Butler? Newquist? Balich?
No.
Oxley?
Yes.
Brooks? Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
14 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Next on the agenda, number 4, zoning case ZC 25041, requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility. Variance for number of required mowings from 5 to 1 time. variance for maximum ground cover plant height from 13 to 36 inches. Troy Township, commonly known as the vacant County Line Road, 1,000 feet east of the intersection of Baltz Road and County Line Road. Joliet, Illinois County Board District Number 3. PZC voted 2-4, recommending denial. Land Use and Development voted 1-4, therefore, thereby denying special use permit for the commercial solar energy facility as it applies, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Any discussion on this item? Member Trinier? And then we'll go.
I'm sure this might have just been a mistake in reading, but you said County Board District 1, and I thought, 3, and I thought this was in County Board District 1. Okay, all
I'm
right.
not sure what I said. I
Well,
apologize.
it's
if I
okay.
misspoke.
No,
It's
that's all right. I just wanted to be
in one.
clear. I have recently been out in this area, actually buying some native plants. So I'm fairly familiar with the area. I do think that this case meets the LaSalle factors and the additional 3 factors that have been added over and above what the staff report is. So I am going to be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ogala.
Thank you. So before we move any forward, I'd like to make a motion to amend this to remove number 3 as it's written for the connectivity poles and electrical poles, to say that they can be above ground. I would like to amend it to say that these poles would be buried.
Second.
Motion by Ogala, seconded by Oxley. Is there any discussion on that? I know we have lights on. If anyone, any discussion on that? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Yes. Williams. Dean Schlottman.
Yeah.
O'Gala.
Yes.
Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
20 to the affirmative, the amendment carries, the motion carries. Member-
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I still would like to make a comment, though.
Oh.
if
Yeah,
I-
can we get, we're going to have the motion again now put out as amended?
Yeah, zoning case ZC 25041, requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility as amended, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Member Ogala.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification. So we heard a lot of people speak on this. We have a lot of papers on our desk, and we've received here today regarding this this ZC 2541. And I really think we need to look at respecting the local planning of our communities. And this one fails to conform to the planning that has been out there for, I don't know how long their comprehensive plan has been in place, but I think that we need to look at that. This isn't just a cut and dry situation, that each solar facility is unique as to where it's proposed. And with that, I would hope that everyone will be joining me with a no vote. Thank you.
Member Dean Schlottman.
Thank you. So like I said, I live in this area, and this is not something the people in this area want. And I think it goes to show, I believe the owner of this property lives in Naperville, so they don't have to live next to it. So their, investment, what they're looking at or how it's going to affect the area feels maybe a little different from the people who are actually next to it. And Mr. Richmond has spoken to this many, many times. You need to ask yourself, is this something you would want next door to you? And if the people in the area are telling you no, if the comprehensive plans are telling you no, if you have multiple other municipalities telling you, no, this is not something that is going to fit within our community, as a board, I would hope that we would support the people who live in that area, and I will be a no vote.
Thank you, Member Van Dyne.
Thank you. I also considered the LaSalle Sinclair factors for land use cases, and hopefully this is the last time I'll have to refer to those factors, but I do believe that they do fail. The majority of the factors fail on this particular project, so I will also be a no. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further comments, Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlotman? O'Gala? Pretzel?
Nope.
Butler? Newquist? Balich?
No.
Oxley?
No.
Brooks? Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell?
No.
Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne? So yes.
We're going to add members Ortiz and Freeman would like to be yeses. So just a second while we get the official count.
Do you have 7 yes? Or 6? 6 yes.
Sixteen in the negative, the motion fails.
Next on the agenda, number 5, zoning case ZC 25043, requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility, a variance for number of required mowings from 5 to 1 time, variance for maximum ground cover plant height from 13 to 36 inches, variance for side yard solar energy system setback from adjacent property from 50 feet to 27 feet. Troy Township, commonly known as Vacant County Line Road, southeast corner of the intersection of West Black Road and South County Line Road, Joliet, Illinois County Board District Number 1. PZC was 2-4 to recommend denial of the special use permit. Land Use and Development was 1-4, therefore denying the special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel,
Second Mitchell.
seconded by Mitchell. Member O'Gala.
Thank you. So yes, again, just like the other solar facilities that we discussed today, I would like a motion to amend to strike number 3 and replace that with the request to bury all connectivity and energy lines on this property.
Motion by O'Gala,
Second.
seconded by Oxley. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlotman? O'Gala?
Yes.
Pretzel?
Yes?
Butler? Newquist? Balich? Oxley?
Yes.
Brooks? Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell?
Yes.
Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, again, zoning case ZC 25043, requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility as amended, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Oxley. Previous roll call by Revis. All right. Madam, any discussion then? Madam Clerk, do you have his?
Yep.
Member O'Gala?
Thank you, yes.
Hold on, I just turned you off instead of on. Sorry.
That's okay. As I stated for a zoning case, there was a number 4 up above. For ZC 25043, again, this situation is very much like the previous one, ZC 25-041, in that it does not follow the comprehensive plan that the community has taken the time to do, as well as all the objections that come with this case. So I would hope that everyone would consider voting no for this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlotman? O'Gala? Pretzel?
No.
Butler? Newquist? Balich? Oxley?
No.
Brooks?
No.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell?
No.
Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne.
16 in the negative, the motion fails.
Next, number 6, zoning case ZC 25046. This is a map amendment from A1 to E2 in Green Garden Township, vacant property on South 88th Avenue, Frankfort, Illinois, County Board District Number 3. PZC and Land Use and Development unanimously voted to approve the map amendment from A1 to E2, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. O'Gala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Oh, Van Dyne.
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Number 8, zoning case ZC 25052. This is a map amendment from A1 to I3.
Did we skip?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
sorry, guys. Number 7, zoning case ZC 25048. Special use permit for ancillary liquor service in Homer Township, 14508 Archer Avenue, Lockport, Illinois, County Board District Number 9. PZC voted 6-0 with 3 conditions to recommend approval for special use permit. Land Use and Development was 5-0 with 3 conditions approving a special use permit for ancillary liquor service, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. All right, previous roll call by, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Balich.
I just want everybody to know that our township board, when I was the supervisor, we had a plan commission meeting and they were in favor of this.
So we have a motion, a second, a previous roll call by Trinier, seconded by Freeman. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Now, number 8, zoning case ZC 25052, map amendment from A1 to I3, DuPage Township, 13141 South High Road, Romeoville, Illinois, County Board District Number 9. PZC voted 4-2 to recommend approval of the map amendment from A1 to I3. Land Use and Development voted 5-0, approving the map amendment from A1 to I3, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Revis. Member Mitchell.
I would like to make a motion to amend this case to amend it to I1 with a special use to allow for RV parking.
Second, O'Gala.
Hold on. Let's see.
So no, you can't require them to have different zoning. You can't amend the zoning they're requesting. They could ask to amend the zoning. But they have a right to ask for the zoning they're seeking. It's not like a condition where you're putting things on there. They've asked for the I3. They're entitled to have a vote on that I3 zoning.
Let me ask Marguerite to give us some information.
Yeah. Do you have questions for Marguerite?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. Although we are gonna listen to the attorney.
Again, just posing information to the state's attorney. Our zoning ordinance does grant the county board the ability to modify a map amendment request at the county board. It is within their purview. But they also have the ability to remand the case. So in terms of our legal counsel present, our zoning ordinance does state the county board has the authority to approve with modifications.
And may I add something to what's happening here? They want to do business. We want them to do business. We're concerned about it being I3. I don't necessarily, if it's allowed, we should be able to do it. There should not be any obstacles.
We're gonna let this be resolved before I continue with questions. Because the question is, we want to make sure that we can appropriately do this.
This section is 155-16.30H, number 1. So it says, upon receipt of the Planning and Zoning Commission's findings and recommendation, the county board may act to approve the proposed zoning map amendment, approve the proposed zoning map amendment with modifications. For example, reducing the land area or recommend another zoning classification or deny the proposed zoning map amendment. And then it continues saying the county board may also return the application to the Planning and Zoning Commission for further consideration, together with a written explanation for the reasons doing so.
And this does go back to the original. Didn't they ask for the I-1 initially a year ago?
Yes, for A1.
A1 with a special use.
Which is the light,
Okay.
which is I.
Well, if they can take A1, they can take I-1.
This would make me happy.
Makes more sense.
Everybody will be happy. Member Mitchell, just to be clear, you want to do an I-1 with a special use is what you're asking.
Don't fail me, Mary. Let's go. You do this. Come on, Mary, give it to us.
Right, their DOT, their planning, zoning, their lawyers.
So you do have the authority to change the request for map amendment. You do not have the authority to add a special use permit to it. So you can change it to I-1. He's not going to be able to do what he's requesting to do. So that's where we stand.
So just for clarity, what you're saying is we can change it to I-1, so then does he come back next month and ask for a map amendment so that I'm sorry, map is in my head. Special use amendment so that he can do business.
He would have to go through he'd have to apply for a special use permit and go through that process. So
That's
We're going to just answer some clarifying questions regarding what this process is here. Member Trenier?
So if he's already barred right now from coming back for a special use permit until the time lapses, what changes? Is it because we've changed it to I-1? Does that then start the clock over again on the special use? And to me, modify is modify. It doesn't say modify, but not issue a special use. So to me, modify is modify.
Yeah, a lot of brains going back there. You created a nice question, yeah.
That's what I do.
Yeah. You're done talking anyway, so I'll get you, they're all in question, but they're going to be directed towards them anyway, so.
We can do this.
Yeah, it's a good time for a recess. We can go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Motion to recess for 5 minutes.
I have a motion to recess for 15 minutes. Second, all in favor? Any opposed? We'll see you in 15.
We can eat.
You'll all meet.
What that mean? I think what they
All right, I'm going to take it right to the Assistant State's Attorney so they can reply.
Yeah.
We are back in session here.
So before we took a break, there was a discussion about what the ordinance says when it says they may amend the zoning. We believe that is to allow you in a case where the applicant is okay with going forward with the I-1. I think the applicant has to be consulted to see whether they would accept a different zoning classification because you are putting restrictions on the use of their land. So if the applicant wants to come up and indicate they would be okay with the I-1 zoning, we could go forward with that. But they cannot be forced to change the zoning on their land.
I know, but I think they need the context.
Sure. And so if the applicant were to take the I-1 zoning, there is a secondary piece, then they would need to come back for a special use permit relative to their, I think it would be next month or the following month because the clock, we have to calculate that date, but it would be not at this meeting because they've previously been denied. And so
Okay, no, and I'm going to tell you why I'm going to be hesitant to this. I mean, I am not going to start a procedure that we are going to start falling into every time something like this happens. I want to be able to protect what is going, what this request is, but I'm not just going to willy-nilly throw somebody up here that's not. So we need to make sure that this is a procedure that is responded and that we're out of the hearing. So I just don't want to start something that in 2 months, something very similar happens and we're doing, something again and, that we maybe shouldn't be doing. So if the legal advice is that we can call the applicant up after the hearing to change something, then.
certainly this is a unique scenario that we are doing in response to a motion. Also, one final piece of information, regardless of whether it's I-1 or I-3, there's still a legal objection. The vote total does not change. So. Just to see if he would accept a change in zoning. Nope, it is just simply whether he wants to, whether he'd be okay with his property being zoned I-1. If he says no, then we go to.
Okay, I don't know if it's the owner here or the attorney. What if he cannot answer for the owner? So, okay, sir, you go on. We like to do things a little unique. I mean.
Let me come back.
Welcome back.
My client bought the property 4 years ago. He went through the whole process with the special use, was denied. And here he comes. It's absolutely clear from both Romeoville and Lamont that he can't do anything with trucking. And now we're going back to something I won, and I'm trying to, we're going through them. And again, it's like, where are we? And in terms of special use conditions, we're willing to accept that I-3 and put it with the conditions, that he had before. But to basically tell him to go I-1, and now I got to go look through the whole zoning thing to see what I-1 does and everything else. And you got I-3 right next door. There's no I-1 right there. The Romeoville equivalent is right next to it. You're putting us in a real funny quandary at a time of voting, where we haven't even had a chance to even think about that, look at that, anything else. And on top of it, it's been 4 years and he wants to develop it. He wants to start, he's got so far along in terms of engineering, wants to get it done.
That's all. We're not, that's why I asked if we have to answer questions. So I know you said we're putting, what I'm hearing is no? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now I have to remember, we are in the middle of a discussion. We're in a middle discussion. we left off with you, Member Mitchell. Do you have anything else before I continue to go on? No? Okay, you don't have to. No, you don't have to. Okay.
Are we still in discussion?
We
of-
are still
of- of
discussion
the-
on
of
this.
the motion?
Yes.
Well, because he has to.
No,
because
not
he-
on the motion, because we were told, we were
That's
just.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, so no longer. We're
Yeah,
not.
that's where I was going.
We're now on the
because I was
original.
gonna withdraw the motion since
you.
he
All right.
did not. Is
Okay.
that what I need to do?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna say I am going to vote no to the I3 because Romeoville has expressed they do not want an I3 there. However, I'm just gonna withdraw my motion, okay, because they don't want it. So I withdraw the motion.
Thank you. That's all you need to do. Thank you. All right, now we're going to continue on discussion on the agenda item. I've lost track of where we're at here. No, yes, I know that, but I'm just going in order here. There's Mr. Revis.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I am prepared to vote on this as it is today, no changes. The items on our LaSalle Sinclair factors, just looking at number one, the existing uses and zoning of nearby property. That one, it speaks, it works. It's not like there's a problem in terms of the nearby property and the zonings. And then I would also just like to say, the property is on an island in terms of trucks, just like, I don't know if he was the attorney or whatever his role was. There's the clearance issue on one side coming in and then the weight ton limit on the other. So I'm prepared to vote on this as is. Thank you to the applicant for bringing it forward. And I encourage all the other board members to vote yes.
Thank you. Member Trenier and then Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I don't know this part to be true, but I've been told that the property owner is more than willing to annex to the Village of Romeoville and that the Village of Romeoville would like to annex the property. If that were to happen, does that change the zoning? Do they then get to rezone it under the municipal rules, even though we may have zoned it I3? So the reason I'm asking is we can approve this I3. He can go forward and build his storage facility. The village can annex it. They can change the zoning to whatever they want to change it to. That makes it conforming to storage.
So
Again,
there's a lot of assumptions there. So what is your question to the state's attorney?
I'd like to know if the municipality absorbs this property, if they can change the zoning.
They certainly can. They would go through their.
And do they
process.
have the same zoning setup that we have, that I3 is the most intensive? And that trucking goes along with it. I mean, is that typical? Maybe you don't know about this particular village, but is it typical for a village's zoning numbers to match that of the county?
I'm not sure.
Is there any way for land use or somebody to tell us?
Well, I don't know if they're going to know all the different, now she's shaking her head no. There's 32 different municipalities. I'm sure they all have their own, yeah.
So the Village of Romeoville could annex it, ostensibly even force annex it, I imagine, because it's a small enough parcel. And they can rezone it to whatever they want if they do that, correct?
The use would be grandfathered, but there would be
They could change the zoning.
within the grandfather, yes.
Right, and they get to grandfather it. So I'm going to ask my fellow board members who seem to be supporting this landowner to vote yes today. And if the village doesn't like the fact that it's zoned, I3, let them annex the property and grandfather the use and zone it to whatever they want it to be. I think that's another possible, way to get this guy what he wants and for us to try to do the right thing for the property owner and meet the LaSalle factors, because it does meet the factors, in my opinion. Everything around there is I3, with the exception of a little bit of property to the south. And even that is being used for like a landscaping business and stuff. The owner has to have his clients abide by the weight limit of that road. They can't get underneath that, whatever you want to call that bar that goes on the road, anything over 13.3 or 13.6, whatever it is. To me, this seems like a good win for the landowner and a way for the county to move forward. So that's that.
Thank you.
I'm just asking my fellow board members to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Oxley.
Yes, I totally agree with Mr. Revis and Ms. Trenier. What else you want to do here with this property? Nobody's going to build a house there. It's next to all the heavy stuff. I say we take the vote.
All right, I do not see any more discussion items here. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. And just so you know, since there is a legal objection, we do need a 3/4 vote.
Richmond, Williams, Dean Schlattman. O'Gala. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes. 17 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Zoning case ZC 25054. Another map amendment from A1 to E1, Wesley Township, 20139 West Mantino Road, Wilmington, Illinois, County Board District Number 1. Both PZC and land use were unanimous with full support recommending approval of the map amendment from A1 to E1, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Butler. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. O'Gala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
All right, on to number 10, zoning case ZC 25050, special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility. Variance for maximum ground cover plant height from 13 inches to 36. Variance for number of required mowings from 5 times to 1 time. Crete Township, Bemis Road, located approximately 1,780 feet north of the intersection of Bemis Road and Stony Island Avenue, Crete, Illinois, County Board District Number 3. PZC voted 6-0 with 4 conditions for a commercial solar energy facility. Land Use and Development voted 3-2 with 4 conditions to approve special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Butler. Is there any discussion? Member Ogala.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to strike condition number 3 and to change it, change item number 3 to say to bury the connectivity poles to ComEd.
Second that.
Motion to amend by Member Ogala, seconded by Oxley. Any discussion on the motion? Do we have a clean roll, don't we? Previous by Mitchell, seconded by this is just the amendment to Barry. Yeah. Previous by Mitchell, seconded by Dean Schlattman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, Mr.
I'm gonna read it again. Zoning case ZC 25050, special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility as amended, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Trenier. Any discussion? Any discussion? Previous roll call. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Or Dean Schlattman. O'Gala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
No.
Oxley.
No.
Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
17 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Okay, the next Land Use and Development Committee meeting will be Thursday, August 7th, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Pretzel. Moving on to Finance Committee, Chair Newquist.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We have a consent agenda, but I would like to make a motion to remove letter A from the consent agenda. I believe we need to vote on that separately.
Okay. I don't think we have to, I don't think we have to do anything. So with that, so I have been asked before, so should we do the one?
Okay, so then I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, which consists of B, transferring appropriations within various county budgets, C, appropriating grant funds in the coroner's budget, D, appropriating stipend payments for elected officials, E, appropriating funds in the one-time grants budget, F, assignment of tax sales certificates, G, declaring vehicles as surplus and authorizing disposal, H, declaring various equipment surplus and authorizing disposal, I, land use departmental budget appropriation of a payment by the Joliet Enterprise Zone, and J, appropriating Illinois Housing Development Authority grant funds.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by O'Gala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we'll now move back to, before you go on to your monthly finance, we'll go, actually, why don't you just finish? Sorry. It was a consent agenda. Yeah. So I just did motion. Yeah. Do you want to go number 2?
So going back to A now?
Well, why don't you go to finish your note? 'Cause
Okay.
You just read off number 1.
Okay,
Although they
number-
are on consent agenda, you didn't read off number 2.
Okay, number 2 are the monthly financial reports to be placed on file, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Trinier, previous roll call by O'Gala, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. So we are going back to number 1A.
Okay.
And I'm going, this is the one I have to read the statement first.
Okay.
All right. The next item of business for the county board is a consideration of an ordinance authorizing the issuance of one or more series of alternate revenue bonds of the county in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $200,845,000 for the purpose of refunding and purchasing certain of the county's outstanding alternate revenue source bonds. Now I'll go back to you, Chair.
Okay, so item A, 25-192, ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation alternate revenue bonds not to exceed $200,845,000 for the purpose of refunding and purchasing certain of the county's outstanding bonds from series 2015, 2016, 2020, and I so move.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Winfrey. Any discussion?
We do have someone here who can answer questions if anybody has any.
So far, I see none. So motion second, do we have a clean previous? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlattman? O'Gala? Pretzel? Butler? Yes. Newquist?
Yes.
Balich? Oxley? Brooks? Winfrey?
Yes.
Bullock?
Yes.
Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne.
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
And that's all I have, with the exception of the next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, August 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Public Works and Transportation, Chair Trinier.
Good afternoon, everybody. I understand a good time was had by all at the Public Works and Transportation meeting this month. Unfortunately, I was not there, but I understand we have a consent agenda with the following items. Item A, confirming award of contract to Austin Tyler for some resurfacing on River Road from East Frontage to Prairie Creek Bridge. Item letter B, confirming award of contract to Iroquois Paving for Washington Road District resurfacing Yates Avenue from Kentucky Road to County Line Road in County Board District 2. Item C, appropriating $1,024,100 of transportation funds for acquisition of necessary right-of-way for improvements along Laraway Road in County Board District 4. Item D, appropriating $54,460 of transportation funds for acquisition of right-of-way and costs associated with the improvements for Francis Road from Gauger to I-80 in County Board District 5. Item E, authorizing approval of the establishment of the altered speed zone along Division Street in County Board District 5. Letter F, authorizing approval of establishment of an altered speed zone along Plainfield-Naperville Road in County Board District 9. Item G, authorizing approval of the lengthening of altered speed zone along Plainfield-Naperville Road in County Board Districts 9 and 10. And I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by O'Gala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then we have item number 2, 25-208, adopting the Will County fiscal year 2026 through 2031 Transportation Improvement Program, and I so move.
Motion by Trinier, seconded by Winfrey. Member Ballard?
And so I make a motion to remove 143rd Street project from the plan.
Motion by Ballard, seconded by, was it you, Mr. Butler? Is there any discussion on the removal? Any discussion on? Okay. You're up, ma'am.
Thank you. I would just like to say why it's important for us to remove this, for some of the things that we may have forgotten. Our studies predicted 20,000 cars in 2050, but 22,000 cars in 2040. So our studies indicate that we're declining. So we have less cars that will be coming our way. If we do this, I'm not quite sure whether this happens or not, but if we would do a 5-lane on 143rd Street, we would be adding more lane miles. If we have more lane miles, then I would assume that we need more employees, because we need more employees for snow plowing and repairs and such like that. So that would be an increase in the cost for us for this particular project. In the past, we've noticed that both the village and the township have supported the 3-lane option, and they have not supported the 5-lane option. As we know, our phase studies from phase 1 to phase 2 can take 7 to 10 years. So much changes in the meantime, and numbers are some of the things that change, as the number of populations, whether it be commercial or not. That doesn't get discussed in here, and we don't really have a discussion about it, nor do we even think about it. If we recall, back in February 24, County Board voted 12-9 to cease moving forward with 5 lanes and entertain a 3-lane option, which is supported by both the village and the township. We passed that resolution as a county board. Several days later, the resolution was then vetoed for a couple of reasons. One was traffic demands were not addressed yet. We see that the traffic proposal will go down, so that doesn't make any sense. Another reason is that we had safety concerns. Well, if we had safety concerns that go back to 2009, I need to ask, why is it that we've not done anything about the safety concerns, such as lower the speed limit, add more stop signs or stoplights prior to this time? 2009 to 25 is quite a few years. In addition to that, we had a traffic study which told us that between 2013 and 2017, those 4 years, we had 202 crashes. But was not recognized was the fact that during this time, 159th Street was under construction, pushing the majority of cars to 143rd Street. That increased the traffic accidents. And typically they happened at Krim Road, which we definitely know needs to be addressed. So that's one thing that needs to be addressed. The statement that there was also a statement in the veto of a 2-lane is a danger to the public. And again, I go back to, if it's a danger, Why haven't we addressed any of these things prior to any decision going on back from 2009? Okay. So finally, I just want everyone to know that there is an expansion plan for both Bell Road and 151st Street. So I think that by changing this plan and removing it, we would be doing a good service to the residents of 143rd Street. You know, we sit here in these meetings and we hear, well, you adopt this 5-year plan every year and you can change it. But then we're told, well, we really can't change the plan. We can't change the contract. So I'm really confused how we change it. And we don't hear much input after the phase 1 study and the public hearings are done so that's over. So during that time, we're not hearing any of this information. So county board members are voting upon the information that they know at the time. And so it's very confusing, and that's why I think with this particular project, we've seen it. If you look at the maps on your desk, which shows 143rd, and it was predicted to be a commercial corridor, you will see that this corridor is really residential and agriculture. We have farms out here, and we have the many homes up and down this 143rd Street. I've driven on 143rd Street many times, many different times of the day. And I can tell you, I've never had, even during rush hour, I've never been sitting and waiting at any particular time. Are there accidents? There's always an accidents road. People are stupid when they drive. They talk on their phone. They text on their phone. They do many different things. They don't stop at a stop sign. They don't stop at a stoplight. You can absolutely never prevent accidents from happening. But I do think what's right is to change this plan and make sure that this would be a 3-lane with improvements at intersections and such, and let the people in Homer Glen live the quality of life that the reason why they live there and the reason why they want to continue living there, and not force 5 lanes upon them. So I hope everyone will vote to support removing 143rd Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Butler?
So with this project, we're going into a community. They pride themselves on being a dark skies community, which is, no lights. They want it natural. It's a very small, close community, and it has this road that goes through it. Everyone needs a road, so it's okay. But they don't want their neighborhood changed. They don't want a 4-lane highway with lights and sound barriers going right through the middle of their town. Who are we to tell them that they have to change their lives? Why do some of the people on this board feel that it's okay to defend landowners' rights when it comes to solar, but they don't feel like it's important to defend landowner rights when it talks about the property in which they live? It should be just as important. Now, I had proposed some ideas that we could do to help this process along. I think there's a lack of communication. I know that there are members on this board that feel that staff members are much more qualified to run government. Why we were elected, I don't know. But I do believe that I was elected to represent my people. And if something comes up, I go out and talk to them, and I find out exactly what they want. And I don't believe that had happened here. And it certainly didn't happen in Monee. Now, we spent $6 million of government grant money, so we can't turn it around. We should just give this land to Homer Township or the village or both and be done with it.
Member Balich?
Yeah, I just want to point out, because it's so long ago and there's new people on the board and they don't know exactly what happened, because it's been about close to 2 years now. And Homer Township filed a legal objection, which would require, if it was land use, 17 votes. Homer Township, I know it don't work for this. I said that. But Homer Township filed that legal objection. I filed the legal objection as a resident, because I live right off 143rd Street, and the village of Homer Glen filed a legal objection. So, everyone's made it real clear we don't want it. And it don't only affect my district, because there's 3 county board districts that are affected by this. Mr. Oxley's district and Sherry Williams' district's affected. They got the western end of Homer Township. And then Destiny and Raquel, they have the Lockport Heights portion. So granted, yeah, I have a bigger portion, but guess what? It's bad for all of us because the people don't want it. Those poor people in Lockport Heights will go nuts. They want a solar placed over there. Then they want to have, they're surrounded by warehouses right now. And what do you think's going to happen if this road goes through? Because the other part that connects from Route 59 is going to eventually end up at 143rd and 355. That's already a done deal with IDOT. So then just moving forward, all those properties that are cattle ranches over there, you think they're going to be able to keep their cattle with all the noise? The answer is no. So they're going to sell. Who's going to buy it? Warehouses. So now what are you going to have? You're going to have the trucks. And you're going to have a lot of trucks. And then when it goes east, the people in Orland Park are going to lose their marbles. Because all that land that they have to take to go east is going to cost a ton of money. A real lot of money. And then when it goes east further, when you get out of Orland Park, it's supposed to end up at Cicero. So you can't tell me that this is just a simple little road, county road. It's not. It's an expressway, a big, giant expressway going from Route 59 to Cicero. That's how, when it's all done, that's what the project will be. Now, I don't even know how many miles that is, but I bet it's just as long as 94. The part that goes from the south side up to the downtown Chicago. So, you know what? That road will be a huge hardship. I like to use that word hardship because I know that's the legal term that's got to be used. It's a huge hardship for everybody that lives in Homer Township. And going forward, it'll be a hardship to everyone east. So I just hope that the board votes to stop this now.
Thank you, Member Ravish.
I have a clarifying question. I think we need Executive Director of Transportation, Ronaldson, up here. Is he Executive Director? Is that his name?
He's your director, yes.
Director?
Or super.
I knew it was Director. I didn't know. Executive Director is right.
Oh, no.
Mr. Ronaldson, my question is pretty simple. With the project as it sits today, the 4 lanes, expanding to 4 lanes, that would take 116 parcels or parts of 116 parcels, correct?
That's correct.
And so if we were to switch to the 3-lane option, which is favored by many of the board members who do not want to see the 4-lane option or the 2-lane with the suicide, the alternative option, how many parcels does that take?
Well,
Or
until we
parts?
do a full design of that, I can't tell you.
But
it
in
is-
committee, you had estimated, you did some of the early preliminary work and ran
Yes,
some
while
numbers.
we
and-
would reduce the impact to many of those parcels, we would still need a majority of those parcels.
And I think the estimated number was like 108, right? Or am I holding you to a number that you don't?
Yeah, I don't
want to
recall that number, but
Okay, I thought that was the difference. So anyway, that was just my question, really getting to the point that even if we reduce it down to a 2-lane option with the suicide lane in the middle, parcels still get taken.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, with,
Thank
with a 3-lane open ditch, it would pretty much be the same amount of right of way. If we go to a curb and gutter, there'll be less number of parcels, but a majority of still what we need. So I think I've already answered
Yeah,
that.
I understand. Thank you.
Member Richmond.
Thank you. So, I don't know, I grew up in Orland in the 60s and 70s. I'm very familiar with 159th Street, 143rd Street and that. 159th Street around Wolf Road had a handful of houses. I believe the name of the neighborhood was Skunks Hollow at the time. I don't know what the exact name is right now. But on 159th Street, when you go further west, there was literally no housing. Going back, 40 years ago, there was, if you drove down 143rd Street, it was nothing but housing. There was literally no commercial. As the mayor stated today, there's only going to be about 10 businesses on that 143rd Street corridor. They want to keep it the way it is, and we have to figure out a way that we can accommodate these things. Now, as we move forward on these long-range plans, we need to actually work with the local jurisdictions a lot closer, because they have plans. We heard it today in the solar discussions, is they have a comprehensive plan. They're trying to figure out their communities. We overlay on top of them. We're trying to figure out our plans. I think as an organization, as a government entity, we should be working a lot closer with these townships and these villages and say, here's what our plans are, and get some kind of buy-in from them that this is the direction that they want to head with their community as it marries up with their comprehensive plan. I mean, I hate to see 100+ people have to give up their residency, because if I'm correct, the houses that were along 159th Street, very few of them actually had an easement that abutted up to 159th Street. Here we've got 100+ houses that literally 143rd Street will be within 20, 30 feet of their front door, many of them, and 20 or 30 feet from within their backyard. It just doesn't bode well for us as a government entity to inflict. Dan said it perfectly. We're going from a road to a highway. And just like I always ask these solar folks, would you want your parents, or would you live right next to this thing? And I guess in this case here, my question is would any one of us want to have that road, highway, running through our backyard or our front yard? So that's all. I've been against this project all along, and I will continue to fight for the residents of Homer Glen in stopping this project, or making it at least accommodating for them. If it's going to be if they're willing to work with 3 lanes and we can figure out a way to do that, great. But that's all I have. Thanks.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Ronson to come up, because as I've said before, we have to really make sure we have information versus and what's going out there. And the comment was just made that the residents have to give up their residency. Are we demolishing or taking people's homes for this property? Oh, you're not on. I just am being clear with some of this. I'm giving a little leeway because I know, but there are some strong statements I want to make sure that I understand too as well.
Once the land acquisition is complete, everyone's residency remains the same. No one is being relocated.
You said they have to give you, I wrote it as you have to give up their residence. So I want to know if that's, I'm asking too, because I learned a lot. Every time I listen to one of these, I learned something as well. So, yeah. I know that, I understand, but that was said. So I just wanted to make sure that, I'm sorry.
So let me clarify that. They're going to have a road. Am I talking to Jeff or? No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to have their house taken away and bulldozed. But what they're going to have is they're going to have more of their property, an encroachment of this easement closer to their residency, closer to their home, closer to their driveway, their front door, things like that, their backyard fence, et cetera. So trees, those are the types of things that I would not want for myself, my parents, my family, or even candidly, your family, Jennifer. So that's all. I apologize if I misspoke.
That's fine. I just want us to be careful here. Yeah, that's Member Berkowitz.
Thank you. And I would like Jeff to comment on this. I have two things to bring forward. Under the revenue and expenditures portion of the long-range plan, Jeff, it indicates that in June 2023, the county board directed Will County Department of Transportation to update our policies regarding pedestrian facilities. And so regarding pedestrian use, trails, bike trails, we don't really talk about that in this plan, but there is this reference. And looking at our development, 143rd Street, I believe, is a more appropriate road to develop bicycle and pedestrian traffic or paths than, let's say, 159. So has there been any more discussion about that on your part?
Yeah, during the process, we've had discussions with the Village of Homer Glen if they would like pedestrian bike facilities. We do that with all of our projects. We have discussions with municipalities. Do you want these? Because the county doesn't build them. It's the municipal's feature, their amenity. They will maintain it when it's done. We're going to cost share in it if in certain circumstances. But the answer is yes. We've talked about it with them. They did want pedestrian facilities, so we have it. It's in the design. The final plans have that included. A bike trail itself is not, because that takes up more right of way. So that question was asked, the elected, well, let's save right of way and just go with sidewalks on either side. And then there was subsequent meeting later across the golf course property to try and save trees in that area. So another meeting with the Homer Glen was held, and we removed, with their blessing, the sidewalk on the north side of the road to try and save more right of way there. So we've made accommodations throughout, still keeping the pedestrian facilities that ultimately they want. Now, we do have to have an IGA with them to help pay for that, and we don't have that yet, but the plans have it in there.
So I am glad to see that moving forward. Because of that usage there along that road, I think, again, I would prefer to have the 3-lane versus expanding that road to preserve that quality and to also provide a safer environment for pedestrians and people bicycling. So thank you for expanding on that. I appreciate it. Now, under the reference to the Rebuild Illinois plan, which is on page 10, if you look in our packet, it refers to the motor fuel tax with the inflation index and our option to impose our own motor fuel tax, which.
Are we on an amendment to
Yeah.
approve?
We're on amendment to, I'm assuming, I was giving her a little leeway to see if this is going to relate to 143rd Street. Is this part of 100? I was giving her a little leeway. I was here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
thank you. The
Yeah.
first one pointed, the second one did not.
Okay, then
So,
I was wondering if it was.
but I
going somewhere
still
with that,
have
so
a
I was like,
comment on the
okay.
long-range plan, so if
We're,
this is
right
the
now, yeah,
time-
we're doing the amendment right now.
Okay,
you
so
come-
don't forget me, please.
Well, press your button and I won't forget you for sure. All right.
Moving on.
Yeah. All right. So, okay. Well, thank you. I was just trying to give her some time to get there. Mr. Oxley.
Hello, and thank you, Madam Chairman. We were presented with these maps today, and I'd like everybody to look at the green lines. Now, Jeff, is that green line the property you're going to take or the easements you have now?
I don't have any idea what you're looking at, sir.
These maps,
I don't have that.
That's
you don't?
I do not.
Well,
I don't think.
Would be their property, so I would actually force you to.
Those green lines are a GIS's interpretation of where the property lines are.
currently
Existing.
existing right now. So now you're going to take more right of way and you're going to be against the houses in a lot of these spots. And we didn't get page 5 of the map, which goes from Golden Oak up by the fire station and the Homer School. I think it's Hadley. I'm not sure of the name of it, but because that's impacted by this too. And if you go back to the second page, if you look, and I drove up 143rd Street the other day, and there's survey stakes up showing the new proposed right of way.
Yeah, the
Well-
individual property owners have asked what it's going to look like, so we go out and give them stakes that
Sure.
they see.
I get it. And if you go to, and I'm back to Reed School, you're taking up 1 to 1.5 cleaning spaces of a bus ramp on the entrance. You're taking the same up on the exit and the same.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that?
We're doing what to it?
You're taking, by the survey stakes that I looked at, and they said, ROW means right of way, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we're on the same page.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misheard the part you were talking about. We're taking lanes, so I need to hear
I'll
that
try to
again.
be, you're taking the queening spaces of the buses that are housing.
Queuing spaces?
Queening, queuing, okay. Call it what you want. But you're taking 1.5 spaces up on the entrance to the bus ramp, 1.5 spaces on the exit, plus 1.5 spaces for the parking lot of staff. Where do you want them to put these buses? Out in the street?
We're not taking anything like that, what you're saying. We are not impacting that queuing.
So that
lane.
stake that you put in the ground, because they asked for, that says ROW, that doesn't mean anything?
No, I would, if I have a chance to sit with you sometime, I'll go over the drawings with you. I'm telling you what you're stating is not correct.
Well, why are these stakes? I mean, I looked all up the south side of 100.
Well, some are right away, some are temporary. There are temporary easements to do the aprons a little better, so the grades are matched certainly, but I'm not going to speak without the drawing in front of me. I cannot give you that answer. That's not my drawing.
Well, I don't know who made them and gave them.
Yeah, I don't, do we know how these
Who
were
gave
placed
them?
on?
Anybody who know who got
Oh,
these
they were
there?
just, they're from
I mean,
just from a resident, okay.
I'll be
They-
quiet,
yeah.
but quite honestly, I'm
No, I'll be
against,
happy to go over any of those individual plans with any of the board members, but what you're saying is not correct.
well,
What you're saying, we're not impacting the queue of the bus lane. That's not correct.
okay. I'll reserve that comment for later, but I don't like this project. We're gonna be right up against houses, we're gonna be up against fences, and then down the road, when somebody goes
Let's
for a
get back-
zoning change,
We're trying to, so, sorry, Mr. Oxley, can we, hold on, one person at a time, please.
when somebody goes for a zoning change, they're gonna be a non-conforming use lot because their farm doesn't have 10 acres now, it's only 9.25 because of the right of way. So we're opening up a big can of worms of an area of nobody that wants this project. I say we scrap it and move on. Take the money somewhere else.
Thank you. Member Trinier?
Oh, thank you, Madam Executive. I was given some information that you were actually meeting with the mayor of Homer Glen and maybe the township officials to see if there was some kind of compromise that could be worked out. I don't want to remove this project. I'd like to see a compromise, or if we can't reach one, then we move forward and maybe just move forward a little slower with the concept that, you know, we do the turn lane down the center, but we go ahead and acquire the rest of the land that we would need so that people can kind of get used to the idea that this isn't going to be their land anymore. But I certainly don't want to remove it from the packet. Thank you.
And full disclosure here, and maybe Chair Van Duyn, we have started setting up, yes, we've had a meeting with the village. We've answered questions. The mayor and I have talked actually since our original meeting, and some of the questions she asked that she presented today were already addressed as well. But yeah, we are meeting with county board members we've set up who touch the district.
Sure.
And then I think we had a conversation last week with the mayor who's going to share, we were sharing some more information. So
Yeah, because
information is continuing to happen.
because those of us that are not privy to those meetings, we don't know what's going on. And like I said, I had heard this kind of anecdotally, and I just hope that, you know, we can move forward with the project in some form or fashion. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm holding off on people who have spoken, so let me check my numbers here. They're all in order, but I have your breath. Member Bullock, sorry.
What exactly is the impact of taking this out of the plan to the county, to the, I mean, I understand that 143rd folks don't want this. Okay. So their road would remain the way it is. What is the other implications of this that we may not see?
Well, a couple of things. Actually, I don't believe you can actually remove it from the plan. But if the project were not to happen, the federal dollars would be thrown away. The 7 million we have allotted to this project would be thrown away. A lot of the 6 million we spent would be thrown away. The increased traffic that is continuing to happen regardless of the population The ADT is increasing. I'm very happy to review whatever traffic studies that I think last month the village mentioned, or was mentioned that the village was going to do a traffic study. I'll be happy to review that when it comes, but I would be very surprised if it shows traffic is reducing, because none of our county highways that I'm aware of are reducing in traffic volumes. They're only growing. So as the traffic grows, the congestion, the safety impacts of that rural, narrow road will increase. But in the end, if you want to consider changing the scope of the project, again, that's something you can do, but not in the tip. You can do it, and it's your agendas, it's your contract. This is the tip. This is just a plan of the snapshot of the existing contracts that the county board has approved and how we will implement those. How you change the contracts, that's your call. Public Works, we can discuss these things. During this time of the year, we talk about the tip. If you have a different opinion on how things could go, we can talk about those. Every January, I give a mid-year update on all those projects as to the status. Are they in phase 1? Are they in phase 2? The phase 3? That's an opportunity to talk about it. On our website, each project has a status on there as to where they're at. There's either a direct website or a PDF of what the project looks like and the status of it. So all the information's out there. If anyone has a question, we are always answering questions. Give us the questions and we will give you the answers you need. And if you need to take action on it, in your opinion, you got your own processes to do that. I can't tell you that process exactly, but the tip is my statutory responsibility to tell you where we are at and where we would go if we continue the contracts, the future contracts that you have control over, actually, the future ones, but they're the existing contracts. So this satisfies my statutory role to give you that plan. And it's up to you to decide on future projects.
Oh, wait, follow up. So then you're not talking that this is a future project.
143rd Street as planned is a contract for a 5-lane cross-section. So that's how we are implementing it.
All right, Member Logan?
So I do have 2 questions for you, Jeff, really
Yep.
quickly. Was the 159th expansion part of the original plan?
The 159th Street is not, that was the right word. Was we were aware of it, yes, but it is not a factor in the 143rd Street project.
Okay, so since now that's been widened, that moves traffic then, correct?
It moves traffic, and the volumes on 143rd Street have increased since 159th Street was completed. 2019, 12,300 according to IDOT's website. 2023, IDOT's website says 143rd Street now has 15,300 ADT, and 159th Street was done in 2019. Traffic has increased.
Okay, so it sounds like there's different numbers on that. What is the overall cost of the project? Roughly, within $5 million.
I believe the outstanding dollars is around 77 million.
77 million. So if we were to give you $77 million right now, could you find better places to spend it? Yeah, okay. All right. Can you do both?
There's places all over the county to spend
Well, I
money.
mean, are there other areas where there's not uproar, there's not people that don't want it? Is there places that are
We impact
definitely
right of way.
dangerous?
There are right of way impacts on almost every single project we do.
Okay.
Every home, every tree will be impacted. So all our property owners, not all of them, but a great majority of them, don't always want to see the project. This happens on every transportation project. So I wouldn't do a single project if we went by that premise.
Oh,
I wouldn't.
okay.
If we go by the property owner not wanting their property stripped 5, 10, 15, 20 feet taken or their tree taken, we would not do a project.
All right. I got no more questions.
Chair Van Daan.
Thank you. We've been discussing this particular road for at least a couple years. I know we do have new board members that are seven months old. They've heard it every month for the last 7 months about this project. I don't think anything said today will change anybody's mind. I think it's just a bunch of willingness to share their thoughts. And Madam Clerk, I do know you have a tough job, but I could probably take roll on this project and this amendment right now and be 100% accurate. So I would just suggest that we just move on and go ahead and vote. Thank you.
Well, you would have been able to call the question if you didn't talk first, but so we're gonna move on, sir. Sorry, yep. We're going back for a second time, Member Butler.
Thank you. Okay, first I just want to say that there's a big difference between the 3-lane option and the other option. I mean, if you were just to talk about the community itself, you know, soft shoulders with the ditch and stuff, even if it takes up almost the same amount of room, certainly not an obstruction with sound walls and that sort of thing. So I think, you know, right there, that would definitely be a preference. And I realize that properties aren't being, you know, people aren't being forced to move, but some people, you know, a 4-lane highway with, you know, big walls and lights 20 feet from your front stoop might be, you know, something very uncomfortable. The other thing is the route that people take when they go down 143rd, it's a preference. They could take 83. They could take 159th. Guess what? When I go to work, sometimes there's construction on the grains. I go down 80th Avenue. You know, I reroute. So we don't need this project. We don't need it here. Sherry's got some roads by her house. They need some work. You could do it over there. Okay? At what point do the people get to have a say in how their communities develop? Who are we to just say we have to put a bunch of people through their community? I mean, do we have no compassion for these people? We don't need this. Okay.
So
other-
you know you have 2 minutes. So again,
I've
I've
gone more than 1
well,
minute.
I'm just telling you this. I mean, again, you like to correct me a lot, and you know when
Yeah.
you talk the second time you have to, and I'm trying to give leeway to people, but we're going to listen to people just pontificate. If you have questions for Mr. Ronaldson, please ask them. Okay. Please
I don't
ask
have
them.
questions for him. I'm debating.
Okay.
I have discussion, and I'm going to finish my last point.
All right.
I'm sorry that he's still standing there, but I
Fine,
have
but-
discussion.
Okay, that's fine, but you know perfectly well too, because you were one of them who said, Jennifer, keep us on time. Yeah, you did.
But I
So
am talking about the
I
motion at hand.
understand, but 3 minutes the first time, 2 minutes, and I have been extremely lenient, but as we said, we've
I
heard all
haven't
this.
even talked a minute yet.
Go ahead.
Not a minute. You might not like to
Finish
hear
up.
it. Okay.
Finish your thought, please.
Okay, and then when we say like we're throwing away, like if we're throwing away these studies or this government money, that addresses our whole procedural process, because there should be more community involvement before we get these studies and spend the money. So that speaks to that. So another reason why we should just change our policies and have better communication with the communities.
Member Balich.
Okay, I'm going to ask Jeff some questions and not pontificate. Okay, Jeff, when you say how much land you're going to take on each side of the road. So if we went to 3 lanes or turn lanes, either one, and you put the utilities in the middle of the street, how much less land would you need?
We already are putting a storm sewer in the center of the street in many locations. So until we would do a design for a 3-lane, I don't have any answer
Well,
for you.
what I'm going by is what our road commissioner going back a couple months ago, he ain't road commissioner no more, but he's an engineer like you. And he said that if we did a middle lane, or if we just did turn lanes where the streets are, you would only need maybe 6-7 feet on each side of the street. Is that accurate, you think? I mean, he didn't do all the exact numbers, but he went through it with me, so I know I was talking about.
Well, that's exactly the point. That guy has no, I know who it is. He has no review of the plans that we have had been working on for the last 10 years. The grades out there, the water we have to deal with, he has no idea what the impacts are. So to make that statement is totally disingenuous.
Well, when you say 5 lanes, that's what it is.
The
And
current
if you're
project
gonna-
is 5
If you're going to
lanes.
go to 3 lanes, if it was a 2 wide left turn lane, that's the term for it, right? 2 wide
Two-way.
left turn lane?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we went to a 2 wide left turn lane, there'd be 3 lanes, not 5.
All you're
And if
doing
we
is
didn't-
removing
If we
12
didn't
feet
put
of
sound
pavement.
barriers up, and so, I mean, where's the extra land going?
To go to a 5 lane to a 3, all you're doing is removing a 12-foot lane. It's 12 feet.
If you got 5 lanes, how wide are each lane?
I'm telling you, if we go 5 lanes down to 3, you're removing the outside 12-foot lanes. 12 feet. So 24 total, but 12 feet on the side of each
Okay.
individual property owner.
And then going to what Mr. Oxley was talking about, how many feet is the road going to actually be from Hadley School, Bobby Noonan School, and Reed School?
You'd have to look
From
at the
the
draw,
building.
we'd have to look at the drawings to answer those specific
'Cause
questions.
I'm being told by the schools that they're going to have a problem because the road is going to create too much noise for them to teach the kids right. So they're going to have to find a way to not have the classrooms anywhere near the road. So do they have to expand? Because Reed School already expanded. They already spent the money to expand. And the road will go up to where it's too close to the front of the school. So it's same with Hadley School, and the same thing, Bobby Noonan School would have it where it would be real close to their parking lot. And then how many subdivisions? There's one, it's like a closed subdivision. But if you go into that one, that's gonna put the road right next to where all the houses are. You follow where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
So
you're playing right into the mischaracterization of the project on all those levels. Hadley School, I think you're talking about not Hadley School. Hadley's on Park or on Bell Road. I think you're talking about the one closer to Bell.
Well, it's
But that one
closer,
isn't
yeah.
even in this project. It's in the current one under construction. There's a parking lot between the school. It's a done deal. They sold their right away. Bobby Noonan's, they have a play area in the backyard.
Yeah.
It's like 30 feet away from the existing right away, and we're not buying right away from them. We're buying a temporary easement, and they've already sold. They've signed on. It's done. They're happy with it.
And then the
And
other,
then the school you mentioned, Reed,
Reed,
we coordinated them. They coordinated with us when they did their expansion to make sure that our plan didn't interfere with them and theirs didn't interfere with us. We worked with their engineers, and in those discussions, they were concerned about site distance. So we even changed our plans even more to improve the site distance along the profile. So we talked with them at that time. We are not impacting that drive aisle going through there to where the buses queue. There's green space, the drive aisle for the school, and then the school. We're not impacting the school building or even the bus aisle.
and then your traffic study. If you do a traffic study from Golden Oak West, you're going to get a real low number because there's no traffic at all, hardly. Just the people that live there going in and out of the subdivisions.
No, 12,000 people is still quite a few.
From Golden
number of
Oak
people.
West?
Yeah. Yes.
Gonna let you have to wrap up there, Vivian.
Okay, I would just want, those are questions that, it's like before when I asked them about Route 59 to 143rd Street.
I'd rather you have
and
the
Jeff
accurate
said
information.
that we don't do it. He said no. And then I found out that I talked to the guy that bid on the job. And it's happening, but it isn't a county job, it's an IDOT job.
Yep. Yeah.
So
control that. Yeah.
when we're talking, it's real difficult for a lot of people to understand.
I agree. That's why,
Because
yeah.
it go from, now you got IDOT that's gonna go from 59 to 143rd and 355. Then you got the county. They already built the bridge, it's stopped. And there's a sign on it that says 143rd Street.
All right,
Okay?
we're gonna wrap because you
All
and
right,
I have
I'm
had
just
this. We're
looking,
good.
But then you go
Not a bridge.
from there, you go to the next step, Bell Road. So now it starts, and then that's where I live. and there's 4 lanes. So in other words, they're gonna put a 3rd lane in the middle where I live. The people are gonna look, they're really gonna go nuts. They can't get out of the subdivisions onto 143rd now.
All right.
You gotta drive around to a stoplight somewhere, unless you want to take your life in your hands. So after it leaves Will Cook Road, it goes to Orland Park. Have you talked to the mayor over there?
Yes, we have. And
And
we
he
have
ain't
talked.
too happy about it.
No, I'm going to disagree with you. So please don't talk to regarding other people.
I
We've
know,
had
but
a
I'm
conversation. He's
saying
going to
is
send his
we are-
response to that.
At the very beginning, if we stop that thing at 143rd, the trucks are still going to be able to come from Wisconsin and the
We're
north
gonna-
side of Cook County.
We're going to
Why
get
do
back
we
on
gotta
track here.
service
We're going to
Cook
get
County
back on
with
track here,
Homer
Mr.
Glenn?
Ballard,
Why
regarding
does Homer
the
Glenn
amendment.
have
So
to
I'm going to,
service
thank
Cook
you.
County?
Thank
That's
you,
my
thank you.
question.
We're going to go on to Member Hickey. Thank you, Member Hickey.
Thank
And
you.
then Member.
Mr. Ronaldson, if we went to a 2 wide left turn lane or 3 lanes or whatever, if we would change the plan, what happens to the money that we have asked for from the federal government?
We can't use that federal dollars in that type of improvement. Has to be the 5-lane cross-section that was approved through the state and the federal highway administration. By their guidelines, that's what needs to be built.
And what about the money that's already been invested in the project?
If we were to go to a 3-lane,
Mhm.
we would be having to reapply a lot of that. A lot of it would not be able to be used again. It'd basically be thrown away.
Okay.
To go to a 3-lane, engineering is like another $1.5 million just to do that design itself.
Okay. And that cost is picked up by the taxpayers of Will County?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Member Freeman.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. All right. There's a motion to call the question, seconded by Newquist. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on calling the question.
Speaker Van Dyne, we can compare at the end. All right, Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Yes. Ogala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
21 in the affirmative, motion carries. So we're now on Mr. Ballard's amendment. We're voting on the amendment to remove 143rd from the Transportation Improvement Plan. And we have no, it was Mr. Ballard's, right? That was your motion, wasn't it? Yeah. And you motion, we had a second? I don't remember who, but yes. So Madam Clerk, please call the roll. This is on the amendment.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Ogala. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Balich.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
No.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne. Thirteen favor.
All right, 13 in favor of the amendment, so the motion carries. Right? Patient? Yeah, so I'm curious to know, since again, if that means, since he clarified what this really is, this transportation improvement plan, Since we're not voting on contracts or what exactly, I think everyone would like to know what they voted on because I don't want the community to think something different either. So we're going to go ahead, sir. Oh, you're not on.
So it indicates that you wanted the plan or that portion of the plan removed, but Mr. Ronaldson he submits the plan. So Mr. Ronaldson will make the final decision.
Well, hold on. Hey guys, I mean, I'm being serious. I was serious when I asked that question. I don't know what it means because again, as you tried to explain, this is a plan. You still vote on the contracts that things have already been done. I'm curious to know. So if you want to, we will allow questions just questions, not comments on this, just questions. Go ahead.
I think the question that the county executive was asking needs to be clarified. This is a plan. This is not allocation of any funds. Can we build a project that is not in the plan? Is there a prohibition in state statute or county ordinance that if a project is not in the plan, that we cannot build it? Now, is that kind of where you were going?
No, I just honestly wanted to know because again, this is a plan that we have contracts with. We've expended dollars. We have contracts with this plan. I want to know if the plan is separate from
That's
the
what I was
project.
asking.
For the project,
That's
yeah. I guess,
exactly
yeah.
what I was asking. Can we build a project that is not in the plan? We've already started the project. The vote wasn't to stop the project. The vote was to remove it from the plan. There is a distinct difference between stopping and removing.
And folks, this is a serious question because I know we have people in the office and they're going to go back and want to speak to their community. I have your buttons. We just really need to know what this means.
So Illinois state statute is what sets forth the requirements of the plan. The plan is supposed to be a report from the county engineer to IDOT as to what projects are pending in Will County. For decades, in an interest of keeping the county board informed, the Division of Transportation has brought the plan to the county board to inform them and give them input. But the bottom line is you have voted for this plan. There is no requirement in state statute that county board approve the plan. You have approved the project. Mr. Ronaldson's obligation under the statute is to report the plan and all the projects that have been approved by county board to IDOT. That is what this plan is about. It's not about procedure. It's not about anything else. It is about what has your county approved and what is the timeline for what they have approved. If you don't want 143rd in the plan, then you need to vote to rescind the project. Thus far, you have not had the votes to do that. So the plan is going to go to IDOT as it's drafted.
And again, I know we have, so please clear, they believe that by removing it, they have rescinded, again, this is a plan. We talked, they believe that since they took this item just out of the plan, that it has been rescinded. That's
not
all right. So
what this was.
So we're going to all ask questions and these are just, again, we're just asking questions. I don't care your thoughts, whether you believe this is right or not. So if we're answering questions right now, I'm going to go on the button. As I do. So give me a minute because I have to do a lot of this. All right, Mr. Ballage, what is your question, sir?
Well, I'll have a statement.
No, I just said we're not
Question-
doing
the
statements.
Question's for Mary. If you go by the actual statute law, Dillon's law states that it has to be expressly written in the statute for us to make a determination on something. That's what we've been told numerous times. So our road commissioner said we could cancel the project anytime we wanted. Anytime. And I asked him, why didn't we cancel it 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago when this all started? And he said, because we had contracts. So this plan is to initiate the contracts, and we're removing it from the plan. That doesn't mean that we can't vote on it later on to put it in. Right now, there's negotiations going on with the township and the county executive and the village and the county executive, and it'll have 6 county board members eventually with the county executive to come up with an answer. So we're removing it. What, were we supposed to spend thousands and millions and trillions of dollars just to do it? Because it's in the plan. When we were told over and over again for the last year that we can change it. And that's why I said we should I was told by the state's attorney wrongly. Mr. McGrath gave me all kinds of grief last at the meeting. He said, I can't make a motion to stall the plan for 6 months. And I said, he said, because I made a motion similar to it before. And I said, no, it was a different motion. And we argued about it. This is the same thing. You're stating the statute. It's not expressly written in the statute. It violates Dillon's law. So what you're saying is irrelevant.
Do you have a
We
question?
voted to remove the 143rd Street from the plan. And that's it. So now the people that didn't like it are complaining. Well, why are you complaining? Because you didn't win for a
No,
change?
no one's complaining, Mr. Balich. No one's complaining. We asked a question, I asked a question to understand really what this means to the county. Well, again, thank you. I appreciate. I understand that. All right. Thank you. Member Mitchell.
Pass the plan because it's removed
right.
from the plan.
Member Mitchell has the floor. Thank you.
All right. Well, I can't.
Question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
here's the question. Then why have us go through this process? Like, why do we just spend, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes here? You knew, everybody knew going in today that this would be the object of what both sides were going to do. We're going to talk about removing this one particular part from the plan. So why did you allow us to go through this process? Why didn't, at that time, you say, you can't do this. This is not allowable, even if you, and why did we not know? Why did we not know that it does not matter who the people elected us to be here? Why do we not know that a bureaucrat, no offense, Mr. Ronaldson, that a bureaucrat has more power, is what you're telling me, has more power than we do. We want it removed.
No.
I think it's offensive to say that we think just because it's removed that everything's gone away. That is not true. I do not believe that. But I do believe when I vote to remove something from a report, that it should be removed from the report. End of story. And then there should not be any overriding of that.
Do you have a
fact.
question?
We just
Instead
sat
of-
here and go
do
through
you
this
have-
process.
What is your
That's the
question? What
That's
is
the
it?
question.
Why didn't you-
Why have us go through this entire process? Why is it that
Okay,
why
Miss-
is it Mr.
let's-
Ronaldson has
sit in-
more authority than we do as a board? We've been elected by the people. Why is that? So I had 2 questions.
So if the county board wants to stop the project, they can put that on the agenda and have a vote straight up or down to remove the project. What you are talking about here is not the project, you're talking about the plan. The plan is something that is required by Illinois state statute. It is required that the county engineer prepare the plan and submit it to IDOT. There is no requirement in the statute that he even bring it to county board for approval. It has been brought to county board for approval as a courtesy for decades. Quite honestly, we didn't even look into this issue until you guys raised it a couple of weeks ago, because it has always been done and there was never a question of whether it should come to county board. So when it was asked of us, can you amend it? We did the research on it. We were asked to just let you have the debate to see what would happen and to give you the latitude. So we did that. But at the end of the day, what Mr. Ronaldson's statutory duty is to report to IDOT what projects have been approved by county board and where they are at the stage. So the plan is what it is. He has an obligation to report that. If you want to stop 143rd, put it on the county board agenda and have a vote up or down on 143rd Street.
Man, your mic isn't on. Yeah, your mic isn't on. She's answered the question. I know, yeah, yeah.
I'm
yeah.
sorry, the question wasn't answered, Madam Executive. The question on the table was, why have us go through this process? That was the
She
question.
just explained that.
But no,
She was asked to.
that did not, she did not answer the question. No, if she said herself, she just let us do it because she just wanted us to have the argument. These
No,
people aren't
she
here.
didn't say
Did she not, wait a minute. Did you not say that you said, let's just have the discussion or
I
whatever you
said it
wanted
was
to?
requested that we not say anything and to allow you to have the normal discussion that you have on
Okay,
this
so
issue.
that's what was said, right? So I'm sorry, I interpreted that as kind of the same.
So she
Let
did
us go
answer
through-
why
Let
it
us
went
go through this dialogue first, but that's kind of unfair to the people who came here from Homer, thinking that it was going to be removed from the agenda, is what I'm saying. I'm just saying, if you knew that we weren't able to remove it from, which I'm willing to accept, by the way. I'm willing to accept that you can't remove it from the report, but my point is that should have been made clear prior to the back and forth, because we could have been out of here a lot sooner.
Member Axley, did you still have something to say? No, oh, you don't have to. No, you have a question. You have a question? It's a question. Or then wait till we're going to have county board comment at the end. Yeah, yeah,
All due respect, I didn't vote on it because I wasn't here.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right. We're going now on to Member Ogala. Again, please, you guys stick to questions. You just talked about how long we're here. Stick to questions.
So I'm going to stick to the question.
Thank you.
The question was, why did we decide we're just going to let us sit here for all these hours and talk about a plan and whether we should have it or not or whatever, if it was just for, I don't know, fun or something like that? Seems kind of crazy to me. I do recall last time we had this conversation that we were told we cannot change the plan. Now we were able to change the plan. We voted on that today. And if this is true, that Jeff Ronaldson brings it to us as a courtesy, then it should be just a presentation so that we see it. Why is it not a presentation?
Well, so you just, I don't know for why it's been voted on for years, Judy. As I just said, until someone asked whether or not it could be amended, we had never looked in it. It was on the agenda as a routine matter for decades. There was never any argument about the plan in the past, so there was never any question about whether or not county board should vote on it. As you just acknowledged, someone told you some time ago that it can't be changed. Mr. Ronaldson said it during his presentation a half hour ago or longer. He said, this is my plan. You don't really have the authority to change it. He said that.
So this is what we need. We need a clear and definitive answer as to how we can change anything, because here's the plan. Here's the thing. For some reason, we look at, maybe we should make an improvement to this road, okay? At that time, it's in somebody's mind, maybe a village mayor requests it, I don't know. And the thought process begins. And I guess this will be a question for Jeff. During that time, we don't ever incur any costs when it's just thinking about it, but there's costs once we begin the study. And the study should tell us whether we should move forward with it or not move forward with it. But during that time, we will spend dollars, whether we got the money from the federal government for the study or whatever. It's irrelevant. It's important to do the study to determine whether you should or you shouldn't do something. By doing this study, it brought to light many times later, now that we're at phase 2, phase 1 was 7, 10, 12 years ago, what have you. Things have changed, mayors have changed, board members have changed. But the community hasn't changed, as we see. It's not commercial, as they claimed it would be. The number of residents in Homer isn't what the study showed. So things have changed. So when is it that the county board member actually gets to? Because there is no clear idea in my mind when we can say yes or no. What typically happens, because I was the chair for the last 2 years, we get requests from the different departments, other elected officials to put things on the agenda. We don't ever just say, oh, well, we're going to go ahead. We get presentations from Jeff all the time about projects. They're never in any detail. It's always high level. You don't see the finite. I'm going to say this, Jennifer.
Okay,
We
I'm
don't
going
see
to
the
start, I'm
finite
cutting off questions after
information.
Member Ogala, though,
It's
because this was my, I brought it up, so I'm going to, after Member Ogala's finished, please ask a question. Again,
I'm
you're just-
asking, when is it
that you
we
can change a project?
So there are various times. So you have multiple issues. They come up at Public Works and then if Public Works votes on things to move forward to county board, you move it forward.
chair.
So whether there are contracts that you're voting on, they always say what road project it's for. You can vote the project down. And if you think the project needs to stop, then you should be having that conversation and saying, you know, I don't think this program is wise anymore. I think we need to put on the agenda a motion to rescind the authority for this project.
And members, so again, obviously this is going to need, you have a lot of questions. I brought up the questions just to hear that opinion, and now we're all going to give our own opinions, and I appreciate, I wanted to listen. So this was no, I'm done. No, I'm the chair. Here, this is, and I'm sorry to do this, but we are going on long enough. You have got it? No.
You got it?
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes. I know.
Say that once the, is put to the floor, that it is no longer yours, it belongs to.
Yeah, what is your point of order?
That is my point.
What?
Once you present something to the floor, it becomes the floor's, not yours anymore. So you cannot end it. You can.
Yes, I can. Yes, a chair can end something. Yes, a chair can end conversation. And
The flow, but once you bring an item to the floor, it is no longer
No.
yours.
And I'm going to politely disagree that I do, and we've answered the question. Again, I know people have a lot of feelings and thought. It was a general question because you have people in the audience, and I just want to make sure that we have a better understanding. So again, thank you very much. We need a, thank you, Assistant State's Attorney Tatro. We now need to go on to public health and safety, sir. Wait, no, we're not. We're not done? Yeah, we did. Okay, we need to take as amended. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, Member Trenier just made a motion to remove the plan from the agenda. Is there a second? Second by Freeman. So we're going to remove the plan from the agenda. We're moving the plan from the agenda. So that is the motion. There's a second. Do you want to discuss? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. We're removing the plan. Do you have a comment on that?
I have,
A comment on removing the plan? All right. Do you have a comment on removing the plan? Member Bullock?
What exactly does that mean?
For removing the plan from this. Assistant State's Attorney Tatro just said it was a process that apparently never needed to do, is just something that the county board did as a courtesy. That's what we're hearing, but it's not technically needed. So now Member Trenier is asking to just remove it since it does not have to be officially done by the county board regardless. So that is why we're removing it. Do you have a question, sir? Hey, folks, I'm learning with you.
If we vote to remove the plan.
The entire
the
plan.
whole plan, but we already voted 13 yeses to remove 143rd Street from the plan. So when we vote to remove the plan, we're voting, that's already removed.
We're removing it from all of it now, so.
But I mean,
You doubled it.
No, I want to clarify it. When
Yeah.
we're voting for this.
Yes.
143rd Street is already removed. And now we're going to vote to remove the rest of the plan from the agenda. But the 143rd Street is not in the plan right now. Because it was removed.
Yes,
So we're-
correct.
So 143rd Street remains removed. And
From
we're
the
gonna vote
plan.
to remove the whole plan.
From the plan, yes.
No,
Wait.
that ain't what I said.
No.
We already voted to remove 143rd Street.
From the plan. Right.
So that's done.
Yes.
So now if we're going to remove the plan from the agenda, 143rd Street is not included.
But Jeff can do whatever he wants. It's here. Yeah, he can do whatever he wants.
Okay, so, you're right. So that was just, we just amended, we amended it to, we amended it to remove it from the plan.
Right.
Right? So part is done.
Right.
Now there's been another motion to just remove the entire plan.
That's fair.
So that's what
But
we're
I just
asking.
wanted to clarify it, that I wanted to make sure that 143rd Street was removed from the plan.
But
Period. And
we
that's
didn't,
not
yes.
included in this removal of the.
It is because you have to vote to then, you
No, I
made an
disagree.
amendment. You made an amendment to the item on the agenda. That one went down, so now you have to make an amendment, we have to revote for an amendment on the entire item, just like we've done all along.
Right.
And before that, now we have, because we've heard this, we've had member Trenier say, let's just remove the plan if we're not supposed to do it.
And so the
Yeah.
question I have
Yeah.
then is, if we vote to remove the plan, 140, if we don't vote to remove the plan, it stays intact, 143rd Street still remains removed, because that's what we voted.
Everything, no, because we never did an amendment we never went
We
back.
voted on the amendment and
Yeah,
passed.
yeah, you can, but right now there's this amendment out, right?
Right,
yes,
but
yeah.
I'm saying if
Right. All right. So there's a motion and a second to completely
we
remove
wanted to pay,
the plan from the agenda.
so we
is
have
there-
to vote no on it to keep 143rd Street removed?
No. I'm trying, I
You
mean,
know what?
I'm trying to be like, what they're basically telling you is that this is, and again, I'm hearing this too, folks. What I'm hearing them say is the plan is separate from the actual project. He has to turn this in as a report to the state. And since we just heard it really, at this stage, what we're doing here doesn't impact any of the road projects. And so she has just said, let's just remove it if we don't have to do it anyway. And then for all intents and purposes, all the arguments and all the fights for any of those road projects can continue. No, no.
That's the problem.
We haven't, yeah, you know you did this on purpose, Mr. Oxley. You did
Jeff
that on
can't
purpose.
do whatever he wants.
All right, all right.
Well, are we allowed to make a motion to remove all his money out of his line item?
No, come on now, don't.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Let's
if you- What
be-
I'm hearing up here is that Jeff is like God.
No, it's.
He's like, and he can do whatever the hell he wants. And then when the state's attorney gave her opinion, it's protecting Jeff, because again, this is nuts.
I'm going to take a recess if you don't get this back in order. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on, I haven't called on anyone, no. I haven't called on anyone. We're having a lot of yelling out, and I'm really am thinking about coming to recess. So we have a motion, and we have a second on removing the plan. All right. Is there any discussion on that? Yeah, okay. Well, then, well, okay, we're discussing on the removal of the plan. We're not removal of the plan. Member Newquist.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, because after all this discussion, I'm a little confused. So the plan stays the same. The plan stays exactly as Jeff has written it. And by removing it from the agenda, we are basically acknowledging that we have no sway over this plan, because the plan is a report of what has happened. The plan is not a guide to where we spend our money in the future, correct? So I just want to clarify that that is the case. And Mary's shaking her head yes, or nodding her head yes.
Yes.
Okay.
The plan
Thank you,
talks about
Kevin.
what's going on now and what will go on in the future. Jeff will submit his plan as he intended.
And then by us removing it from the agenda, we're basically acknowledging that we're not voting on it. We're just saying it shouldn't have been on here in the first place.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Member Bullock. Member Bullock, did you have comment or question on the removal,
Okay. Hey,
Yeah.
can we all use microphones or something? Because this
Uh,
is, I don't even know what's going on right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you have the microphone, so.
I know. So
Yeah.
I have the microphone. Here we go. All right. The plan is a report, period. That's all it is. It's a report of what's going on, how much money is being spent, where it's going, blah, blah, blah. We don't have the ability to do anything specific to that plan. 143rd is still in the plan, regardless of what we just went through. The reason we are removing it from the agenda is because we really don't need, or I don't know what word I want to use, to vote on that plan. The plan was brought to us. Here's the plan. We go, okay, thanks for sharing the plan. And the plan goes to IDOT and we go on with our day. We cannot remove 143rd from the plan. Now, I don't know, maybe we can say we want to dissolve the 143rd project. I don't know, but it sounds like that's the only way, if we can even do that, then anything changes. So right now, the plan that has 143rd in it exists. It has gone to IDOT, and we don't approve or disapprove that. And we need to take it off the agenda for that reason, because it's not for us to say yes or no to, it's for us to say, thank you for sharing the plan. Is that accurate?
With regard to the plan, that is accurate. The plan is a plan. It does not control the ordinances you have previously passed, the authorizations you have previously made. It requires only that the county superintendent submit a plan to IDOT.
Member Pretzel?
I call the question.
All right. Is there a second? Member Pretzel, seconded by Trinier. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Richmond.
We're voting on to remove the plan from the agenda. Oh, we're voting on calling the question.
Oh,
Thank you. We're voting on calling the question right now.
Richmond. Ogala? I'm sorry, Williams? Dean Schlattman? Yes. Ogala? No. Pretzel? Yes. Butler?
No.
Newquist? Balich?
No.
Oxley?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yeah.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
19 in the affirmative. 19 in the affirmative, the motion carries. So we go back to the original to remove the plan, the entire plan from the agenda. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlattman? Ogala? Pretzel?
Yes.
Butler?
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
After the roll.
Sure. The agenda says that we are to adopt the transportation plan as a county. Is there an ordinance that says that we are supposed to adopt it or not adopt it? If we adopt it, do we agree with the power?
It's not, we're just voting to remove it from the agenda.
Newquist? Balich? Oxley?
Yeah.
Brooks?
Yeah.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
Yes.
17 in the affirmative, motion, no? 18 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I don't know for how long I will continue to be the chair of this committee, but I will promise each and every board member going forward, as long as I am the chair, we will not be asked to adopt this. It doesn't belong on our agenda. I will ask that Jeff Ronaldson share his report with us, and I will leave it up to the committee if they want the report before he submits it to IDOT or after. But either way, I will not be asking our committee members to vote on it because it is his job to do this report and we don't have any authority over it. Our next Public Works and Transportation Committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, August 5th, 2025. Have a great day.
Thank you. Member Butler, Public Health and Safety.
We have nothing to move forward. Our next meeting will be August 5th, 2025.
Thank you. Member Ortiz, legislative.
Thank you, Madam Executive. We also have nothing to move forward. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, August 5th, 2025.
Member Freeman, Member Freeman, capital improvements.
I have nothing to bring forward. Our next meeting is August 5th.
Member Dean Schlotman, landfill.
There's nothing to bring forward. Our next meeting is August 12th.
Thank you. Moving on to executive committee, Speaker Van Dyne. Yes.
Thank you, Madam
Hold on.
Executive.
Yeah. Well, for what, landfill? Can we check? We'll verify after. Yes, thank you. Speaker Van Dyne.
Thank you again, Madam Executive. We have a number of items on our consent agenda. Required qualifying statement for Will County multi-year plans, setting the public defender's salary, increasing the number of enforcement deputies at the Sheriff's Department, amending a liquor control ordinance, resolution authorizing the Will County Executive to execute a lease agreement, authorizing approval of contract for request for proposal demolition located at Walden Road, adopting the HUD 2025 to 2029 plan, accepting a grant under the IHDA home repair, ordinance amending the Will County Code of Ordinances, Title 3, Chapter 37, and also Chapter 40. And I would like to make that motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by, yeah, that's what he said right at the beginning.
Madam
Well,
Executive,
We've already started the consent agenda. You should have made that let us know, pulled out
This-
at the beginning. That's part of it. Yeah, it's still, we're being moot. We're just, it's a moot point. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Van Dyne.
This
You have to do-
not only includes the transportation plans, but all plans that the county provides. So I felt it was necessary to keep it in the consent agenda. If you would like it removed, I would be more than happy to do that.
Right. Well, he said, I'm starting the consent agenda, and that it's at one time people. You just let him go through, you talk about, like, and didn't say like, again, again. Is there something you would like out of it? What would you like out of there? What would you like out of there? Are you going to, okay, what item are you removing out of?
Thank you. I would like to remove items A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J from the consent
All right.
agenda.
Very good. All right, all right. So Joe, please go through each item individually. Thank you.
I'm trying to,
I just please, I know it, just please, let's.
consent agenda is no longer.
Mhm.
I would like to make a motion for resolution 25-209, requiring qualifying statement for Will County multi-year plans. I so
Motion by
moved.
Van Dyne, seconded by Brooks. Is there any discussion on that? Member Ogala.
Yeah, so I'd like to understand, granted, this is for all plans, but what does it actually accomplish? And what other plans do we have any authority over and what plans don't we have authority over? Because everything seems to have changed since I've been on this board and this is my 13th year. So what other multi-year plans are there besides this plan that we would have an impact on?
I don't even know how to, I don't know how to answer that because I don't know, I don't have a list of all the plans that we have in front of us. So I cannot tell you that. I do know that the qualifying statement was something that was suggested by a couple members here. And I assume if it's on one plan, as I think Speaker Van Dyne said, it would be part of any multi-year plan. Is that what I'm understanding, member? Van Dyne? All right. Okay. All right. Am I
Doesn't make sense.
accurately, I mean, if you, I don't have all the plans in front of me, Member Ogala. So if you would not like to vote for it, I appreciate your question.
It just doesn't make sense that it would go to other plans because this is really specific to road projects, or how it was written. That's the title. I didn't make the title.
Okay, so you could, I mean, I would suggest if you don't like it, how is it written, you vote no. Member Balich?
Yeah, it was my idea to do the plan, all right? And I'll tell you what happened. It was about protecting all county board members from being accused of voting for these projects that are happening now and in the future, that a plan is, we were told a plan is just a plan. It's not something that's written in stone. It can be changed at any time during the process. Well, again, I disagree with the state's attorney again, and I'll do it over and over again. But that's what we were told. And then this plan, this resolution was brought up with the idea of protecting county board members from being accused of voting for different projects within plans. And that a plan is just a plan. It's a guideline, or they said changeable at the committee. We use different terms. Chuck spent a lot of time to get this language the right way, and it protects all of us in this room from being accused of voting for something that wasn't wanted by a particular county board district or a different person. So I was accused of voting 8 times or 6 times of voting for 143rd Street project. I never voted for the project. I voted for the plan. It's different. I voted for the plan. And this protects county board members from being accused, because the next one that we're going to be talking about will be Manhattan-Money Road. That'll be coming up in a month, 2 months, whatever. But it's going to come to everybody at one point. And if you vote for the plan without this language in there, you get accused of voting for the road or the project that you didn't really want because the people in your district don't want it. So that's all it was. And it's very simple. And it passed through committee, and I don't see a problem with passing it now. All it is saying that these are not written in stone, despite what the state's attorney says. We were told it's changeable at any point. And that was the word that they used, changeable. So that came from Jeff, changeable at committee. So anyway, I'm hoping everyone votes yes to this here item, because it's important to protect us as we're going forward.
Thank you. Member Revis?
I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second? Second by Ortiz. Madam Clerk, we're voting on calling the question.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? Ogala? Pretzel? Butler? Newquist? Balich? Oxley? Brooks? Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
Yes.
19?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. 20.
As per previous rule.
20 in the affirmative, the motion carries. So we are now going to call the question. We are voting on 1A. Thank you. Voting on 1A. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? Ogala? Pretzel? Butler? Newquist? Balich? Oxley, Brooks. Winfrey, Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell, Ortiz, Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
Yes.
21 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Okay, we couldn't enter it, and it's done now, yes. Is it on process?
Well, actually, we've approved this and I think that's great. This language then goes into Jeff's plan. Is that my understanding?
That is my understanding as well.
Okay, and he agreed because he agreed to it. All right, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
All right,
Resolution 25-210, setting the public defender's salary. I so move.
motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Trinier. Is there any discussion? Member Ogala? Did you have a? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Okay,
I
sorry.
was waiting for the red light.
Yeah.
Should be a green light. It's all bit backward.
Yeah.
I know there are members of the public sitting out there, and I'm quite sure that they are not sure why we set the public defender's salary. So if we could have an explanation as to why we do that. Thank you.
So the reason why it's set this way is because there's state funding that kicks in when you have 90% of the state's attorney's salary. So you're just keeping, there was a change by the state legislature as to the state's attorney's salary, the office holder, not my salary. And so you're amending that to make sure that the state funding still kicks in.
Member Revis?
Call the question. Sorry.
Member second. Call the member Revis voted to call the question, seconded by Ortiz. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
You previous?
No, plow the roll.
Richmond.
I
The question's been called.
the question call, please call the
Richmond.
roll. It's- There isn't any discussion, you're right.
Dean Schlotman.
No, we're taking a roll call right now. We're on the roll call. Where you? Yeah.
Dean Schlotman. No,
We're calling the question. This is what you're voting on.
Dean Schlotman. O'Gala. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
19 members in affirmative are calling the question. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. We are on, just so you know, we are on 1B.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlotman. O'Gala.
Yes.
Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
21 in the affirmative, I'm sorry, 22 in the affirmative, motion carries.
Resolution 25-211, increasing the number of enforcement deputies for the Will County Sheriff's Department. And I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Trinier. Any discussion? Member Gala?
Thank you. Yeah, so it's kind of confusing. Why is it that we have to approve increasing the number of sheriff's deputies when we don't have to approve other elected officials to hire employees?
Can you speak to, I don't know the details
I
of this brought forward, yeah.
Yeah, Madam Executive and board members, I believe this request is for, and forgive me for not knowing exactly what school. School 161, I hear. Their request to have an officer full-time patrolling their school and they will reimburse the sheriff's department over 100% of his salary or her salary. They will utilize this individual for 7 months, and the sheriff will be able to utilize the individual for the remaining 5 months. That is for the reason.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Butler? Nope. Member Revis?
I'd like to call the question.
Can you just previous roll?
Motion to call the question by Revis, seconded by Ortiz. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Ogala. Ogala. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
22 in the affirmative. We are now moving on to item 1C. Madam Clerk, please, or is there
No.
previous roll call by Winfrey? So all good. Seconded by Ortiz. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Madam Executive, before I continue, I would just like to ask the board members to everyone just calm down and take a deep breath. We've all been through this before and we know how this agenda works, so we will get through it. Just take our time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item D. You're very welcome, sir. Resolution 25-212, amending the Liquor Control Ordinance, Chapter 110, Code of Ordinances. I'll save you the time of reading it all, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Is there any discussion? Previous roll call by Newquist, or I'm sorry, did you have a question? Mhm.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I forgot, I'm sorry, but what is a Class C1 liquor license?
Is that the peg? Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, take a couple of deep breaths too.
For the clarification on C1, C1 is a packaged license only inside a gas station, which means no on-site or on-premise consumption, and which then in turn, no entertainment, and also because there's no on-premise consumption, no video gaming.
Any other questions? Madam Clerk, or there was a previous, I believe, by Newquist, seconded by Hickey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 1E, 25-213, resolution authorizing the Will County Executive to execute lease agreements for 10 South Chicago Street and 9 South Osgood Street, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Costa. Any discussion? We have Member Ogala.
Yes. I was just wondering, what was our lease agreement prior to this? How much were we paying prior to this time?
Great question. For 10 South Chicago Street, we were paying $100,000 annually. This reduces that figure to $1.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Madam, do we have a clean roll? Is there a previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Mitchell? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 25-214, authorizing approval of contract for request for proposal for demolition located at 116 Walden Road. I would like to make that motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Any discussion? Previous, Member Ogala.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, does the county own this property? Is that why we're demoing it?
I am prepared to answer that because I think I lost everyone from land use, but the county does not own this property. There are many enforcement violations on this property. And so we will then lien the property to attempt to recoup our demolition costs.
Thank you, Mike.
There a previous roll call by Winfrey, seconded by Mitchell. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 25-215, adopting the HUD 2025 to 2029 Consolidated Plan and annual action plan for program year 2025. I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Costa. Member Ogala.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Madam Executive, but I did ask to have all these removed, so of course I have a question for each one.
All right, come on. Hey, you folks, we need, like I said, we know it's getting late. Just let's be respectful to everyone here.
Thank you. So I just need to be clear that we are adopting this consolidated plan and annual action plan for 2025 year. Why is this plan different than the multi-year plan that our Will County DOT? What's the difference here? Is this just really a presentation, or do we actually have the authority to approve or deny it?
This is a plan that you would work with in conjunction with CDBG and HUD. And so those have been approved through the CDBG process, has previously been through this board, and now it's in a planning document to show our 5-year outlook for it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah. Okay, there was a previous then by Winfrey. Is there a second to that? By Hickey, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 25-216, accepting a grant under the IHDA Home Repair and Accessibility Program, Round 2, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Trenier. Member Ogala?
Thank you. So what does this do for our residents? Does this give us money to help our residents do home repairs so they have easier accessibility, or?
I know this one.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I had a good one for this.
Okay,
You go
yeah.
ahead.
Oh, I thought you did. You
Oh,
looked like you didn't know what you were going to
no,
say.
I love the exec agenda, right? I am so happy that you asked this question. This is one we are really excited about, and you are the first person to ask a question on it
Thank
in this
you.
month. So we've been working for a little over a year now. We had been originally working with Senior Services on Safe at Home. I know that was important to many people on this board, and we were able to get that program restored. And Martha and her team over at Community Development have been trying extremely hard to figure out how can we expand this program. And so we were able to land this great grant through the Housing Development Authority of Illinois. This is going to allow us for properties that have violations in unincorporated Joliet and Bolingbrook, I believe, are the 3 places that we can do it. So if they have violations on their property and they are not able to financially pay for it with a bunch of qualifications, then we are able to come in and help them clean up their property and reduce blight in our communities.
So you said it was Bolingbrook, Joliet,
Bolingbrook, Joliet, and unincorporated.
and unincorporated
I
Joliet.
believe that to be the case.
All right, thanks. That's really good. I know that Senior Services did that Save at Home, but did they stop it?
Unincorporated in general.
Unincorporated.
In general. So these could be land use cases that come to us here. So we work with Joliet and Bolingbrook. That's part of it. And so anybody in unincorporated, those cases that come before us here, we do our adjudication. If they are financially unable, we are now able to help them.
But only for those 3 areas?
Because it's a qualified grant, and
Qualifying grant.
Bolingbrook and Joliet already, we funnel their money for them.
Right, that I
It goes to-
remember
yeah.
that. Okay, thank you. Well, I'm glad we got this grant. I think it'll be great for our residents in need. Thank you.
We have more questions on this one though. Member Trenier and then Revis.
I was just going to ask after the fact, but since we're going through each item in
Go on.
detail, how would a resident of Bolingbrook get funds from this grant? Because they wouldn't come to our adjudication court because they are a municipality.
I don't know if I have that specific.
So
Okay,
this is,
all
there's
right.
going to be still some things that we're going to have to figure out, but it's going to be land use and Bolingbrook coordinating with our community development department on violations that they think would fit in this parameter.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Revis? No, okay. All right, seeing no more questions, Madam Clerk, or do we have a previous? Previous by Mitchell, seconded by Ogala, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Resolution 25-217, an ordinance amending Will County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 37, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Butler. Previous Ogala, seconded, but you already seconded. You can't previous. Previous by Revis, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And lastly, Resolution 25-218, ordinance amending the Will County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 40. I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Revis. Previous roll call by Trinier. Seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And our next executive committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, August 14th, 2025. I don't know if we will meet. This group may need a break from the month of August. That concludes my report. Thank you.
I believe we do not have any appointments this month, and so this time we will. Okay, so we'll move on to public comments relevant to matters under the jurisdiction of the county. Yeah, well, we have comments right here coming. Yes.
All right. I'm gonna let you go. And I found it.
I had a request from some of the people that were waiting, if we could, is it possible to move public comments to the front? No, I meant this all the way to the front in our next meetings, because they have to
We
wait
do have public comment at the front.
for agenda items.
Right. From what I understand, I think these folks knew they could, from what I understand, they could have spoken. It's because it is on the agenda because we posted it, but they purposely wanted it to stay.
Some of the people that came to speak who wanted to speak.
You
to-
can talk, that's a change of your, that
I'm
is,
just
yes,
saying
no, I'm
we
not,
move it
that
to
is
the
a
front.
change of your rules and I'm going to let you work with your caucus on that. So you get, gentlemen, you can come up, sir. Please state your name for the record. You can just state your name.
Ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Buell. I'm talking in regard to 2C 24041, land use. Well, it's been almost 1 year to the date that we were here discussing this very same subject. Nothing has changed on the Will County taxpayer side of this discussion. We all have the same serious concerns regarding all the detrimental effects that this electrical industrial facility, AKA solar farm, will have on our homes, family, and pets. My neighbors and myself were elated when the board cast a unanimous vote against this land use change last year. At least this time, the citizens prevailed over big money and big industry. Thank you all for that day. The only thing that has changed since then is that Jeremy Price of Renewable Energy has sweetened the pot by promising a one-time payout to the city of Wilmington of $50,000 if the Will County Board approves this permit within 6 months. There's a second payment of $100,000 promised within 30 days after Will County and Wesley Township finish all of their government approvals. Once built, there was a promise of a $15,000 yearly payment. All of this to sway the vote in their favor. Wesley Township is officially against this project, so I don't know what they're going to figure out there. Wilmington is 1.9 miles away. We don't even get police protection there. I have a few reasons that justify our objections to this facility. There are many reports of solar panels leaking due to damage from hail and trees. The equipment used in these facilities use antifreeze that, if leaked, would have to be dug up, contained, and removed from the site due to possibility of self-ignition. This information came from a Will County staff report. I've included a copy of this information in your packets. We do not have fire hydrants in Wesley Township. If there are any fire to occur, for any reason, either due to their equipment or simply unmaintained brush, the results would be catastrophic. I had a simple garage fire 7 years ago, and we had fire units from as far away as New Lenox to respond. We almost lost our home. Everyone in Wesley Township has a well. Most wells near the site, excuse me, are 40 feet or less. Ours is 25. And my neighbors are 25. The contaminants that could potentially leak from the solar panels pose a real threat to our drinking water and are in close proximity to the Kankakee River, which is designated a natural water trail and one of the cleanest rivers in the state. I am worried that if this facility is built, my property values will certainly go down. Jeremy Price claimed they wouldn't go down and may even be an advantage and property values would go up. I have included 2 documents from local real estate agents that clearly state that there would be a negative effect on our property values. I attended a meeting regarding yet another solar farm on Route 102 down the street. The company representative admitted that these facilities raise the air temperature by 5 degrees while in operation. I'm also worried about or concerned about the traffic disruption and the road damage during construction. There are 1,700 cars traveling on this road every day, according to the Will County Land Use Report. The proposed location of the power inverters is meant to reduce the effect of the electromagnetic activity, but not eliminate it. According to the World Health Organization, there is a significant health risk of hypersensitivity to symptoms triggered by electromagnetic radiation fields. There are homes on the north, south, east, and west of this proposed facilities, and these inverters produce an enormous amount of electromagnetic activity. These symptoms include headaches, fatigue, skin rashes, sleep disturbances, and we are fearful that this will not only affect our family, but also our pets and the beehives that we keep. On page 5 of the Barrett study, in this land use package, it states that there would be no glare from these solar panels. But on page 6 in the same study, it states that the properties to the south and to the east would see glare. It states that the owner's trees would be enough to block the glare. I've included pictures that clearly show there would be inadequate screening, not to mention in winter when there are no leaves.
Mr. Yule, up here, up front, we do have a 3-minute time limit
All right,
and we're right there. So if you wouldn't mind, please wrapping up. Thank you.
Okay, I will. There will be a 45 decibel hum on this plant. Will be a constant, throughout the operation of this plant, there will be a constant 45 decibel hum. A 45 decibel hum. This fact alone should be a deal breaker. Corn and soybeans and family do not create that disturbance. The facility will have 24-hour commercial lighting. It will be a shame when we no longer see the stars over our house due to light pollution. I believe the Will County Board got it right by unanimously voting against this land use permit simply due to the very close proximity to existing homes. Mark Hansen purchased the parcel directly across the street from the proposed facility and had the land use changed from agricultural to residential. He sold the first lot to a young family, and it faces the proposed facility and is one of the closest properties to it. I have included pictures that prove this point as well. The executive summary in this land use document states that the surrounding land is agricultural, when in fact it is bordered by 10 homes. That is the start of hundreds of homes in the West Hampton community. If you go to picture number 1, this is looking northwest from my mailbox. You can see how close where that sign is. That's where it's all going to be solar panels. Number 2, and also, this is the road that 1,700 people drive by every day. So the panels will be facing my house and the glare will be in their eyes of everybody, and the heat and the glare will be facing the road. Number 2 picture is of Ray Cantori's house across the street from my house. You can clearly see that to the right of it is where the solar panels will be, right up to his yard, right up to that tree line. Looking east from the site I'm standing on the site where the solar panels will be. This is looking to my next door neighbor's house, Bob Switzger. Obviously, you can see that there isn't any kind of screening that's going to block a solar farm. Number 4 is looking from Bob's front porch. You'll never see that view again after this. And number 5 is the new house that Mr. Hansen sold the property. He is the closest one. And you can see it's just right across a 2-lane highway and where this facility started. When I started writing this all-important speech, I wanted to concentrate on the real dangers and health threats that this facility would pose to the residents of this community. Not just that I don't want to see it instead of corn or beans or homes, but Ruggles Road is a 2-lane, 1-mile stretch of road leading into the community of Rest Haven. This is not something the residents of the community wanted, as evidenced by their signatures on this petition.
Sir, please.
I will. Not one person refused to sign it. They will yield their time for mine.
I'm not against solar power. I know it is future reality, but I don't think putting these facilities among residential homes is the right location. I don't think this was the intent when Governor Pritzker signed solar protections into law. These plants are far more suitable further out in the country. I have a petition that I turned into you guys with 217 signatures. Last night, this petition is up to 300 signatures, and we had less than a week to get it together. We had 4 weeks last time. So people are outraged and concerned. There will be nothing to protect us from these hazards I have mentioned if this project is approved. The petition, one thing I have learned about this solar game is that it has a very uneven playing field. Mr. Hanson and Mr. Price, my family and I truly believe you picked the wrong spot. The residents of Rest Haven know it is the wrong spot. For all the reasons I have stated previously, I respectfully ask all the board members to vote against this land use permit to respect the wishes of the Will County citizens over big money and big industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
for
sir.
your time. Sorry, Raymond. I have all the documents to prove that point in your packet.
Hello, my name is Edward Dunn regarding this ZC 24041. I'm an adjoining landowner. I have 40 acres to the west border of this solar farm. And I use that property to grow high quality hay for horses and other livestock. One of my main concerns is runoff from this property. Everything runs downhill to the river from there. I get excessive runoff from that property as farm property when we get excessive rains that we're not getting right now, but they have no plan for a retention pond or anything to control this runoff. So there's not much I can do about that, but you know, as Mark mentioned, this private property is on Rivals Road. It's an entrance to this Rest Haven subdivision. A lot of people drive by this. This is a residential area. And the owner of this property sold residential lots across the street from the solar farm. So he admits this is residential. Finally, and this is a general thing about this solar farm stuff, it shouldn't stay zoned ag. It should become zoned commercial, industrial, or something else. So some taxes are paid on it. They pay nothing on taxes on ag ground. And that's really all I have to say, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Grace Yule, live on Rivals Road for ZC 24041. I don't know if I can read this. This was written by a lady that pulled up in our driveway. Am I allowed to?
This is public comment, so it's a little different to your.
Okay, thank you. She's a very timid lady, and we told her that she could type this out and register it into the minutes of the meeting, but she said she wanted you to see it in her own hand. So I'm going to give her a voice. Dear board members, my name is Terry Areno. I live 1 block off the Kankakee River in the Rest Haven subdivision off Rivals Road. I am a free spirit who truly marvels at all of the wildlife that surrounds me, especially the eagles. I speak on their behalf. At the intersection of Route 102 and Rivals Road is an eagle's nest with 3 eaglets. It is located in the first tree along Fork Creek. I have seen whiteheads in the nest. I have stopped to watch them feed in the fields along Rivals Road. The turkey vultures always wait patiently for their turn to feed. I never realized how much larger an eagle is until I saw them standing together. The eagles soar across Rivals Road as they head to the Kankakee River that borders Rest Haven subdivision. It is quite spectacular to watch them as they sweep down and catch fish. I am very fortunate to live in such a beautiful area filled with eagles, red fox, deer, and even the pesky moles. So on behalf of the eagles, I am pleading with all of you to pretty please, her words, not allow solar panels in the feeding fields and nesting grounds along Rivals Road. Please don't drive the awesome eagles away from the area they call home. Protecting eagles from the threat of extinction is a conservation success story that we must safeguard for future generations to come. Respectfully and sincerely, Terry Anareno.
So you know that at the table, yeah, yeah. Yep. Yep, thank you.
My name is Zachary Ewell. I've been a resident of Rest Haven Rivals Road my entire life. I'm currently a student of multiple regenerative agriculture and watershed restoration programs. I'm here to oppose ZC 2441. I start many of my mornings walking at first light and seeing those eagles that have been previously mentioned in other statements. Witnessing something as beautiful as one of those birds once is moving, but sharing a routine with a powerful animal like that is deeply valuable. I hear my feelings expressed in the words of John Denver, though he'd be a poorer man if he never saw an eagle fly. Many evenings I spend last light walking with my family, talking about our days and enjoying the sunset. After the sun goes down, the fireflies come out and we enjoy them. That is how I, as a resident of Rest Haven, enjoy the sun. The natural resources and environmental features in a given area, regarded as assets having economic value in providing a service to humankind, are known collectively as natural capital. If the proposed solar farm is put into place, there will be a glare shown off of each of its installed panels. The black panels in place of the existing vegetation will cause a potential heat increase of 5 degrees, drastically affecting surrounding vegetation and wildlife. This includes the eagles, whose flight path back and forth from food and water at the Kankakee River back to its nest is directly over the proposed annexation and subsequent solar farm. If the proposed solar farm is put in place, it will be accompanied by industrial lighting that will shine into the surrounding properties 24/7. This will drastically affect the value of our surrounding properties and how we enjoy it. This will also remove the fireflies' ability to communicate, effectively removing them from our immediate area. These changes to the landscape will no doubt affect the flight path of the eagles, removing welcome neighbors in exchange for unwelcome. Wilmington Municipal Services are typically a far cry out in Rest Haven. Outside of extreme cases, the typical answer you hear is, call county. In the past few weeks, my father was troubled by how many people, as he was collecting signatures, had told him, if your house is on fire back here in Rest Haven, it's burning down. The annexation of this area by Wilmington may have been welcome if the express intent was to further extend municipal services to the community. The removal of surrounding citizens' natural capital in exchange for a promise of contribution to the city to build this industrial site are not those circumstances. The proposed annexation and site raised the question of whether or not Wilmington will take responsibility in the event that the site needs cleanup after the solar panels have degraded into the soil and surrounding groundwater. If I'm not mistaken, even after the proposed annexation to the city of Wilmington, the majority of Rest Haven citizens will continue to need to call county for all of their problems. There are old myths about times before colonial and westward expansion, before horizons of corn and soy, about forests that a squirrel could climb across from the Atlantic Ocean all the way to the Mississippi River without ever touching the ground. While there's some embellishment, there's some truth there. Time and time again, we don't know what we have until our children don't know what we had. I fear a future for my grandchildren where they can't even believe that there was ever even corn and soy where all the solar panels are now. Please again, vote for this proposed solar farm with the will and future and citizens in mind. I thank you for your time today.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Roy Ann Moore. I am going to make this short and sweet because I know we're all done. The only thing I don't know if you guys are interested in, I did get a letter from Jackie Haas yesterday afternoon, supporting us.
You can leave it there. That's fine. Look, yeah, they can grab it after.
I just want to say, I want to first thank all the board members for their support and unanimous decisions last year on the denial of this project. I know you made the right decision. Solar farms do not belong in residential communities, no matter what the law is. I don't think the law was written to have solar farms in residential neighborhoods, 50 feet off of the first house property line. The guy's house isn't even 50 feet over, so you're talking less than 100 feet from his house. I feel that if this passes, it is going to set precedent for future solar farms to be put in residential neighborhoods. And we're all on wells. That's the other thing. We do not know enough about solar farms and what they will do to the environment and how to dispose of them, among many other things. It's like building all these warehouses and you don't have the roads to accommodate them. Like it's Forked Creek is a half a mile downhill from this site. This is up on a hill. It literally runs down on 3/4 mile from the Kankakee River. There's just so many unknowns. Why take the chance? Set precedent for future cases. Please stand with us and oppose this decision again and save our subdivision. Thank you.
I am the last one, Kathleen Kennedy, trustee, Wesley Township. And in your packet is a letter that we all signed. So I want to thank you for your support last year. And this is not an appropriate location for a solar farm on Rivals Road. And that's zoning 240-41. Please follow through with your no vote that you had last year. Say no to the vote, say no to the special use permit, because that's the only way to stop the solar. They're under a time restraint and we can stop them for good. So please vote no on the special use permit. Thank you for your time.
Madam Executive, members of the board, good afternoon now. Just to briefly respond to some of the comments that were made here. I know we have limited time. Solar has been extensively studied. Oh, Jeremy Price, still Jeremy Price, sorry. So solar has been extensively studied over a 50-year period. You know, I think there were a couple main concerns. There's going to be no antifreeze utilized in these projects. From a fire perspective, they are increasingly rare. And we have coordinated with the Fire Protection District to have that conversation and prep them, you know, in a case of an emergency if this were approved. A property valuation perspective we included in the application, which designated and proved as much as it can that it would not result in any deterioration of sales values through paired sales analysis. As far as the air temperature, there's no literature reflecting that. EMF, the EMF generated by these projects is less than the EMF generated by a dishwasher or a vacuum. It's essentially the same thing as a cell phone. We all have cell phones in our pocket. Cell phones are exempt from SDS material safety data sheets, just like solar panels. There's one particular report I'd just like to read an excerpt from. Bear with me. On the toxicity of these panels and the lack thereof. So this looked at a 2019 study. I'd be happy to provide you with a reference. It's a 2019 study that assumed a 100 megawatt solar project, which of course is much larger than what we're proposing. Every single panel was broken. And I'm just going to read the excerpts here. The study examined worst case exposure routes of soil, air, groundwater for typical 100 megawatt AC PV facility for crystalline modules, which we would be using, not cadmium telluride. and it examined the worst-case residential groundwater exposure, assumed that all broken panels from the entire array were exposed to acid rain for an entire year. And the ultimate findings, and they modeled that with the assumption that there was a well just 25 feet away. The ultimate results of the study found that in the worst-case scenario, lead exposure via groundwater was 4 orders of magnitude, let me see, i.e. factor more than 10,000. So 4 orders of magnitude less than the maximum levels defined by EPA to have adverse health effects, which is the same standard for using public drinking water. So I think that speaks for itself. The landowner did subdivide the parcel across the street, and as part of that sale, each of those landowners were duly informed that the project would be constructed. I recognize this is not the most desirable use for everybody, but there are people that wouldn't mind living across or near a solar facility.
I'm going to need you to wrap up, sir.
Sure. I think the last comment I would have here is, that the residents passing this solar facility, which would be screened, also are passing 2, crude oil pump stations on 42, same as our project without screening. Thank you.
I'll be brief. Ben Jacoby, I'm the attorney for the project company here. This project is in a bit of a unique posture with the county in that it's already been in front of this board once. The board voted to deny the special use permit, and then the project company has a lot invested by that point, a lot of money and time. It felt no choice but to appeal that decision, which it did to circuit court. There's a lawsuit pending. That lawsuit has been pending for some time now. In the meantime, Jeremy and the team at the project reached out to Wilmington, which was the closest municipality, and had voiced concern in the initial proceedings, and brokered a deal with Wilmington that was pretty generous to Wilmington. And we heard some of those details earlier, where the company is paying $50,000 up front, $100,000 upon the permits being issued, building permits, and then $15,000 a year, which is above market that I've seen anyway. So that was part of what has occurred in the meantime. With that deal in place and a resolution from Wilmington stating that it no longer has an objection, that it's withdrawing its objection, and that supports or will not object to the settlement agreement, we negotiated a settlement agreement with the county's outside counsel, an arm's length negotiation that took place to result, if approved, would result in the dismissal of the lawsuit with prejudice, a release of the county and all officials, and a covenant not to sue the county. In exchange, we get our special use permit and the project can move forward. That's the deal that was worked out. I believe that's what will be presented to you for your approval. And if you approve it, then you'll subsequently approve the ordinance approving the special use permit. The risk here, and I just feel compelled to address that, why does the county care? Why would the county enter into this agreement? The risk is that with a pending lawsuit, we heard about them earlier. We've seen opinions from circuit courts on both sides. Will County Circuit Court has not weighed in yet. But if the circuit court or appellate court eventually find that the county has no discretion to deny permits and has to approve them, then the project moves forward anyway. And if it does that without the settlement agreement in place, then Wilmington also loses its benefit that we've negotiated. So that's what we've put on the table. We felt that was a good faith effort to resolve the dispute with the county and with the village. And we understand that there are citizens that are concerned still. We've heard from them, and Jeremy's addressed their concerns, and those were addressed in the hearing prior. But we hope that we hope to have worked out a deal here with the county, and we look forward to your feedback. So thank you for entertaining the time, and we'll look forward to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here for public comment under the jurisdiction of the county? Going once, going twice. All right, we are going to move on. So we have 2 more items. We will have to go into executive session, and then we'll come out and vote. So if we do have county board members who have comments and leaders who have comments, if you can keep it brief, I'm sure everyone would appreciate it. Is there anyone who is compelled to? Leader Richmond.
So real quick, I had like an hour and a half about NACO, but
due to the time constraints. I don't think I've ever heard you talk an hour and a half. Maybe
Trust
more
me,
than
I
that.
can.
All right.
I picked up a bunch of
ahead.
literature from NACO. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to staff, figure out where to put it. I only picked up one copy of things that I went and attended. I didn't go to everything. Jackie went to some things, and Denise and that. I'd like to find a place we can put it so that if you want something, make a copy, put it back, leave the original so everybody else has a chance to take a look at stuff. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Leader Williams.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that the county board will be moving forward with exploring a strategic plan, and hopefully that will help us with some of the issues that we have been experiencing today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? And then Speaker Van Den.
Thank you. I just want to say, I know at times that there is some heated issues, and my goal here from the start was to try to get both parties to have better communication with each other. I feel like sometimes we may lose a little bit of our control, and I would just like to see us operate in a more civilized manner. And we are elected officials, and it's hard for the public to see us act out. It shows a bad precedent, and it shows them that it's okay to do that as well. I just think we need to step up our game a little bit and act more like elected officials. And this is not Father Van Dyne talking, but that's my comment for today. I understand that there are heated issues, but we just need to try to control ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anyone else light. We need a motion to go in executive session. Nope, we have to go to executive session first. Motion by Trenier, seconded by Newquist. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. And as they're calling the roll, just so the residents know, we have to have everyone leave, but we will be coming back to vote. So you can stand outside, and we will be coming back to make a vote. It probably, as long as they take to debate. I wish I have a better answer. We are leaving for executive session to go into pending litigation.
Richmond? Williams? Yes. Dean Schlottman? Ogala? Yes. Pretzel?
Yes.
Butler? Newquist? Oxley left. Brooks? I'm sorry, Balich? Brooks? Brooks is gone. Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
20 members in the affirmative. We are now going. All right, we're live, sir. Okay, with 19 members in the affirmative, we are now back to public session. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Van Dyne for 2 votes.
In order to put this on the floor, I would like to make a motion for Resolution 25-219, authorizing settlement agreement in Civil Case 24 MR 3380 RPIL Solar 13 LLC versus the County of Will.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. So just to be clear, we are voting on the settlement. We're voting on the settlement.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? Ogala? Pretzel? Butler? Newquist? Balich? Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz, Hickey, Costa, Trainier, Van Dyne.
No.
Yep.
13 in the negative, the motion fails.
Madam Executive, I'd like to make a motion to remove the ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance adopted and approved September 9th, 1947 as amended for zoning case ZC 24-041.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Dean Schlotman. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlotman. O'Gala. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. What was that? Costa? Yes, okay, thank you. Trainier? Van Dyne?
Yes.
With 19 in the affirmative, the ordinance case is removed. With that, we need a motion to reserve by Pretzel, seconded by Butler. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. The next meeting, we are recessed to Thursday, August 22nd, 2025. Thank you.